Okay, go to it a bit. Have fun.
Done. Turn the clock on.
Oh, that's the man to do that. Before they stop, yeah. Take the piss out of you later, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Well, yeah.
Save the battery on the car.
on.
There you go.
Bye, mate. See you in a bit.
I'm really surprised because I thought, what am I doing? Yeah. Wasn't it, you know, on the screen now, I said it.
I've been following different cars on the street. So whatever you say. What you try to do, it doesn't know. No. It's the thrill, isn't it? Heading up towards Fallow, southward, into that's the yellow down triangle. Nice, wheeling approach that all the car around the corner. Look relatively well at the alpha, making over the finish.
Already headed. Great.
So you can go on your mobile phone, on your smartphone, and then you go to HillClimb TV and then put in Loton Park and HillClimb Championships. You'll get we're rock and rolling, yeah, fantastic. Here comes the policy. That's an interesting part. Paddock.
That sounds a little bit on the flat. Maybe it's got a cracked exhaust, but it sounds a little bit flat.
Said he'd be taking it steady.
Ah, right.
So
okay.
maybe he's just having a look at it. He hasn't been here for many, many years. And
I recognise that colour scheme. I'm sure I've seen it before. Maybe here at Loton Park years ago.
Well, it could be correct from years. He has been here years ago. He's had the car for quite a while too, actually. You're probably absolutely right. He probably was here back in the day when you were back here with Eddie.
Yeah, it's mainly colour schemes. There was a Mazda MX-5 going up, which I recognised the colour scheme of it, but I didn't know the driver.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that car was sold on. And,
well, yeah, this one, I think he's had it a while, but it's nice to see it. He comes from Worcester, so he's not far away, just down the road from me. And but we do love these old historic facts. In fact, I was chatting to some of the older single-seater drivers this morning in older cars. You know, that it'd be nice to have a class for those cars these days, because they're not going to be competitive against modern stuff, are they?
If you look in the Midland and in the British HillClimb Championship, certain classes have been split up to take the motorbike-derived engines away from the car, and the car engines like the Ford twin cams or the Buick V8s of their day, and you've now got a 2-litre class for motorbike-derived engines, the 2-litre class for car engines, which does help competitively.
It's an interesting car. This is Simon Jenks, isn't it? This is a car that is new. He bought it new last year. It's got a 2.5-litre V6 in the back of it, so it's got loads of grunt. He used to have a very good Caterham, didn't he?
Yes, he was exceptionally quick in the Caterham. Simon, of course, with this Force TA. This is the first Force TA that was designed to take a V6 engine. And here today we've also got Terry and Tricia Davis in a Force TA, and that's the first Force TA that had a V8 in the back.
And also we have the builder of this car, Ian Dayson.
Yes.
Ian's in the paddock. Good morning to Ian. Lovely to see that the sort of builders of these cars, and obviously these small single-seaters, they're not big companies but make great cars.
I think we're into the event now. This is the first runner in our Midland Championship, 718 Maggie Richards in the Renault Clio 200 that she shares with her husband.
Yes, they had a little incident at Prescott recently in their other Clio, which was demolished a wall, but I think this is her car, this one, and they're sharing this one.
Yeah, so Maggie Richards heading up towards the top of the hill, and this will be the first time in the event proper. Through Fallow, heading up towards Museum. And we have Dave Wilson in the Lotus Elise S1 dropping down into Triangle.
And Dave, he's sharing with his son Rob. There's a very close battle between those two now. These little Elises are the perfect little hill climb cars now. Over 200 horsepower, rear wheel drive, beautiful Lotus handling. And they had a 205 before this, and they said that although they could get a lot of power out of the thing, it wasn't as good handling as this little Lotus, and you can see why now, can't you, on the line strip. Terrific.
Yeah, he's up to Museum already. Maggie Richards' time 71.19. Dave Wilson heading towards the finish, and he posts a 58.32 down into Triangle. We have 7.48 moving up a class or two. It's Ray the Professor Law in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint, now running a 2.1-litre Vauxhall engine. That's the Vauxhall red top that's been overboard, I suspect. And he's already up into Fallow. Oh, a little bit of a swerve going into Fallow. That was almost reminiscent of a Scandinavian flick, but not quite energetic enough. So Ray into Museum, charging towards the finish, through the finish in 58.18. And I think that might well be the end of a batch.
Yes, so Ray's sharing the car with Joy Hoyle, who was actually instigated a thing for the air ambulance yesterday, raised over £500 yesterday. That's running again today. So folks, if you want to contribute to the air ambulance, which do a magnificent job and will attend these events if needed and have done in the past, there's a collection going. And on the front of Graham Wynn's Gould, there's one of those what do you call them?
Yes.
thingies. You put your smartphone. What you got? Barcode thing, not barcode.
Yeah, a tag.
A tag code.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm sorry, folks.
Yes.
I'm not terribly techy.
My cell phone's a 1999 special, so it's a QR code.
A QR code. Thank you very much,
and
Rich.
Hopefully,
bailing us out.
Hopefully, Rich Danby, who's got on our live feed, top right-hand corner, it says Midlands Air Ambulance Charity. Hopefully, there's a link somewhere on the live feed that will take you to the charity, so that you at home can make donations. Yes, it's a well worthwhile. Oh, here we go. Yes, coming up on our live stream at the moment. So there is a link on HillClimb.TV. So please feel free to make donations. We do the same thing at Liverpool Motor Club with the North West Air Ambulance. We have one meeting a year dedicated to them. They come along with their collection buckets and usually go away with a few £100. And it all helps keep the service running.
A couple of quickies then. So I got sent something yesterday. So Jamie Mould, our Chief Marshal, or is it Simon Fider? But Jamie asked me anyway, if you take pictures on your camera phone, right, they've got a competition running.
Oh, right,
yes. So
I saw that.
It's got to be posted on social media, linked to Loton Park, either Loton Park, Facebook, Instagram, and all this other stuff.
I think if you're on Facebook, go to the Loton Park page and you can put your entry in there.
Now I was just going to say, yes. So win a T-shirt, and with the air ambulance, each air ambulance mission costs £2,950, and each critical care car mission costs £288. And we rapidly responded to 12 missions each day, including road traffic collisions. So they're pretty busy, aren't they? So what they bring to the scene is highly skilled critical care paramedics and doctors, advanced equipment and medicine. So goodness knows, if you're needed, they are the people.
Oh, yeah.
They are the people.
I've been at a few events. I was at Shelsley Walsh once when the helicopter had to come in. I was at Wiscombe as well, and also at where was the other one?
Harewood, perhaps? Or?
No, I don't think it was Harewood. I think it was one of the Midland events. I think it might have been Kerborough where they came in.
Right.
Because we had somebody who needed to be airlifted.
There's nothing like it. You know, if you've got to get there quick and you're going to get that very best treatment, potentially absolutely life-saving. And,
well, they do say if you're going to be taken ill or have an accident, have it at a motorsport event.
Well,
because you've got the paramedics on site.
Indeed.
And
rescue units.
The local hospitals have already been notified about the event, and the air ambulance will also have been notified. So it's easy and quick to get people here.
So dig your hands in your pockets, folks. Give them a couple of quid, or go scan the QR code and give that way. But they do an amazing job, so thank you for that. Now we return back to the action. The red flags have been waved back down. Now the whistles have been blown. So what are we into next, Steve?
Well, I think we're going to be back to the start of the programme with the Class A1 and the other drivers. In fact, we've seen two already shared, but I think it would be Robin Holden who will be next on the start line. In fact, it's another shared car. This is the Mantons, and number 764.
Graham and Becky Manton,
Graham Manton, who shares the car with his daughter Becky. This is a Westfield FW running a 2-litre Ford Zetec unit. So Graham off and running, heading towards the first corner hall.
Yes, Graham actually, he's an estate manager in Shropshire. He manages 8,000 acres on this estate, so that's what you call a rather large estate. And here he comes into Triangle now. He'll know Shropshire like the back of his hand, probably knows Loton Park very well. Always a very, very close battle between him and his daughter, Becca. And she works for ProDrive as an engineer at ProDrive at Banbury.
Very good.
So she knows her stuff.
Yeah, so Graham making his way up the not-so-straight Cedar Straight. We always have to say that at least once.
Kind of, perhaps people are fed up with hearing us say that now.
Fallow is negotiated by Graham and he's already up into Museum. And they've had this car a few seasons now. I think they had, was it an MG Midget or an Austin Healey Sprite before? Graham through the finish, 58.41.
The next car we're going to see will be Robin Nicholson in the little Mallet Mark 20. Sam have had this car for many, many years. And if you look at this car, this is a clubman's car, beautifully turned out. Runs a Ford 1700 Crossflow in the front of it. The bodywork's all enclosed there. The driver's sat back over the rear wheels. And I think we had the 60th anniversary of the Mallets this year at Prescott recently. That was a great event with over 20 Mallets on the hill.
Yeah, I think this Nicholson car is the one that the Ward brothers used to drive. And on the dirt coming out of Fallow there for Robin. He's already up into Museum. Heading towards the finish. And over the finish in 56.33.
Okay, Steve Morgan has just left the line. He's in his little Empire Evo 3. He's sharing this car with his son Tom. And they had an engine refresh over the winter, and their builder's done a fantastic job on this car. It's got well over 200 brake horsepower out of that little 1 litre engine. Look at that, you hear it revving it like a little crazy thing. Great colour scheme on that car too, isn't it? That little car there. Great to see, and they've become really competitive in this car this year.
Certainly Tom has a very, very good up-and-coming driver in 1100. Steve Morgan, meanwhile, heading towards Fallow. I've seen Steve competing for quite a number of years in single-seaters. Out of Museum, just a run to the finish. We've got Richard Weaver through Triangle. Steve Morgan, 51.19.
So Richard had a difficult day yesterday, so hopefully today will go better for the Weavers. And actually, this little car has been very competitive this year. Son Tom, of course, has been getting some spectacular results in this. And Dad, of course, he had a half spin, I thought, there.
We've got Nicola Dearden in the 1991 Formula 4 Van Diemen through Triangle.
Yes, nice to see her. She's out with her father, Andrew Henson, and they got a collection of racing cars, Andrew, because he sells them for a living. So purveyor of racing cars, but so they're the little Formula Ford now, and she's heading up towards Museum as we take Robin Holden.
Yeah, Robin Holden in the Mazda MX-5 Roadster. Very quick little cars. These are very, very popular, particularly up in Scotland, where they have a class championship for them. 67.17 for Nicola. Robin Holden heading towards the top of the hill, up towards Fallow, and down at the bottom of the hill we've got Richard Pates in the MG ZR 180.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, the little MGs. They're very competitive little cars. They used to be cheap as chips, but actually now you've got to pay decent money to get a good example. But they've got a little K-series engine in the front, and very good little revving engines, aren't they? And they handle surprisingly well. Always remind me of a bit of a sort of an Astra, really, to look at.
Yeah, they have that sort of appearance. We've got a time for Robin Holden, 62.86 through Triangle. Dave Garnett in the Fiat Abarth 595 1.4 turbo engine.
Yes, David, actually, he's from Cheltenham. I've known him a while now, and he had a Renault Clio before this, and I think he was probably quicker in the Clio. But these are little turbocharged little flying machines, aren't they? Little 1400 turbo. As we get a look at Ian Richards again in the RS200, goes on the grass. Oh no, David goes on the grass up there at Fallow, but he's got off it. Yeah, so Ian Richards in shared Clio.
Yeah, I think David Garnett used to share with Ian Richards at one stage in the Clio. So David Garnett through the finish, 67.47. We're looking out for down at the bottom of the hill, Rob Wilson in the Lotus Elise Series 1. Time to beat for Rob is the one his dad set, 58.32.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I fancy he's got a good chance of doing this, although they're nip and tuck between these two. He's shown a purple sector, which means he actually is the quickest car in the class at the moment. He's heading up towards up the straight. He's 81 miles an hour through the speed track, brakes smoothly through fallow there, nicely, staying it on the tarmac into Museum, and he'll be followed by Jonathan Langmead, our golf pro from South Devon.
Yeah, this is the Series 2 Lotus Elise that Jonathan is driving, class winner at Chelsea Walsh recently. Rob Wilson, meanwhile, through the finish, 58.19, takes him into the lead of the class. Can Jonathan beat that time?
Seriously good driver. He's
very out of shape, big lock up, gone straight on at fallow. He seemed to lose that when he initially hit the brakes on Cedar Straight for the fallow corner, and it got locked up and went all squirrely on him. And number 24, Richard York, has just been red flagged, and he's now seen the red flags and is slowing. No, he's not.
Don't know what he's playing at.
So Jonathan Langmead did eventually get to the top of the hill.
Slow down. So Richard York has ignored the red flags. I don't know what's going on there, but nevertheless he's now stopped at fallow. But yes, so Jonathan Langmead actually was trying really hard there. He's a very, very quick driver as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
But Richard stopped at the top there. But so at the moment Rob Wilson will be leading that class, but he was certainly Jonathan Langmead there. He would have spoiled his run going off at fallow, but the car's all okay. He's okay, and he's back on the track. Richard York is going to turn round now and head back down. Probably for a rerun. They're just replaying it.
We're getting a replay of this, so you can see Jonathan Langmead heading up towards fallow. There, it gets a little bit tail happy as he hits the brakes, slithers off onto the grass on the outside, and he goes. It took him a while to get a gear. That's why he was slow getting off the grass. So Richard York is turning round and returning to the bottom of the hill.
So we're into time runs, of course, so they are trying a little bit harder. We've got a dry track.
Yeah, I think Jonathan was very trying.
I think he was giving. He went off as well at fallow yesterday.
Did he?
Yes, he likes fallow. It's a place where they get the most speed going in there, and obviously, if they can get a really quick exit around fallow, then they're up into Museum quicker, aren't they?
Well, I think the question there is you've got to be slow in and fast out, and I think on that instance he was fast in and
slow out
and didn't come out.
Yeah. There goes Richard York. Richard York going back into the paddock there. Tony Adams on the line now. He's in a Porsche Cayman. He was driving a Lotus Exige last year from memory. And he's now got one of these Porsches. He's joined the Porsche gang, and that's a great class now, actually. But the one that really excites me in there is Dr. John Maycock in the little Mazda Turbo, and that he shakes them up, doesn't he?
It's what I call the budget alternative.
The budget alternative, very well driven indeed.
Absolutely superb. John, I've known for donkey's years. I first met him and his father when they were spectating at events, and John, fabulous young chap, and very, very quick driver. And when you consider that he's driving not the youngest of MX-5s, quite an old model, turbocharged, and he's up against Porsche Cayman GT4 RS's, he's doing a sterling job.
Yeah, I didn't know you knew, because as you say, it's an elderly car, and it's got about 270 brake, he was telling me. And I asked him, because cars like Richard Snow's car, which is the class record holder from memory, have got sort of about 500 horsepower, haven't they? That's serious grunt.
Yes, but at times 500 horsepower can be sort of 300 horsepower too much. You know, you're going into a corner, you put your foot down and the back end lights up and off you go. So you've got to feed it in gently. Whereas with John, he's having to use it as much as he can, as often as he can, to get those sort of times. So if you want to see a car having its neck wrung, watch that Mazda MX-5. That's number 32, John Maycock.
Yeah, we look forward to that. We've got a slight delay at the moment. Tony Adams is on the line at the moment. Yes, he was saying this car took quite a bit of getting used to because he's got, I think, the PDK automatic gearbox.
Yeah.
And he's just left the line.
Yeah, and Tony away with the Cayman S 2.5 turbocharged engine, which quite a lot of people tell me is one of the better engines for the Boxster or Cayman. And he's coming into our view down into Triangle. Tony, of course, long-time competitor here at Loton Park, and into Keepers and on to Cedar Straight.
Yeah, so got all the power of that engine. I think that's the 4-cylinder, isn't it? So Robbie Birrell's example pushes out about 500 brake horsepower, so immense amount of power. There was a bit of sniffiness around the 4-cylinders against the 6s, wasn't there? But either way, they're all very, very rapid indeed, and that car looks great actually. It's definitely a car I'd like to take home. And so he puts the power down, heads towards the finish as we get a look at Tim Elmer.
Yes, Tim Elmer in the new Alpine A110. 58.7 for Tony Adams. Tim Elmer into Keepers with this new version of the Alpine A110. This runs the 1.8 litre turbocharged engine. And he's up to Fallow, heading to Museum. Tim, just the run to Museum. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the hill, we have Simon Tarling heading into Triangle in the Porsche 996. Tim Elmer's time, 60.26.
So yes, you've got the 996 GT3. This is the sort of first generation of the water-cooled engines they fitted into them. So again, very still Porsche looking like, isn't it? It's very quick indeed. And I think this one's got about a 3.6 litre in there, 6-cylinder engine, classic sort of little Porsche aerofoil. You reckon this is a 4, Steve?
3.8.
3.8. Oh my goodness me. Well, there you go. Extra 200cc extra. That can't be bad. Heads towards the finish. Does a 61.44.
Right, we're looking out for the next runner, Robert Lancaster-Gay in the Porsche 997 GT3. He's into Triangle. Oh, very nice acceleration out of Triangle into Keepers.
Yeah, what a fabulous car this is. This one, Robert, is his 12th competition Porsche that he's owned, actually. So he is a real man. He knows his Porsches, but he bought this car. He went into the Porsche dealership last year for a cup of coffee and ended up coming out with one of these. so the salesman had a good day, but Robert loves this car. He did me a lovely interview too yesterday, which will be coming out. Here comes John Maycock.
Yeah, this is the Mazda MX-5 Roadster with the 1.8 turbocharged engine, and John Maycock very quick through Triangle and up into Keepers. Robert Lancaster-Gay's time 59.52.
Second quickest so far as John Maycock heads up the straight now. My goodness me, he's in purple sectors already. Fantastic. So John mixing it with these big Porsches, showing them what to do, and he'll be followed by Richard Snow, I think is the class record holder, into Museum, as we're going to get a time for John Maycock. Heads to the finish in 56.87, goes top of the pops as we get a look at Richard Snow.
Yeah, Richard Snow in the Cayman GT4 RS. He is the class record holder with a 56.62. So he's going to have to be very, very close to his record to take the lead. So what can he do? He's heading up towards Fallow already. Very good through Fallow, up to Museum. And as he heads to the finish, we have Tim Goodwin in the Audi TTS. Richard Snow's time, 56.03, a new class record.
Well, he had to go some there, didn't he? And he absolutely did. Well done to him. Fantastic. So we're now into a different category. We're into the 4-wheel drive jobs, I believe. And this is Tim Goodwin. He's already halfway up the Cedar Straight now. He's in the Audi TTS. So 4-wheel drive, lots of grunt. What sort of horsepower would this engine have, Steve?
Well, it's a 2-litre turbo, so I would have thought probably around 300.
Yeah, I reckon you're not far off.
Tim Goodwin over the finish, 65.36. Alan Mansfield past the commentary box in his Toyota Yaris GR. We have a whole host of them coming up next.
Yeah, these are four-wheel drive, little three-cylinder pocket rockets, aren't they? About 270 brake horsepower. Very popular cars indeed. At one time you couldn't buy one for love nor money. They were so popular, and they're still holding a great price. And aren't they rapid little things, aren't they, Steve?
They are very quick, and I was told if you're going to buy one, get an early model. They are quicker. So Alan Mansfield heading for the top of the hill. He's through the finish in 63.01. We're looking out for Ian Fido, also in a Yaris GR, heading down into Triangle. Hazard warning lights flashing as he hits the brakes. And Ian, a long-time competitor. I last saw him competing, I think it was in a Pilby MP43 sports car.
Yes, well, of course, Simon's his son. He's on the marshalling front today, isn't he, Simon Fido? And I do remember the sports car. Yeah, that was a lovely little thing, wasn't it, really? Long-time competitor, Ian, as you quite rightly say. And he'll be followed by Tony Hawkins in yet another Yaris, and then Roger Stocks in a Yaris. So here they come. They all look similar. They've all got loads of performance, very rapid little cars. They handle great, don't they?
Yes, they certainly do, and the power out of the corner is superb. Ian Fido, 63.41. Tony Hawkins heading up towards Fallow at the moment, and he's putting up purple sectors as he goes up the hill, so he's going to be very, very close to taking the lead of the class. Needs to go sub 63. And he's round the museum already, charging to the finish. And over the finish in a 59.84. Next on the hill, Roger Stocks. You know all about this because it's the Brawn GP special.
Yes, it is. This is like Jensen Button's road car, isn't it, really? And we call it the homage to Brawn Racing. The fabulous season when they won the World Championship. First time out in the Brawn, wasn't it? Incredible achievement.
And I think it's unique because it's, as far as I'm aware, it's the only car that only entered 1 year in Formula One and was the champion car that year. So it's unique, a unique record. Anyway, Roger Stocks in the Toyota already up into museum. We've got number 42, Peter Richards in the Golf R through Triangle. And Roger Stocks, 60.69, goes into second place in Class A3, just leaving Peter Richards to complete the runners. And we're getting the odd purple sector from Peter, so he's going to be there or thereabouts. Needs to beat 59.84.
Could be very close, actually. Yeah, we got so Peter going up towards the finish. Stephen Moore, our farmer, is driving. This is his road-going Evo. He's got 3 of these. They're all 600 horsepower, but this is his sort of most road-going version. Very rapid indeed. But Pete Richards finishes with a 59.71, so he's top of the class at the moment in that Golf R. Yeah, I know that he had a Yaris before this, but he found the Golf was quicker. But the Yarises have got quicker this year, I've noticed, because they're very close to his time. Stephen Moore heads towards the finish, going around museum now. Has he got any playmates? Is he in a class?
I think he's running solo today, as I put it, on his own, and at 58.5.
Now they put him in the same class as all the others, right. So maybe that is the winning in the class then, a 58.52 for Stephen Moore. Very good driver indeed. So Richard York is having his rerun in that spectacular 718 GT4 Club Sport. These are basically a competition version of that car, and with a few lovely goodies added too. He's had campaigned this car for years, and I think this is one of those cars that is actually worth more money now than when he bought it.
Simon Radner, meanwhile, 44, Stuart Hook in the Westfield through Triangle. And Richard York, 61.16. Whoa!
Okay, it's come to an abrupt halt. Right, we'll just get that dealt with and we'll be back to you shortly.
Stuart Hook, meanwhile, heading up towards the top of the hill. And Stewart through the finish 59.72.
Okay, that was Simon Radner. He's out of the car, folks. He's walked into the ambulance unassisted, so I think there's hopefully no lasting damage. They will then now recover the car and but more importantly, check he's all okay. So we will have a slight delay. We're into practice time runs now, so it's well, how far have we got, Steve? We're into batch. What batch are we into now? What number was Simon?
Simon is number 45, so we're
45. We're batch two.
Yeah, so we're towards the end of batch 2.
Yes, and we've got 6 batches today, so we're in batch 2. The plan was to do these time runs, and then the fastest 12 cars will compete in the Midland Hillclimb runoff.
Yes, we should get 2 runoffs today.
Yeah,
one after each set of timed runs.
So, what about who's leading the Midland at the moment?
Right, well, in the Midland Championship, Richard Price leads on 72 points in the Caterham, jointly with Jonathan Varley. So that's going to be a nip and tuck all the way through to the finish. Andy Tippett's third in the Brabham BT30X, and then Tom Weaver and Matthew Price tied for 4th place. And in the top 10 challenge, the top 2 in the championship are not here today, Matt Ryder and Alex Summers. And in 3rd place, we've got Alex Coles with Jonathan Varley 4th in the Predator. So those are the situations in the championships at the moment, but we all have to wait for the end of the 4th set of time runs to see if that impacts on the Midland Championship, because you get points in each of your class runs.
Did you just announce the top 10 challenge?
Yes, I did the top 10 as well.
Yeah, because quite a few of those runners aren't here today because they're competing in the British as well.
That's right. Well,
it's a weekend off for the British boys, isn't it?
Yes, you could say that. Although 1 or 2 people who have competed in the British Championship this year, mainly in the Cup, were at Barben yesterday.
Were they?
Yeah, we had Robbie Birrell and Mark Lawrence there.
Okay. Were they in the Gould or were they in the...
No, they were in the Porsche.
Yeah.
And Robbie won the class, and Mark, I think, was 2nd.
Tell me a bit about Barbourne then. So it's a shortish course. The hill record's about 22 seconds.
It's 20.08.
20.08.
Set by Josh Goodyear.
Wow.
In the GWR
Raptor.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was when it was a 1.6 litre engine.
Did he have different engines in that car then?
I think he had a 1.6 and he also had a 1.3 turbo.
Was it the 1.3 turbo that gave him the 22s at Shelsley?
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
But that's the hill record. And But yesterday was weird. We had sort of rainy showers in the morning during practice. We only had the 1 practice run. And then when we started on the time runs, the rain stopped and it finally dried out, and it was nice and dry by lunch, and most of the best times were set in that morning session for the 2 class runs, and then we had 3 more class runs after lunch.
So Barbourne, you said, it's Kirkby Lonsdale. So
Lonsdale,
is that like in the Lake District? Is it?
It's on the southern edge of the Lake District.
Oh yeah.
If you head up the motorway and you'll see a sign on the motorway that says Kendal and Kirkby Lonsdale. That's where you turn off, and you're about, I would have thought, about 14 miles from Barbourne at that point. So it's easy to get to. It's a fabulous little circuit. And we've got our next hill climb there on the 19th of July. So if anybody's up in the northwest, pop along.
So that's one of the hills you go to, Steve. You also go to Aintree.
Well, I do the sprints at Aintree. I commentate on. We've only got 2 this year, so I've got 2 sprints at Aintree. I'm doing quite a few of the Harewoods with yourself.
Yeah.
I do the 2 Barbournes, and as I'm commentating at the moment, I got dragooned into being here today.
Well, you did. I thought
a last-minute substitution.
Well, not so much a last minute. We wanted, wanted you back, and it's great to get you at short notice. We were struggling for some of our normal commentators couldn't make it today, and so. Benoit and Alex Burnham, Benoit Legendre and Alex Burnham elsewhere today, or Benoit, I think, has bought himself a new house, and I think he's got to do his house up. Alex is always into hot rods and things and various other things. He plays in a band, but he's always here, there and everywhere. And in his spare time when he's working, he builds E-types.
Oh, right.
Restores E-types. So
that's not a bad job.
But whether you're watching, good afternoon to good morning to you guys. And yesterday we had Sophia Lewis sharing the box with me. So that was nice. And here today we've got Mr. Steve Wilkinson. So it's just like commentary royalty has returned. You know, Steve used to share the box, or the boxes, with Eddie Walder, another great commentator.
Yeah, one of the people that I learnt the most from was one of the first commentators that I worked with, although I didn't do any commentary at the time, and that was Robin Boucher. Many years ago, and I acted as a runner for Robin, going into the paddock to see what tyres competitors were using, what the problems were, and find that information out for him. And then I started commentating when I was asked if I'd do a British sprint round at Pembrey, and I thought, well, that's in darkest southern Wales. If I make a complete mess of it, there'll be very few people who know, so I'll have a go. And it's spiralled out of control ever since.
You've been doing this how long?
Ooh, crikey, that would be about 2004.
Wow.
So I've been doing it 20 odd years now.
Fair play. Well, I'm just a new kid on the block. A new kid on the block, eh? Learning from you old pros that know what you're talking about.
I always think that, for me anyway, I've got to get the preparation done before the event. So I need to know all the technical details about the cars, where the drivers are in championships, and so on. And because I do a lot at Harewood, I keep a database of all people's personal best times at that venue, and so much so that earlier this season I was able to get in touch with them and point out that their class records were wrong.
Oh, that's really interesting, yes, because I work Harewood with Steve, and sometimes we're on our own, and sometimes we on the British rounds we tend to work together, don't we?
Yeah.
And the other day you worked up there with Guy Loveridge.
Yes, that was for the classic and vintage. Super day.
Yes, that's great.
Great to finally meet up with Guy.
Yeah, well, Guy's a relatively local chap. I think he's from Halifax way or Huddersfield or somewhere. And he is, well, he's a professional motorsports guy. He writes books, he writes articles, he commentates, and does also. He's also connected as a consultant to the Bewley Motor Museum, which he was. That's where he is today.
Oh, right.
He's attending some event there today. He's driving all the way down from Yorkshire, all the way to Bewley, and then all the way back. And I think that's a big ask.
Heck of a drive.
That's a heck of a drive, isn't it? Yeah.
The worst one I ever did was Lidden Hill in Kent.
Yeah,
And I drove back from Lidden Hill one year so I could write the Motorsport News report of the British Sprint Championship round.
That is a long way. Folkestone, is it Folkestone or somewhere?
It's in Kent on the way towards Dover.
We're all the way, yeah, so that's a long way. Goodness me. From your Southport lair, you must have put plenty of fuel in the car that day.
Well, I think on the... Because I was towing it, I was competing as well. Oh, we're getting a replay of
Pete Richings, isn't it?
Yes, that's Pete Richings in the Volkswagen Golf going off at Fallow on the live feed. We've got this looks like Richard Price, is it?
Yeah, I think some of these might be from yesterday.
It could well be.
The Escort's not here today.
No, I've seen that. That's here today. The Escort.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Running in the Interclub part.
Okay.
So we're just getting some replays of yesterday's event.
Matthew Price, that is.
Yeah, and a nice little spin in the Radical at Fallow.
Yeah, this is it. Edited highlights, isn't it?
Yeah.
Richard Weaver.
That's Tom.
Tom, yeah. Black
helmet. Oh, going off at the top of the hill. Now we've got Van Diemen. This looks like Caroline Ryder. That was like a mini sat-nav failure for Caroline at Triangle. Took the wrong line through the corner. We've got another car zipping. Oh, this is Alex Coles. You can tell it's Alex by the attitude and angle of the car.
The white helmet. He was the quickest yesterday, by the way.
Was he?
Practice.
Oh, right. Graham Wynn at the top of the hill.
He's having a rare excursion onto the grass there.
Now this is a little Clio.
Kids
going wide at Fallow. It all happens at Fallow.
It seems to be a lot going on there, doesn't there?
Yeah.
It's the fastest part of the course, I suppose, and they lock up going into Fallow, don't they?
As 239 has just done.
Harriman's car, yeah.
Now this looks like the Wilson's Lotus Elise. Dave at the wheel. And we're getting, that looks like the Professor. Ray Law with that little twitch that we saw earlier. Now we have the Mallock U2 Mark 20. And again a little wiggle as the back end becomes unstable and he runs onto the dirt. And then Jonathan Langmead's episode. Oh yes. That was
today, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was earlier.
That was quite a moment.
Yeah, then it took him a while to get a gear. So that's eventually got him to the top of the hill. Tim Elmer in the Alpine, kicking up the dust. And we've gone back live at the moment.
Yeah, showing the spectators up the hill there. I'm guessing they're sort of that's probably up towards.
I think
Fallow,
I think that might be looking from Fallow to Museum, and it is as we pan out.
Yeah, but opposite the commentary box. Yeah.
So.
Wow, this is what a lovely view, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super.
On a sunny day today, Loton Park, what a beautiful place to be. Fabulous weather at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. Looking over into the distance there, well, that would take you up into sort of Welshpool way, I reckon, those big hills.
Something over that direction.
Sort of that way.
I mean, the Welsh borders, if you look sat at Triangle, you look towards Fletcher's Dello, those trees that you can see are just about in England. The Welsh borders the other side.
Oh, really? It's that close, is it? Wow. Well,
so if you go on at Hall, you need your passport.
So Simon Radner, who had his excursion just now, he was into the ambulance and he walked into the ambulance. They whipped him away to take him over. His car has been loaded onto the recovery lorry. Simon's had a while out of the sport. He was always very quick, and in fact, I think he's from Ludlow way.
We're getting some more replays. This is Jonathan Varley that we're seeing on the replay. Whoa! He lost it going into mute. That must be yesterday.
That was yesterday, yeah. First practice, yeah. He actually did very well to hold that, didn't he?
Yes.
In the lovely Predator.
This is another of the Clios. I think this is the Harriman's car. Cuts the grass going into fallow. Runs wide. Yeah, that's definitely a Harriman.
Yes, you've got the lighter doors on there, which they're 5 kilos as opposed to 30 odd kilos. That's Phil Steele having a rare moment actually in his Porsche. They're trying to do that. There's Colin Mee in the little Austin Midget. That's quite lively for Colin, and he's having a right go, isn't he? The Saab V4, rather interesting car, isn't it?
Lovely car, yeah. I can remember those on the RAC rally many moons ago, going up to the Lake District to see them thundering through the forests. And it was the first time I ever saw one of the old original Alpine Renaults,
lovely.
The A110s. And one of the drivers that day was Gerard Larousse.
Oh, wow.
And they were coming down a long straight, a bit like coming down from Loggerheads and Fletcher's Dello down to Triangle, and in the middle of it there was this little bump, and all the cars would just go light, and the first Alpine Renault took off and flew about 25 foot through the air to land again.
There's Jonathan Langmead again. That's another excursion at Fallow yesterday.
Well, at least he's consistent.
He's having a go. There's Steve Atkins in the M2 competition BMW.
Oh, straight on.
And then he does a nice pirouette round here. There you go. You see. Well, it's good to see him having a go. This is what they're here for, isn't it? They're here to compete and be quick.
Yeah, you've got to push the envelope.
Yes.
Especially if you're a postman.
The right foot firmly down. There's the Chalmers car, isn't it?
One of the Chalmers. So the
so the car's been recovered, folks. That's the marshals now will do all their stuff. They'll make the track all safe. They'll make sure that the tyre wall is all good. And obviously we've got MSUK stewards here today as well as the Clarksons, of course. So it's all proper job, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah. You can't run these events without making sure everything is spot on. I think the biggest problem that we could have had seems to have already been done, which is the tyre wall.
Well, yes.
At the moment, they seem to be just concentrating on the fluids that have come out of the car after it came to a halt. It came to a halt on the track. So the little Westfield arrived onto the course with most of the front end demolished. I think that's leaked fluids onto the track, which is what they're trying to clear up at the moment.
So Rich is showing various shots around the hill. He's got Steve, his cameraman, up the hill as well.
Yeah, that's the
top box.
Museum box.
Yes, and the commentary box up the hill, which we're not using today.
Yes, that used to be one of my favourite views.
Yeah, well, that was always where I used to see. When I used to turn up with my camera, we'd always have a chat, wouldn't we?
Absolutely.
I never thought at 1 minute I was going to be doing this.
No.
I don't know how that came about, really.
I was the same when I was covering the British HillClimb Championship and British Sprint Championship for Autosport and Motorsports News. I never thought I'd get into commentary, and it just happened to be that one phone call. Would I do this event at Pembrey that kicked it all off? And the trouble was, people who were there talked to people at their own clubs and said, "You want to get him for a commentator?" Next thing I know, I'm being asked to do more commentating than reporting.
First one on my list. I thought if we can get young Steve to come and help me out today, that'd be great. Because these live stream rounds, you can do them on your own, but like times now, it's a struggle if you were on your own sat in here now, wouldn't
absolutely. The first couple that I did at Harewood after COVID, because the box was so small, I was the only one allowed in. So I had to do them all solo. So the minute you had something like this, you could quickly exhaust the chatter. So what I used to do was I'd do this is what's happening, this is where we're going, then I'd switch off and have a cup of coffee.
Yep. Yeah,
but when you've got two in the box, you can have interesting conversations.
Well, we'd like to think so, Steve. I always have a nice chat with you, don't I? Because we've worked at other places, and
well, that's right.
And in fairness, sometimes we've had instances of an hour, or whatever. Oh. I had that recently at Harewood when I was up there when the BMW went off.
Right. Yeah.
That was an hour. But I was with.
My worst was at Wiscombe, when Rob Turnbull had his big accident.
Oh, yeah.
And we knew who'd crashed. Everybody at the venue knew who'd crashed, but we weren't allowed to say his name over the tannoy.
Right.
And if it hadn't been for my co-commentator bringing 5 old programmes from Wiscombe, one from the 1950s, one from the 60s, 70s and 80s, we'd have been stumped for things to say.
Yes, of course.
Because it just went, I think we were about an hour and 3/4 with nothing happening.
Well, I had Alex Burnham with me on Saturday when our friend, well, we won't mention the name over there, and he went off, and we were able to keep chuntering on, but we had no idea what had happened. We couldn't actually see.
No,
we couldn't actually see.
That's also a big problem if you don't know what's gone on and what's happened. Anyway, it looks like the people at the top of the hill are belting up, so they are probably going to be sent back down to the paddock now whilst they're still mopping up the fluids on the track. So take the opportunity to get those guys back to the bottom of the hill. There are a couple of shared cars in the group waiting at the top. So once they're helmeted and gloved and what have you, they'll drive back down. In fact, they're already pushing Graham Manton back onto the course.
Yes, I think it won't be long, folks, before we're back in action. And these things happen, and we've dealt with very thoroughly. And the main thing is the driver's okay, we think. He got walked into the thing.
Yeah, it's always the cardinal rule. If the driver's okay, everything's okay.
Cars can be repaired.
Cars can be fixed.
Yeah, indeed.
It may put a dent in your bank account, but you can fix them.
It is a shame because Simon has been out for a while and he's come back to it. He was always quick and he was obviously having a little go there, and that's a tricky part of the hill, actually. Very tricky indeed.
I think what happened was he got the left rear. He sort of over enthusiastic coming out of Fletcher's Dello. The right rear went on the grass. That pushed him to the left. That got on the grass, and then he was a passenger from then on, straight to the scene of the accident. So these things happen.
Well, as you can see, these cars are fitted with roll cages there. That's the Manton example there. Comprehensive roll cage.
Yeah, multi-point harnesses as well.
Hands devices.
Well, that's right. I think in some of the classes, a hands device is compulsory, but it's recommended.
Right. Yeah. So we're seeing these very rapid Porsches and MX-5s and the like returning back. The four-wheel drive Yaris's will be coming back down the hill as well.
Oh, yes.
Stephen Moore, of course, in the Evo 6.
Now, you were saying that's a road-going car.
Well, yes, he's got 3 of them, and this particular one is his road-going one.
So he's probably been moved from C4,
I reckon,
into A3.
He's normally in modified, and
yes,
and he's got the white and black one, and he's also got the white one with all the Union Jack all over the roof as well. And Stephen, of course, he's an arable farmer from near Salisbury, a mad keen competitor, has won the Midland Hillclimb Championship in his time as well.
He's also been Gerston champion.
Yeah. class record holder in lots of places, so he knows how to drive a competitive hill climb car, and always good to see. But yeah, today that's the first time he's brought that car out for a while, but already he's leading that class, and that's obviously, well, it is a very rapid bit of kit, isn't it, with him driving it. Happy days. So look, we're getting good here, folks. The marshals have all done a marvellous job here, the clerks and the officials, and they're all going back into the paddock now, and I think we're going to be back in action very shortly.
Yeah, and for those photographers at the back of our commentary box here at Triangle, the first couple of cars coming down the hill from Fletcher's Dello might be worth taking a picture of them as they go over the cement dust, because that's going to give you a big white background.
Well, for those that don't know, Steve's a very accomplished photographer too, and has taken a few pictures already. And yes, you're quite right, there is a competition now for a t-shirt.
That's right.
So the best shot with a mobile phone, right, put it on the social media, link it to Loton Park, and you could win a t-shirt. So you guys with your posh Sonys and things, it's no good for you. But if you've got a nice mobile phone,
that posh Sony he's on about is a camera I bought to take pictures around the paddock.
well, it's quite posh for me. I think it's a lovely thing. And anyway, with the course car and the marshals are just going to inspect everything and check everything's right. They're pulling back now they're going to park that up down by keepers, I suspect. And we'll be back in action before very long. That's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
The weather's holding up. And we're raising money too for the Midlands Air Ambulance.
Oh, we've got a good shot on the live feed there.
Oh yeah,
yes,
that looks like Sam. I think Sam Walker.
That was Sam Walker's country seat.
It was. Sam Walker walking back into Trimbles to have a cup of tea, I expect, with Steve Harriman and co. They've all earned themselves a cup of tea, and they're thinking, right, chaps, behave, don't do it again for a bit.
Hang on. Aren't there photographers in there?
There are photographers.
Ooh.
I can see Gail Knight in there, and I can see Jeffrey Robinson in there as well. Hello. Don't buy that Yaris, Gail. Get yourself a proper car like a Mondeo or something like that, eh? Nice Mondeo in the car park, they're worth millions.
What, of yen?
Well, any currency you like, sir.
Right. All currencies accepted.
All currencies accepted. In fact, I ought to do one of these get a raffle ticket, pay £1 for a raffle ticket and win a Mondeo. Do you think that'd be popular?
Oh, you might sell at least a dozen tickets.
A dozen tickets? Oh, that'd be good. Well, it's had a new piece of exhaust on this week.
Oh, right.
So it's twice the car it was.
Right. Well, don't look at my little Golf in the paddock, because it needs a wash.
Does it? Well, it always needs a wash. Usually needs hubcaps as well.
Oh, first thing I did with the car, because it doesn't have alloys, I took the hubcaps off.
Yes, that's right.
Because I didn't want to lose them.
It's always instantly recognisable when I see you parked in your usual place at Harewood. I know you'll be there early. Look, we're back in action, Steve.
Yep, that looks like Malcolm Hickey in the Caterham 7 onto the start line. 1.8 litre Rover K series engine. Malcolm's been competing in this car for quite a number of years. He was in the Lotus 7 Club Championship for at least 8 or 9 of those years. So long-time competitor. Sitting on the start line. I can't see any red flags, so we're just waiting for the car to be positioned.
I was chatting to Malcolm yesterday. I think he's had this car over 20 years.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
And he's from Llandymog, which is sort of like over mid-Wales way and heading towards the coastway, quite a way, good hour and a half away, I think. But this class is great, isn't it? There's such close racing, isn't there? So we've got Richard Price in here today, haven't we? We've got, is it Simon Price in here today?
Yeah, I made my competition debut in that class with the Caterham 7 that I shared. And I did a couple of meetings in road going. Then we moved into Mod Prod. And we did 2 meetings in Mod Prod with the Caterham 7, and then it had major surgery, had the Ford Crossflow engine taken out and a Ford 2-litre BDG put in, and it went from being an exceptionally drivable car to a monster. It was.
Oh really? Oh wow!
If you didn't have all the wheels pointing in a straight line and you hit the loud pedal over 5,000 revs, you were off. It was just amazing.
Now on the screen he's just been wheeled back, probably do another burnout I suspect, just to warm the tyres a bit. Currently Professor Ray Lure is leading the class with a 58.18. And Stuart Hook a 59.72. Simon Radner, of course, didn't complete the course. So we've got Malcolm Hickey, and he'll be followed by Rob Lloyd, who'll be out in his MK Cup 200 car with a motorbike engine.
That's a booster, is it?
Yes, it's got a booster in there, yeah.
Thought so.
Yeah.
I was just going off the engine capacity.
Correct. Yeah, and actually he's really enjoying how he owns 3 of these cars, various states of tune.
Yeah, I think you said that when you were doing the Chelsea Walsh.
I did
feed,
indeed.
Which I was
you
watching.
were listening then.
Oh, yes.
So you're picking up tips from me now, eh?
Always a keen watcher. I was sat there making notes. So Malcolm Hickey on the start line. And he's chocked, ready to go, waiting for the green light. Revs rising and away we go. We're back underway. Malcolm heading up towards Hall Corner. Round Hall. Through Loggerheads. Down into Fletcher's Dello and into Triangle.
Another little fact about this car, I'm into some facts today. This was painted by Clive Kenrick at his Llangollen garage.
Oh, right.
Because obviously being a resident of Wales, he knew Clive well. And Clive had a very competitive one of these, didn't he?
Yes.
With a motorbike engine.
Yeah.
And they're obviously good friends. And if you're watching in today, of course, Robert Kenrick is Demon Quick single-seater driver, currently retired. But anyway, Malcolm heads towards the finish as Rob Lloyd in the MK200 with the motorbike engine comes round Triangle. Quite action there, heading up towards Keepers.
And Malcolm Hickey through the finish, 58.84. So second place at the moment. Rob Lloyd heading towards Fallow in the booster-powered MK Cup 200. And we've got Joy Hoyle heading down to Triangle.
Yeah, look at Joy. She's a very competitive driver, sharing this car with Ray Lower. And she actually instigated the air ambulance thing yesterday, which is great. And she raised over £500 just on cash donations yesterday. So fantastic. And there's still obviously the QR code takings to come as well. So great to see her. Joy heading up towards Fallow, brakes hard. And the next one you'll be looking at is Richard Price. Here he comes now. Richard Price, always very competitive in this little K-Series job. Look at that, he's flying into there.
Yeah, very quick indeed. Time for Rob Lloyd, 60.22. Joy Hall goes into the lead with a 57.67 for Joy. So that's Richard's target. Can he do anything with it? He's already up into Fallow. Purple sectors all the way for Richard Price and the Caterham. And as he rounds Museum, coming into our view at the bottom of the hill, Jonathan Evans in the Pilbeam MP88. 55.64 for Richard Price.
top of the pops.
Absolutely top of the pops. Jonathan Evans with the MP88 on the hill.
This is the ex-Bill Morris car, isn't it? So this this runs a Millington engine in the back of it, 2-litre Millington. Sharing the car with Kevin Creven, that's the regular pairing. Kevin Cregan comes from Northern Ireland. As we get a look at Tricia Davis, who was absolutely flying yesterday in this little Force with her engine, the 2-litre engine built by her husband in the back.
Yes, that's the TKD YV8 based on 2 Yamaha R1 engines. Tricia charging to the top. Jonathan Evans time 54.83, and Tricia setting purple sections all the way up to the top of the hill. Didn't get one on the 64 foot, but she's quicker all the way to the top. Tricia over the finish, 50.76. We're now looking out for Jamie Chalmers in the Route F302 Formula 3 car from 2002. Jamie into Triangle.
Got a big, a 1400 Hayabusa in the back of it with a turbocharger. They tell me it's got about 400 horsepower. It pops and bangs all its way up the hill. Very powerful. And Jamie, of course, is the son of John. They're sharing the car. And it reminds me of a sort of an early F1 Mercedes in that silver colour scheme. I know it's not, but it does look good, doesn't it?
Well, silver's a very good colour. Far better than white, because white is too garish. Jamie through the finish, 50.13. And Kelvin Broad off the line in the Force TA. This runs a 1300 supercharged Mistral tube Hayabusa. And Kelvin dropping down into Triangle. Now into Keepers and through Keepers.
Yeah, heading up the straight now, and of course Alex Coles will be driving this car later. Alex at fastest yesterday in practice, but Kelvin comes from Exeter, a long-time competitor, competes a lot in the southwest of Wiscombe and Gurston. And as we get a quick look at Bernie Cavill heading into Triangle now in the OMS, Kelvin Broad will be heading up towards the finish shortly, and he does a time of 49.17.
So Bernie Cavill now on to Cedar Straight with the OMS 28. This runs the 2.8 litre TKD, the SV8 made from 2 Suzuki Hayabusa top ends. Up to museum already for Bernie. And heading for the finish, stopping the clocks with a 49.69. Down into Triangle, we've got the Fiat X19.
Unusual car, the X19, not many of them left. This one's Martin Rutter. He's been competing in this car for many years. It's a very competitive little car, isn't it? And he's in a class where he's got Andrew Russell here today in the little Ginetta G15, but I haven't seen Andrew yet. Have you,
I'm going to say, I didn't see Andrew in the paddock, so maybe not running today. Martin Rutter, meanwhile, already up at Fallow with the X19. Used to have one of those periscope air intakes on the back.
You're right.
But it hasn't had that for a while. 64.23. Down into Triangle. That's Becky Manton.
Yeah, Becky Manton, she's an engineer at ProDrive at Banbury, who make, Colin McRae's old rally cars amongst other things. But Beck, a very quick driver too, and she's racing against her dad. It's always very close who's going to get the bragging rights there. Car's a great little car, locks it up going into Fallow, gets it round. She's trying really hard, isn't she?
Very hard.
She's heading up towards museum as we get a look at Phil Goff in another booster engine Caterham.
Yeah, and Becky Manton heads over the finish in a 56.92 to go ahead of her father by well over a second. Phil Goff, meanwhile, in the Caterham 7 with the booster engine, heading up towards the top of the hill. He's been campaigning this for a few years, and we've got Steve Garner into Triangle.
Steve Garner, long-time competitor from Essex. He's got 2 of these. One got stolen. He built a replica, and now he's got 2 of them. They look the same and they go the same. Very competitive driver indeed. Got a good chance of winning this class too, because already he's showing purple sectors. Can he win the class?
Well, Phil Goff's just posted a 55.01, so that's the time that Steve's got to beat. He's out of Fallow already, up to Museum, and we've got Chris McDade in the Hillman Imp down into Triangle.
Oh, I do like this little Hillman Imp. This runs a Rover K series. He slides the tail out of Triangle there. Lots of power, about 180 brake horsepower on this K series. In the back of an Imp's going to make it lively, isn't it?
54.8 for Steve Garner, so that puts him into the lead. Yes, this 1.9 litre Hillman Imp is a little bit of a oxymoron, really. We've got number 70 George Harding in the Escort with a 2-litre turbo engine. So this is Class E for the Sports Libre Saloons and Sports Cars. And Chris McDade through the finish, 67.01. George Harding into and out of Fallow. Heading for the top. Through the finish in a 59.38.
Now here's one of my little favourites. This is Grant Sinclair in the lovely, lovely Maguire Imp. These were built for saloon car racing on the circuits. Incredibly low space frame car, Maguire. Runs a Hillman Imp engine in the back, a well-worked example. Has come all the way down from Scotland, actually, which is fantastic to see. Lovely to see this car on the hills again now. What sort of time can Grant put up?
Well, these cars were very, very popular north of the border. They had a race series at Ingliston purely for these types of cars. We've now got David Bickley down into Triangle. Grant Sinclair heading to the top of the hill with the Maguire Imp. Through the finish, 64.44. David Bickley in the SR1. Radical, we'll see his son Stuart in one of the single-seaters a little bit later, the Force TA. David into Fallow. Already heading up into Museum. Through Museum. And just the run to the finish. And David Bickley, 56.11. Samuel Nicholson into Triangle.
Yes, what a beautiful car. Of course, he shares this with his father. And, well, a nip and tuck between those two. The car has had some misfire problems, but they seem to have got all that sorted out now. And these Clubman cars, I think they're pure little racing cars, aren't they? Great class of car. Like to see more of them on the hill, actually. And this is a great example of one. He's showing purple sectors at the moment. So, because it's the Sports Libre class at the moment, David Bickley is leading the way with a 56.11. Sam is heading towards the finish, and he does a time of 55.59 to go top of the class so far.
On the hill at the moment, Alan MacDonald in the Force SR4. The Rod Stevens car runs the 1300cc supercharged booster, powering his way down to Triangle. Through Triangle, heading to Keepers. Whoa, gets a little bit out of shape and has a rotational delay halfway up Cedar Straight, which has brought out all the red flags. So
okay, so we'll be stopped for a short while, I'm sure. It didn't look too drastic, but anyway.
No, it was just, he just got a little bit out of shape in the last element
on the
of
right-hand
Keepers.
side, wasn't it?
Just pulled him over towards the right.
Oh, look, he's driven back onto the tarmac. So he's heading back down the hill. Brilliant. Yep. Well done. Well controlled by Alan there. Big moment. But anyway, he sorted it out. Of course, he's an ex-TT bike rider as well.
Yeah, winner of the Manx Grand Prix.
Wow. And also, he's got a bike business back in Scotland. That's his day job, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's here with wife Grace, I think. So.
Yeah, and Matthew Price got red flag, so he's going to go back into the paddock, and it's going to be a race as to see who gets back first.
Here goes Alan in first, he says. And Matthew, very quick driver from Halezone in his second season in his Radical. That's a R3 Radical, so it's like a third generation.
We're getting a replay on the live feed of Alan's. There you go. Last element of the corner. Keepers just clipped the grass on the inside, which caused him to spin out. First going to the right, then off to the left. So interesting little spin. I've not seen one.
Oh, we got a deer at the top. Oh, a hare. A hare.
Yes, hare today, gone tomorrow.
My goodness me. Somebody said actually they saw a hare up there yesterday. Aren't they magnificent creatures actually? Beautiful. Look at that. Very alert. We're watching him on the live stream. The ears are perked up there. And where is he now? Is he up by fallow somewhere?
I think he's up at, yeah, that sort of area.
He comes across the track. Normally it's deers we have a problem with.
Right, we're off running again. So that hare, a better hare off. And Nigel Hinton, meanwhile, is on the hill with the NGTD. I always think in architectural terms this is perpendicular.
Okay, well, all I know is it's got a big growling Rover V8. Oh, is it a Chevy in there? Chevy or a Rover?
Rover.
It's an absolute growler, isn't it?
Yeah.
And an unusual car, because we're going to be looking very shortly at Graham Lokes in his Lola T492 with a Porsche engine, which is in the same class. So it's kind of a bit of a mismatch, really, isn't it? But nevertheless, it's coming here. Comes the Lola. Graham Lokes, long-time competitor, built this Porsche engine that went in the back of this Lola, which was originally built as a 2-litre sports car for the circuits.
That's right. Nigel Hinton, 5302. Graham Lokes' Lola T492 was built for Sports 2000, so it had a 2-litre Ford engine in the back and the Pinto, and then the car was run in special saloons with a VW Carman gear body. And Graham, 5601. Down into Triangle we have young Tom Morgan.
Young Tom Morgan. Now we're going to see some fast single-seater action, folks. This is Tom Morgan in the Little Empire, sharing it with his father. And Tom's they got a real beefy engine in there. They've got it all rebuilt. Very rapid young driver indeed. He'll be trying to, see who's going to win the 1100 class. Tom will be trying very hard indeed. And at the moment, he's heading into museum. And then we're going to look at Matthew Price, who gets his rerun in his little Radical R3.
Yeah, Matthew through Triangle, heading up towards the top of the hill. 48.73 for Tom Morgan. Takes him into the lead of the 1100s. Matthew Price, meanwhile, sweeping his way up towards the top of the hill. Into Fallow already. Purple sectors all the way for Matthew. Down into Triangle, Stuart Bickley in the Force TA. Matthew Price charging towards the finish, through the finish in 50.87.
That could well be a PB actually. But Stuart Bickley in the fluorescent Force, very rapid yesterday in practice. This again, a little 1100cc Suzuki engine car, extremely quick indeed. And then he'll be followed by Tom Weaver in a very rapid Empire Evo that he's sharing with his father Richard.
Stuart Bickley, 46.82. We pick up Tom Weaver, dropping down towards Triangle Bend. Then the Empire Evo 2 slithers his way through the corner. Little flick of the tail on exit. Charging up through Keepers and on to Cedar Straight.
Beautifully driven car at the moment. He's trying to qualify for the Midland runoff here, so he needs to get it to the top as quick as he can, and at the moment he's doing a very, very good job of it. Stuart Bickley did that excellent 46.82. Tom Weaver round Museum, now guns it towards the finish. He's got to beat a 46.82. He does a 47.56. Great time. And here comes Lizzie Weaver, his sister, in the little Formula Ford.
Yeah, little sister Lizzie in the Van Diemen RF91. This is the car that Tom Weaver drove in Formula Fords, shared it with his dad, and Lizzie taking to single-seaters like the proverbial. Going very well indeed. Time to beat at the moment is 67.17. Lizzie through Museum, heading up towards the top of the hill. And through the finish in 64.18. Max Hawkes in the 1984 Van Diemen into an outer triangle.
Yeah, Max, he's also a very accomplished photographer, but he's a very good driver of single-seaters. This is the family car, and Max is thoroughly enjoying this car. It's such a pure racing car. It hasn't got any fancy aero on it, big wings, anything like that. Runs on road tyres. These Formula Fords, the best drivers generally win, and he'll be followed by David Owen in this very pretty Merlin Mark 11. Well-campaigned car, pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Max Hawkes in the Van Diemen RF84 heading for the finish, and through the finish in 59.11. David Owen in the 1968 Merlin Mark 11. So very early days of Formula Ford in the UK. And down at Triangle we've got Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral. David Owen meanwhile carrying on up towards Museum and the finish, and we've got Les Buck on to Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Les, he's had this car for many years. The Pringett Mistral was often built for motor racing schools, Jim Russell and the like. And Les, this car is beautifully turned out. If you look at the car in the paddock, as is that Merlin. And Les, well, what can he do? Carolyn Ryder is coming into Triangle in hot pursuit. Very rapid, quickest in practice yesterday. And of course, it's the mother of Matthew Ryder, our current Hill Climb champion.
60.72 for Les Buck in the 1969 Pringett Mistral. Caroline Ryder in the 1986 Van Diemen, already charging up towards the top of the hill. Time to beat to go into the lead of 59.11. So Caroline head down and through Museum. Just the run to the finish. Looks like it's going to take the lead. And she does with a 57.33. Andrew Henson, last runner in the Formula Ford class, into and out of a triangle.
Looking good, and Andrew was second quickest yesterday in practice. Purveyor of racing cars, and he's also here with his daughter Nicola Dearden, who often drives the big car with him, but this is their steed for this season, he was telling me. And well, very rapid driver, lovely turned out car, isn't it, this little Van Diemen? A late car, a 91 car, isn't it? So
that's right.
More modern body shape.
The class limits Formula Fords to pre-1994. So you've got a full spread really from the 1968 Merlin to the 1991 Van Diemen. Time for Andrew Henson, 58.13, goes into second.
So that's interesting to see. It's following the times that it was setting in practice yesterday, which is interesting because...
that's the end of the batch.
End of the batch. So that means, yeah, red flags are back in, and yeah, end of batch. Nice batch of cars there. Lots of lovely little single-seaters, and of course Westfields and Radicals. A right bunch of good cars. I really enjoyed seeing those. Yesterday in practice, the times are following today, pretty similar to what they did yesterday in terms of how they're performing. So be good to see. Alex Coles was the quickest yesterday in practice. Right. So he'll be trying to win best time of the day.
Yep.
And
speaking of which, on the live feed we can see his co-driver heading back down the hill, Kevin Broad. So we'll see that car shortly in the hands of Alex.
So they're trying to qualify for the top 12 runoff. We hopefully they'll get that in before lunch, I'm guessing, if we're lucky. How are we doing for time, Steve?
Good question. And it's 11:47.
Okay, going quite well, I think. I think we're doing quite well. 11:47, yeah, good. Promising. The plan is to get a runoff in before lunch, and then you'll get a chance to go and see the fastest drivers in the paddock at lunchtime. It'd be nice. It's always nice to see the excitement after a runoff too, isn't it, really?
Oh yeah.
And if you've not seen runoffs before, basically the fastest 12 cars registered for the Midland Hillclimb will be competing in that, and then the fastest 10 cars will get the points, and the fastest car will get 10 points, and the 10th car will get 1 point.
Correct.
Now,
I'm not sure whether they do the same in the Midland as they did they do in the British, but if you break the hill record in a runoff, you get an extra point in the HillClimb Championship. So you can get 11. And I'm reminded of an occasion at Shelsley Walsh many years ago. They just resurfaced the course, and every single car in the runoff was inside the old hill record.
Wow, wow.
So everybody got an extra point, so it really didn't matter.
That's an interesting stat.
And another occasion at Shelsley, hate to mention Shelsley while we're at Loton, but one of the runoffs there, every single car was a Pilbeam in the top 12 runoff.
Wow.
In the British Championship.
Yes.
So that emphasis has shifted. Pilbeam's still around, still cars available, still very competitive, but at the top end, Goulds tend to dominate.
Yeah, that is true actually. We have one or two other cars like, well, Alex Summers' Firestorm, a DJ Firestorm. Still a very competitive car, won the first runoff at Shelsley last weekend. And so, I mean, basically, guys like myself and Steve, we travel around to other hills, don't we? And so we're here, there and everywhere. We're either in very short supply or they're very desperate.
I think it's desperate.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You're probably right. But yeah, it's lovely to see them elsewhere as well. But you know, all the hills are great. If you've got into hill climbing, Rich's live stream is showing you obviously all these other hills as well on the British Championship, aren't they? And
well,
Midland, of course,
it's
today.
superb. Today, the plan for me was to do Barben yesterday and then sit and watch this at home.
Yeah.
But this is the next best thing is to be here.
You got the best seat in the house, haven't you?
Well, that's right.
Yeah, it's a fantastic seat.
The only thing is I can't see the comments that are being put up online, which on one hand is a good thing, and another, I like to have a chuckle at what people say.
Well, you can, if you on my phone, I can do that.
Oh, right.
I can open up, but when I did it yesterday, I didn't have the sound turned down, so I was hearing my own voice. So I switched it off. But you're absolutely right, because Alex Burnham normally does that, and he goes through the comments. In fact, I could do it, turn the sound down, couldn't I, and see where we're at. So if you've not watched the live stream, if you've got a smartphone or an iPhone on you, folks, just go into YouTube and go into HillClimb.TV, and then go Midland Championship Loton Park, and live now, and you'll be able to get it and see exactly what we're seeing here on our phone, or potentially.
And if you want to, you can turn the sound down. And
you can turn the sound down if you want to. And also, if you're Steve Wilkinson, you can't do any of that because he's got some old phone that's about from 19... Barney Rubble phone you've got.
No.
Yeah, yes, you have.
That was brand new.
Brand new in 1920.
12 weeks ago.
20? And like 12 weeks ago.
Brand new, 12 weeks ago.
What is it then?
It's a Nokia.
It's a Nokia. Is it a 3310 sort of thing?
No, hang on. It doesn't say.
No. I know they're great phones, Nokia.
It was the cheapest phone I could get.
Well, there you go.
I'm not into this whole concept of having the internet in your pocket. Anyway, we've got a car on the line. John Stockley at the wheel. This is the Force PC, the ex-Morgan Jenkins car.
You want to run through these, Steve? I'll have a little look at the phone thing.
Yeah, and this Force PC I always thought was one of the best cars that they produced. So John Stockley into and out of Hall, charging up through loggerheads, into Fletcher's Dello, down into Triangle, into Keepers, now on to Cedar Straight. Purple sectors all the way at the moment for John Stockley. Up through Fallow, into Museum, and just the run to the line, And John over the finish, 49.85. Down at Triangle, Mark Shalanka in the Exine and Price Force TA, already through the corner and into keepers. Sweeping on to Cedar Straight. Mark through Fallow and Museum. Meanwhile, Alan Warburton drops down into Triangle. Mark Shalanka over the finish, 49.95. That's second place for Mark. What can Alan Warburton do in the X-Works GR59? Time to beat 49.85. Alan already up to Fallow. Purple sectors all the way for Alan as he heads to the finish, and over the finishing line, 47.70 takes the lead. Now into the 2 litre class with number 103 Tony Cotton in the Dallara F300, so a 2000 series Formula 3 car, set up for Monoposto Racing, runs a Toyota engine and has very fetching two-tone bodywork.
Yes, he told me he's had this car for quite a while, and the first time I'd seen it, I think he's sort of coming back to the hills really, been doing circuit stuff, and these little Dalaras, very effective cars, as Steve says, little Toyota engine, 2 litre Toyota in the back. Hasn't got massive horsepower, but well-driven car, a very competitive little car, and he's already heading up towards the finish now, and he's going to do a time of 57.15 as we get a look at Mike Tregonning from Cornwall.
Yes, Mike Tregonning, ex-rally driver with the Pilbeam MP88 Millington engine in the back.
No, it's not. It's got a Duratec, because he'll pick you up on that. It's a Duratec now. He's changed that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Duratec, ex-engineer too.
I think the Duratec used to be in his MP101, so he's obviously switched the engine.
Well, this one's a very good example. Got about 300 horsepower as well, so it's well put together. Here comes Kevin Creven in the Pilbeam. He's sharing with Jonathan Evans. This one does have a Millington engine.
Right. So, quick change to my notes. Mike Tregonning, 54.42. Slots into second place. What can Kevin do? He's heading up towards the top of the hill, and Fallow. No problems at all at Fallow. Up to Museum. Through Museum, just a run to the finish. Terry Davis, meanwhile, into Triangle in the Force TA. Kevin Creven, 53.27, slots into second place behind Trisha Davis. So what can Terry do? Needs to beat 50.76. It's showing purple sectors.
Going very well indeed, actually. His own home-built engine in the back. This little car is brand new to them last year rather. Terry Davis looking good, purple sectors, and he'll be followed by Jonathan Farley, our current Midland Hillclimb champion. Here he comes in the Predator, screaming down into Triangle now. Beautifully turned out car, well driven as well, isn't it? So we had a time there for Terry Davis of 49.91. That's the fastest in the class so far. But can Jonathan Farley beat that?
He is the class record holder. So Jonathan charging up towards the top of the hill in his GWR Predator. Runs the TKD YV8. He's getting purple and pink sectors all the way to the top of the hill. So this looks like he'll take the lead, and he does with a 46.39. 1.3 off his class record.
Well, Jonathan will be a contender to try and get the fastest or the best time of the day, won't he?
Well, he's certainly got to. I think that's going to put him in the runoff.
Oh, it'd be more than do that. He'll comfortably get in the runoff with that. I think Alex Coles was in about 45s, 46s yesterday.
Right. Oh.
So, and yesterday Alex was the fastest, and I think Jonathan or Graham Wynn was second fastest, but between those three. So those would be the runners you'd kind of expect to sort of do the business in that runoff if they qualify for it.
Up at the sharp end, as we say.
The sharp end, yeah, that's very true. That was good to see. We got a nice dry track. The weather forecast is pretty good today. I think we forecast a dry day. I can hear a very rapid car. This is Alex Coles. My goodness me, Steve, take this one off the line.
Alex Coles, one of our young hot shots. This is the Force TA with the Mistral 1.3 supercharged engine, and Alex off the line, charges away. 1.92 for the launch, up towards Hall Corner, sweep through Hall. Very quick, and comes into view, dropping down into Triangle.
Wow, here he comes, hot shot from Plymouth, young apprentice electrician. He's 20 years old now, not 19 anymore, so he's not a teenager. He's experienced old hand. He's here with his father Neil, of course, to be watching this. He streams up the straight, 123 mile an hour through the speed trap, into Fallow, smoothly round there, heading up towards Museum. One corner to go before he heads to the finish. He's got round that now. He blasts towards the finish. Come on, Alex. Fastest time, 44.93, takes him into the lead in the practice qualifier.
On the start line, we now have Simon Jenks in another Force TA. This with the Cosworth KF V6 2.5. Oh, and fortunately for Simon, he started but stopped instantly when the car started to bog down and the rear wheels did not cross the line. So they'll be able to reset the car. Hopefully he'll get it restarted, and he'll have another go at getting it off the line. Yeah, got a thumbs up from the start line marshal. Revs rising, and away we go. So Simon Jenks with the Force TA heading up into Hall. Very smooth through Hall. Now through Loggerheads. Through Fletcher's Dello, down to Triangle.
Yes, he's in the big car class as well, because this is a 2.5 litre car. This is new to him last year. He's had quite a few issues to deal with. Ian Dayson, the builder, is here today to help him as well, but he's making smooth progress up the hill at the moment. In the class he's in, obviously he's showing purple sectors. He was very, very rapid in a Caterham, and I think this has been quite an experience getting to grips with this car. But anyway, he's already on his way round Museum now. He's heading up towards the finish. What sort of times he likely to post? He's going to do a time of 50.42.
So that's second behind Bernie Kevill. On the start line now, John Chalmers. We're back to Class K2. And this is the Ralt F302. Runs a 1.4 litre turbocharged booster engine. And John shares the car, of course, with son Jamie.
Yes, young Jamie, and here comes John though. Yeah, he's driven this car for many years. It's a very, very quick car indeed, actually. It sounds quite unique. You can hear it coming a long way away. Nothing else quite sounds like it, with that big turbocharger popping and banging itself, but it gets some speed up, 105 mile an hour through the speed trap there. Already heading up towards Museum now. Takes a sharp right-hand turn, gets it round there. It's a long sweeping corner, heads it towards the finish, puts the power of that engine down and does a 48.74.
Right, onto the start line. Ed Burgess in the Gould GR55D. This also runs like Simon Jenks, the Cosworth KF V6. This car was originally Tony Marsh's car, went to Tony Wiltshire, then to James Baxter. Now Ed is in charge and he's off and running up into Hall Corner. Now into Loggerheads. And through Fletcher's Dello down to Triangle.
Doesn't it sound good, that V6 in the back of this sinister looking black car? He gets it round Triangle with a bit of effort. He's normally a Bugatti man. He holds the record for a Bugatti at Prescott. Type 51 Bugatti is his normal steed, but he decided to buy himself a Gould. He says it's a very scary car for him to drive. It would be. It's got loads of horsepower, big single-seater, but anyway, he's got it tuned in nicely now. He's going around museum now as we get a look at Simon Andrews hurtling in to Triangle here at the OMS. 49.29 for Ed.
Yeah, goes quickest so far in Class L. Simon Andrews on the hill with the OMS 28 with the TKD SV8 engine. 2 booster engines been used on a stock block. Simon already up into museum, heading for the finish. And through the finish in 50.05, slots into 3rd place in class. On the start line, Graham Wynn with the Gould GR59B. This runs the 4-litre Judd V8, which when you see the car, it's absolutely minute for a 4-litre. Superb.
Yeah.
And Graham off and running into Hall Corner. Through longer heads. Pops into view at Fletcher's Dello. Down into Triangle. And heading towards keepers.
Yeah, now Graham, very experienced competitor too. He's got the Win Foundation that he runs. He's raised millions of pounds actually, and he put a big chunk in when he retired as well. But anyway, this is the car he bought for his retirement present. He's got a nice collection of cars, but this one is the latest spec Gould GR59. It doesn't come any better, folks. 680 brake horsepower out of that V8, heads over the line in a 47.42 and leads that class.
Into and out of Triangle, Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X with the Buick V8. This car made its competition debut here at Loton Park on the 5th of April 1969. So that was Bob Jennings at the wheel. Andy Tippett, however, is heading up towards museum. This is a fantastic old school car. I saw this at Doom back in 1970. Simon Braithwaite, meanwhile, in the BMW into and out of Triangle. Andy Tippett's time, 54.61.
Simon heading up the straight now. Of course, Simon, he also has a beautiful BDG Mark 1 Escort, which is his normal steed, but he bought this car because he fancied a change. He still owns the Escort, but he fancied a change. Very highly desirable BMW M3 through competition 3 series, as we get a look at Michael Harriman in the Clio heading into Triangle.
Yeah, Michael Harriman, we're into the Interclub class with the dual-driven cars. And I don't think we've got many dual-driven cars in this. Mick in Class 3B. What was the time for Simon Braithwaite? 65.32. So, Mick Harriman into and out of Fallow in the Renault Clio 197. The 197 is supposed to refer to the amount of brake horsepower the engine produces, but it could be more. 64.71 for Mike, and I think that might be an end of batch. I'm not sure.
Looking that way, Steve.
Yes,
yeah,
I think
well
it is.
Spotted.
Because I think that's the only dual-driven car in the Interclub classes.
So have we got a few more Interclub cars?
Oh yes, we've got a whole batch of them.
A whole batch.
Yeah,
I might just pop out the box for 5.
Yeah, that's no problem. I shall take over
in a little bit.
Right, the last of the cars now back into the paddock. So we're not going to be too far away from the restart. And then we should be the final batch of cars in the Interclub event. And then we'll be into our first top 12 runoff. Currently online, we have 20,077 subscribers to HillClimb.TV, and that figure growing throughout the day. And of course, collection today for Midland Air Ambulance Charity in the paddock. So pop along and support them. A fantastic asset, certainly for hill climbing in the Midlands, to have that access so readily at hand to swift recovery to hospital. So on the line at the moment we have Nick Wilson in the Alfa Romeo Mito, 1400 turbocharged motor, and Nick off and running, heading up towards Hall Corner, through Hall, now into Loggerheads. Dropping down towards Triangle. Nick has the warning lights flashing on, as you get with so many of the modern cars. Sort of bounces his way around Triangle, heading up towards Keepers. On to Cedar Straight. And Nick Wilson just heading up towards Fallow, through Fallow, now into Museum, sweep through Museum, and we now pick up Ian Graham in the Saab 96 V4. 70.47 for Nick Wilson. Ian Graham meanwhile into Keepers, rolls quite heavily as he goes through there. The car lurching through from left to right. The hair gets out of the way as he heads up Cedar Straight, and down at the bottom of the hill David Feekins in the Renault Clio 182 is on the hill. Ian Graham meanwhile up into Museum, Brown's Museum, and the Saab V4 charging over the finish line, 71.37. We now pick up Kat Taylor in the Mazda MX-5. David Feekins, 50. Oh, no, sorry, that was a split that came up for David Feekins. And he's through the finish in 64.55. Kat Taylor meanwhile into Fallow, and we've got Jeremy Wright in the Mini Cooper SR53. Kat Taylor meanwhile on the run to the finish, stops the clock, 63.19, goes into the class lead in 1B. Jeremy Wright on Cedar Straight. Up into Fallow. Heading up into Museum. And we now pick up Simon Warburton in the Austin Healey 106. Jeremy Wright through the finish, 68.28. Simon Warburton in the Healey 106. This is the earlier Austin Healey, the 100, now with the 6-cylinder engine. It originally had a 4-cylinder unit, just 2.2 litres. This is the full blood 3-litre version. And Simon up into Museum, and we pick up Simon Howarth in the Mini John Cooper Works R56 turbocharged. Meanwhile, past our commentary box, John Kennedy in the Ferrari California T. Time for Simon Warburton was a 76.35. John Kennedy, meanwhile, heading up towards the top of the hill. Down into Triangle, Paul Bealey in the Audi A1 S1. John Kennedy's time 61.34. Paul Bealey on Cedar Straight. And down into Triangle, Phil Steele in the Porsche 911 C4. Paul Bealey up towards Museum in the Audi. We pick up Phil Steele in Keepers. Paul Bealey over the finish, 72.29. And down into Triangle, Andrew Coleman in the Audi TT RS. Philip Steele into Fallow with the 911. He's chased up the hill by Andrew Coleman in the Audi TT. 67.76 for Phil Steele. Andrew Coleman heads up towards the top part of the hill. Mark Tudor in the Raw Striker into Keepers already. So Mark Tudor at the top of the hill into Museum. We have David Johnson in the Little Mini into Triangle. .63.42 for Mark Tudor. David Johnson in the Mini, already on to Cedar Straight. Purple sectors all the way at the moment. He is the only runner in 3A. So David, a bit of a lock-up going into Fallow. And David Johnson sweeping through Museum. We pick up Paul Chandler in the MG3 in Keepers. David Johnson over the finish, 71.52. Paul Chandler at the top of the hill. Mark Honey down at Triangle. Paul Chandler in the MG3 heads up into Museum as we pick up on the live feed Mark Honey on Cedar Straight. Paul Chandler through the finish, 69.84. Mark Honey in the Peugeot 205 GTI, which he's been campaigning for quite a number of seasons. Through Museum and heading towards the finish. We have Tim Harriman in the Renault Clio 197 at Triangle. Mark Honey, 63.7. So Tim Harriman on Cedar Straight. We have Roy Holder in the Renault X85. I'm not quite sure what the X85 stands for. Tim Harriman heading for the finish. Through there at 65.46. Roy Holder on Cedar Straight. got Chris Scrivens in the Clio 200 at Triangle. Roy Holder clears Museum, just the run to the finish. And Roy through the finish, 62.85. Chris Scrivens, meanwhile, on Cedar Straight with the 2-litre turbocharged Clio 200. And he's chased by Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster 986. Must be a quick car. It's got Gulf colours on it. So Chris Scrivens through the finish, 61.34. Andy Fagan charging up towards the top part of the hill in the Boxster. Bit of a dart under braking going into fallow. Now through Museum and heading to the finish line as we have Peter Baker in the Ginetta G15. 56.21 for Andy Fagan. Takes him into the lead of 3C. Peter Baker meanwhile in the little G15 with the imp engine. Heads up towards fallow. And Ben Innes comes into view with the Ford Escort down into Triangle. A little bit of a drift into the corner. The tail wagging the dog as he goes. 61, oh sorry, no, that was a split for Peter Baker. And he's over the finish in a 71.78. Ben Innes in the Escort, charging up towards fallow. Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith down into Triangle. Ben Innes sweeps through Museum, heading towards the finish line and stops the clocks at 65.71. We pick up Clive Austin on Cedar Straight. Into fallow, now into Museum, very rapid between the corners, and Clive charging over the finishing line, 50.01. Down into Triangle, Colin Mee in the Austin Healey Mark IV. And Colin been campaigning this car for a good number of years. I think it memory serves me right, he was at Harewood last year running in the historic class. Oh, and Richard Jones comes into view at Fletcher's Dello, drops a wheel on the grass and ends up on the infield, but perfectly all right. And Colin Mee, meanwhile, heading towards the finish. And over the finish in 74.01. So that's going to be a fail for Richard Jones, as he ended up. We're actually going to get a replay on the live feed. So Richard comes into view, drops the right rear onto the grass on the outside and ends up on the infield. So he's retired back to the paddock. We didn't have another car on the hill, so that there'll be no rerun available. But sitting on the start line, we have Dave Newell in this very pretty Austin Mark II A4 Farina. So Dave Newell on the start line. And he's off and running in the little A40. Heading up towards Loggerheads. into Fletcher's Dello, down towards Triangle. Quite softly sprung, that little A40, as he bobbles his way round Triangle into Keepers. And on to Cedar Straight. Heading up towards Fallow. And as he negotiates Fallow, dropping down into Triangle, Nigel White in the Brabham BT21B. We pick him up on the live feed, heading towards Keepers. Dave Newell, meanwhile, processing towards the finish, which he crosses in 79.30. And Nigel White on the hill with the Brabham BT21B. Ford twin cam engine, very pretty Brabham single seater. I think the BT21 was a Formula 3 car, if memory serves me right, and the BT21B was quite often used in Formula Libre. Nigel White through the finish, 73.53, and that concludes our interclub classes, and the Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff will be next. And I have in front of me the running order for the runoff. I'll just go off air for a second. Right, so the running order for the first top 12 will be as follows. First off, car 812, Kelvin Broad. And Kelvin qualified on a 49.17, but it is a dual-driven car, the only one in the runoff, so he will go first and then come back down the hill. Next car on the hill will be number 98, John Stockley. And John qualified on a 49.85. Next, 821, Bernie Kevill. And Bernie qualified on a 49.69. Then 120, Ed Burgess. And Ed qualified on a 49.29. Then we have 111, John Chalmers. And John qualified on a 48.74. Then 85, Tom Morgan in the little 1100 Empire. He qualified on a 48.73. Then it's 101, Alan Warburton. And Alan qualified on a 47.70. Then 87, Tom Weaver. And Tom qualified on a 47.56. Then it's 122, Graham Wynn. And Graham qualified on a 47.42. Then it's 86, Stuart Bickley. Qualified on a 46.80. 4682. 4682. Penultimate runner 107, Jonathan Varley, who qualified on a 46.39, and fastest qualifier, car number 112, Alex Coles, and Alex qualified on a 44.93. So that's our top 12 running order.
Well, Steve, that's looking interesting, isn't it? There's some great runners and riders there. There's some lovely cars in the 1100 class qualifying, which was fantastic to see, and of course the 1300 supercharged car of Alex Coles is potentially leading the way. So if he was to win this runoff, that would be his first runoff win.
Would it?
Yes,
oh, right.
it would.
Excellent.
Yeah. So because this is. Well, he had some problems with the car last year, but they got it all sorted out.
Well, if you look at the qualifying times, he's in line to do it with his crikey 1.3 seconds plus advantage over Jonathan Varley.
Yes, which is no mean achievement, is it? Let's be fair. And Graham Wynn, of course, is no slouch up here. He knows his way up the hill, and I think it's shaping up for a lovely runoff. John Stockley, nice to see him. Nice to see Bernie Kevell and Ed Burgess in there as well.
That's
in the goal.
Yeah.
I think that was Ed's first sub 50-second run.
Was it?
Up here?
Excellent.
So, and I spoke to him in the paddock, and he said he had to have a word with himself. He says it's all about, being brave, which it is. Now it looks like we're starting off, Steve, aren't we?
Yeah, onto the start line, Kelvin Broad in the Force TA, qualified on a 49.17. So the chock is in position. We're just waiting for Kelvin to go through his start line procedure. Revs starting to build, and it's away. 2.05 for the first 64 foot. Into loggerheads. And the split at loggerheads, 12.66, dropping down towards Triangle.
Yes, Calvin Broad from Exeter now. He has a blimmin' spin coming into Triangle, comes out of Triangle onto the grass. He's perfectly okay, the car's perfectly okay, but he was trying hard. No damage done to car or driver, and now he'll be quickly recovered, because he probably won't be able to get off the grass on his own. They don't have a reverse gear, I don't think.
No, they don't.
And he doesn't have four-wheel drive.
I think the only single-seaters here today that have to have a reverse gear are the Formula Ford 1600s.
Oh, right, yes.
And they have to have a reverse gear.
And these bike engine cars, I don't think they have a reverse gear, do they?
Well, they don't, but quite a few of the kit cars, which are road legal, have to have a means of reversing.
Okay.
So quite often there's a little electric motor that will move them backwards.
Yes,
but it only moves them backwards very, very, very slowly.
Now, do you think they're going to literally push him off the grass? They've got our marshals there as well. And
well, I'm not quite sure whether...
An unusual place for parking, isn't it?
Well, I don't... I've seen a lot end up further off the track, down the dip, as it were.
Yeah, sure.
I remember a Westfield that went in there backwards. But
well, look, they've got some big beefy fellas there sorting that out there. Jamie could probably put that out on his own. And anyway, look, he's coming back onto the track. No damage done to the car, and Alex Coles will be very relieved, I can tell you.
Yes, but the tyres are looking rather second-hand. They'll have to be given a good scrub.
A bit of a brush, yeah, that's it. Well, hopefully, as he's running last, so he'll have time to get the wire brush out there and give that a little tickle. And, well, there we go. These things happen. This is a runoff. They're trying hard. The car, of course, if you notice, it's got the Go Faster Dayglow over the wings now, which it didn't have last year.
I spotted that at the last live broadcast. and I did notice one of the commentators, and I can't quite remember which one it was, mentioned it more than once.
It could have been somebody sat near you now.
Yeah, I think it
possibly. But I tell you what, when the first time I saw the car with those stripes on, what's that car there? You know, they hadn't told me. They hadn't given me the SP beforehand. So there we go.
Well, for those of you watching at home and here at the venue, a lot of the times, from a commentary point of view, you don't actually see the number of the car, so you're using visual references like the colour of the crash helmet. But when a car which hasn't had big orange splashes of colour on it pops up, you're wondering what the heck it is.
Well, it's obviously faster with it now.
Well, yes,
because obviously Alex is
must be at least 3 miles an hour quicker.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that's a beautiful little car, isn't it? So
yes,
Jason built that car, and he's in the paddock, and of course that looks like an all-carbon job, doesn't it? That one.
Yeah, I think most of the newer cars are. It's such a superb material because it's lightweight and it's so strong. That a lot of the cars now are built out of carbon fibre.
Those little motorbike engines are so quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whack a supercharger or a turbocharger on them, they turn into absolute little monsters, don't they? Yeah. So, well,
yes, I can remember one of the early motorbike engine cars, the Voigt Rennick Special, and that sounded like a demented wasp as it went up the hill. It was all sort of ying, 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 ying,
wow.
And then rattle, rattle, rattle.
You've seen some brilliant hill climbing in your time on the mic, and of course as a competitor as well.
Well, yeah, and also as a photographer. That's one of the best things about the transition from being a photographer into commentating.
Yeah,
is you have that visual aptitude to spot the cars at a distance. So we're back underway. Onto the start line, John Stockley with the Force PC, qualified on a 49.85. So John waiting for the green light, and revs drop, and away he goes. 2.02 for the launch. Heading up towards Hall, through Hall, into Loggerheads. Down into Triangle.
Yeah, well, of course, currently, he has a slide out of Triangle, so he's giving it a go. Again, one of these bike engine, booster engine cars, comes from Cardiff, and this car, beautifully turned out car, isn't he? At the moment, he's into runoff territory, which is a new thing for John, really. He's not often in a runoff, so great to see him. He'll be thoroughly enjoying it. He heads up towards Museum. He's heading up towards the finish right now. He's going to turn around here, goes round Museum, blast to the finish. What can he do? He's going to do a time of 49.09. That is our marker, but we've got plenty to come, haven't we, Steve?
We certainly do. Yeah, we're getting a few odd splits coming up on the online feed, but we're able to get most of the ones down to keepers, or up to keepers, should I say. On to the start line, Bernie Kevell in the OMS 28, qualified on a 49.69. This runs the 2.8 litre TKD SV8 based on 2 Hayabusa engines. So Bernie, revs rise, and away we go. 2.14 for the launch, that's the slowest so far. Into Loggerheads. And 12.66, exactly the same as Kelvin Broad posted. Down into keepers and Triangle.
Lovely little OMS, actually, Steve Owen, and built up in York, and there's loads of OMSs on the hill. Trevor Willis has won the championship 3 times in a very similar car to this. Anyway, he's on the Cedar Straight now. He shares the car with Simon Andrews normally. He's doing 104 miles an hour over the speed trap there, heading up towards Museum. He's going to turn right now. Here he goes, going to get it around safely. A bit of a twitch. Blasts the power of that engine up to the finish, and he does a 49.07. That takes him top of the charts so far.
Yes, by 200ths of a second. On the start line, Ed Burgess with the Gould GR55B. This is the one with the KF V6 Cosworth engine. He's away already. 2.17 for the launch, slowest. Now heading up through Hall, off towards Loggerheads. 12.72 at Loggerheads. Dropping down into Triangle.
Come on, Ed, then. Okay, so he's getting some confidence in this car now. This is going to be a fearsome car to drive. Loads of power. Beautiful gold chassis on this car in that sinister black colour. He's on that straight now. Come on, Ed. See if you can match your Bugatti speeds. Come on, he's going to do. He's going to be 102 mile an hour through the speed trap. Very neatly into fallow there. Okay, his lines are looking immaculate so far. Turns it right into Museum. That long right-hander. Now puts the power down of that engine. Can he do under 50 seconds? 49.37 is third so far.
Yeah, and that means that John Stockley is bound to get at least 1 point in the runoff. On the start line, John Chalmers in the round. John qualified on a 48.74. He's away. 2.06 for the launch. Third fastest so far. Heading towards Loggerheads. Now down into Triangle.
John Chalmers used to work with Roy Lane. He was Roy Lane was, of course, a HillClimb champion back in the day, and he's married into the Lane family. And at the moment, he's showing green sector, so he's absolutely flying up the hill. The power of that engine is tremendous. He's going through the speed trap at 96 miles an hour. Brakes hard into fallow there. At the moment, he's looking good lines into. Going into that long right-hander into Museum. Can he break 49.07? And he's going to do a time of 48.90. Takes him top of the pops. First in the runoff to date.
Fractionally slower than he qualified. Tom Morgan on the start line with the Empire. Tom qualified on a 48.73 in this little 1100. And he's away very quickly. 2.11 for the launch. That's fourth quickest. Heading towards Loggerheads. Now into Triangle.
Yeah, come on, young Tom. Spectacular little car. See the fluorescent helmet there, you can't miss him. He's having a go at the moment. He's showing green sectors at the moment. Now, him to get into the runoff is fantastic. For him to even win a runoff, well, that's a big ask. But what can he do? He's at 104 mile an hour through the speed trap. Beautiful line at the moment. He's nothing. He's not locking the tyres up or the wheels. Looking absolutely fantastic. Round Museum now. Heads towards the finish. What can he do? He's fractionally down at the moment, and he does a 48.91 for second so far. Good run. 1/100th
away from John Chalmers this time. It's very, very close at the top. Now heading towards the start line should be Alan Warburton, and it is Alan Warburton, car 101, qualified on a 47.7 in the Gould GR59. So revs start to rise and he's away. 2.08 for the launch, fourth quickest. Alan into his stride, heading towards Loggerheads. And now dropping down into Triangle.
Yeah, very experienced competitor in this gorgeous little Gould GR59. This one runs a motorbike engine, a Busa, but it's running on methanol as well. Shares this car with his son David in the British HillClimb Championship, and David has had this car into about 4th or 5th place in runoffs. So anyway, what can he do in this? He's looking good at the moment. Very experienced. His lines are excellent. The screen just froze temporarily on us, and he's already round Museum now. Now put the power down of that engine. He's got to beat that 48-second mark, and he does a 47.50, leading the runoff.
And also 2/10 quicker than he qualified. And I think only John Stockley and Bernie Kevell before had been quicker than they qualified. Onto the start line, Tom Weaver qualified on a 47.56 in the Empire Evo 2. Time to beat to go into the lead, 47.5. So Tom going through the start line procedure. Revs rise and away he goes. 2.13 for the launch. Not the quickest by quite a bit. So can he pull that back? Heading towards Triangle. Comes into view. Dropping down into the corner.
Now he's looking good actually, but it's a bit raggedy round Triangle there. Squeals of the tyres going up towards keepers, but he will be trying. Our young driver from Ludlow, part of the Weaver dynasty of driving school. Anyway, here he goes up the Cedar Straight now. He's going to be 100 plus, I think, 109 through the speed trap. Oh, that's a good bit of braking into there. No lockups, that's neat. We want to be good. That's fast. Round Museum now, towards the finish. Little slide over Museum. Come on, Tom, what can you do? 47.88, second.
Yeah, he started to drop behind actually at keepers. Was when he started to lose on Alan Warburton, but up to keepers he was quickest. So can Graham Wynn, who should be next to the line, better? 47.5 set by Alan Warburton, that's the target. Graham qualified on a 47.42. We're just waiting for the Gould GR59B to come to the line. So Graham up to the line. Start line marshals in precise position. Now it's up to Graham to go through his start procedure. Visor down. Revs rising. And away we go. 1.95 for the launch, quickest by far. Heading through. Into loggerheads, pops into view at Triangle, down into Triangle corner.
Well, here he is, the wily old fox, very rapid indeed. Grandfather Graham in the big Gould. Can he win a runoff? He will certainly be trying hard. At the moment, he's looking good. The power of this big engine now on the Cedar Straight. What's he going to do through the speed trap? He does 106 mile an hour through the speed trap. Brakes hard now into Fallow. So far, so good. He's once he gets this car round Museum, he will blast this to the finish because it's got so much power. He's going to have to beat a 47.50. He does a 46.52 into first place.
That's 9/10 quicker than he qualified, and that will be quite a good time. Stuart Bickley, who's next up, did a 46.82 to qualify. So he's got his work cut out to beat Graham Wynn. So what can Stuart Bickley do? We can hear the motorbike engine revving up. Here comes Stuart to the line in the Force TA, qualified on a 46.82. Revs building up, quite smoky on the line. And away we go. 1.97 for the launch, fractionally slower than Graham Wynn. Already through Hall and loggerheads, dropping down into Triangle Bend.
Fantastically quick young driver in the Bickley Motorsport Force, fluorescent yellow. He was so quick last week at Shelsley in the wet as well. He's demon quick, but here he is in the dry, competing with these great big 4-litre judge cars. Can he beat Graham Wynn? At the moment, he's a fraction up. Will the power of the big Gould deter him? But anyway, he's tried everything he knows, so close to the grass, going into Museum now. At the moment, he's just a fraction down. I don't think he'd be able to make that up against that big, powerful Gould. He can't. It's a 47.22, but it does take him second. Brilliant effort.
Yeah, super effort. He was behind all the way through the early part of the run, but at keepers he was actually 2/10 up on Graham Wynn, and then on the straight that's when the power told and he dropped back. But a great run from Stewart. Next to the start line should be Jonathan Varley in the Predator. Here he is onto the line, qualified on a 46.39, so he needs to repeat that to go into the lead ahead of Graham Wynn. So Jonathan on the line, revs rising, and away we go. 2.03 for the launch, not as quick as Graham Wynn. He's through Hall, into and out of loggerheads, into Fletcher's Dello, and dropping down to Triangle.
Come on then, Jonathan, our reigning Midland Hillclimb champion in the Predator. He's got only Alex Coles to go. Who's going to win this run-up? Is it going to be Graham Wynn? At the moment, it's neck and neck at the moment. It's only 0.05 in it as he's on the Cedar Straight now. What's he going to do? 123 mile an hour going into fallow there. Brakes hard, gets it round there. This is a brilliant run. He is just a fraction up. He's just got to get around Museum. Go on, yes, you're doing good. Come on, up to the finish, set that time. He's going to do it, a 46.13. First place so far.
Super run indeed.
Fantastic run, wasn't it?
He was ahead at Triangle, but dropped back at keepers behind Stuart Bickley's time, but picked it all up on the straight. So again, power tells. Final runner, Alex Coles, qualified on a 44.93. So all he needs to do is do a 45, and he's won the runoff. So Alex Coles sitting on the start line with the Force TA. Revs starting to build, and away we go. 1.99 for the launch, third quickest. Into Hall already, very neat and tidy through there. Through loggerheads and heading down towards Triangle.
Absolutely flying now. What can Alex Coles? Can he win his first ever runoff in the Midland Hillclimb Championship? At the moment, he's looking good. He's got a green sector going, which means it's going. He is flying up there, sparking off the car at the back there into go past the speed trap now. 123 miles an hour. Gets it around followed. Fantastic. Into Museum. Next one twitches it all my days. He gets it going. Come on, Alex, get it over that line now. Win this runoff. He does a 45.20. First place. Fantastic.
Excellent run there from Alex Coles.
Congratulations to Alex Coles. First ever runoff win.
Yes,
I don't think it'd be the last, do you?
I doubt it very much. In fact, I would say he's got a chance at certain venues in this car, in the British Hillclimb Championship as well.
He's been going brilliantly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he'll be so pleased. The drivers are going over to congratulate him now. This is the sportsmanship of hill climbing. Fantastic to see. So we will be breaking for lunch now. Give them all a clap when they come back down, folks. We'll find out for you how long we've got for lunch. I should be having a stroll around with the camera into the paddock doing a few chats. We'll have a chat with them, no doubt. Steve will probably start things off after lunch, no doubt, and we'll go through the card again after lunch, won't we, Steve?
Absolutely.
And then we'll have a final run-off to finish the day.
Yes, and if it's half as good as that one, it'll do for me.
That'll do for me too. Brilliant stuff. Okay, well, give them a good clap when they come down, folks. Well, they've earned it, haven't they? That was a great run-off. It was nip and tuck, but finally the quickest man in practice does the business and wins the first runoff.
Absolutely. And as I said before, all he had to do was a 45 and he delivered. Right, ladies and gentlemen, going to restart at 2 o'clock, so I'll be back on air just before then.
Fantastic. Excellent run there from Alex Cole. Congratulations to Alex Cole. First ever run.
switch.
Exciting in itself. In that little 1300 car, I can see him down there with his family, and no doubt they will be super proud, and rightly so. And of course Ian Dayson is there, the builder of the car as well, at the back there in the green t-shirt there, and we're going to go and grab a few words with them and see what we can do. My goodness, there's some congratulations going on in here. Alex Coles, look at you, boy. Hey?
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. What do you think of that? You're over the moon or what?
Yeah, it's a good feeling. Hopefully same again later on.
Well, you're going to try and win 2 in a day. Here we have the Little Force, which you've been absolutely fantastically quick in all year, sharing a car with Kelvin, who also was in the runoff as well. Yeah. And so when you're waiting on that start line, you were the fastest qualifier, you were the fastest in practice yesterday, and today you were sat there thinking, I could win my first ever runoff. How's the feel? Tell me about your thoughts on the line.
Well, there's a lot of pressure, obviously. You know, practice, you just got to survive, and it all matters when you're on the line there. So, just very happy to get the win.
Was there any moments where obviously watching it, and it looked twitchy at times, a little bit twitchy coming out of fallow there?
Yeah. I think museum. We went a bit deep into museum, but as I said, managed to collect it and it was all right, luckily.
So this is exciting stuff. So you've managed in the runoffs in the main HillClimb Championship. Your best is a 4th or a 5th, isn't it?
I got very lucky here in the rain last year, the last meeting, and I finished 4th in the British. But yeah, that was more down to the weather.
Well, you say that, but we've been watching your progress. You've been making fantastic strides, haven't you? And since you've got into this car, really, things have really improved. Obviously, you had the OMS with Father Neil, who's with you today, isn't he?
Yes, he is over there. But no, jumping up to this, the Force, I have no complaints about the car. It works very well. The whole package, obviously very drivable, as I've just shown. So very happy with the car. Ian
Dason's here as well. Neil, could we have a quick word with you, sir? This is Dad. This is Neil. Yeah, fantastic. You've got to be a proud man.
I am, yes, very much so.
Hey, you worked together, both of you, on this, haven't you? And look, you see, Father is having a year out, and we spoke about this earlier. Your lad's too quick, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He must take after his mum, because I can't drive like that.
Isn't that amazing, folks? I mean, I was genuinely emotional myself when you went over the line. You know, it's just a wonderful feeling to see the progress and, the hard work and effort. I remember when you were struggling a bit last year with the car and you had engine issues and this and that and the other. And I remember after Harewood, you said it's going to have to go back to
Rob, Mistral. Yeah.
Robert Mistral.
Yeah.
And since then...
Yeah, it's been all right. It's been okay. Yeah. We're doing all right. I just hope it stays together. We can keep it together for the rest of the season.
Well, I hope so. So you're going to have yourself a bit of a breather, and then you've got to have another go at qualifying this afternoon, and then we'll see what happens, and hopefully get in the runoff and see if you can get a double for the day. Yeah. That would be a brilliant weekend, wouldn't it? Eh? Yeah. Well, look, well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well done to you, Neil.
Lovely.
Supporting him, and fantastic. We're gonna wander on now, and well done. And young Kelvin there. Kelvin, how are you, mate? Hey, we haven't forgotten. Don't think you'll get away that lightly, eh? Well, no, look, Kelvin shares this car. Kelvin Broad, he's from Exeter.
Yeah.
You've had this car a while, haven't you?
2018, I got it.
Yeah. So, and since you've been sharing with Alex, I think you've been going quicker too, haven't you?
Well, I might have started going quicker, but I'm going slower now. I'm not sure why.
Well, either way, you've got a great package here, haven't you? You've got it, and a great combination. It's lovely to see it working so well.
Well, I like to see Alex doing well. That's the main thing for me now.
Yeah.
Although having said that, I spun on my run, which...
Well, I was commentating, so I saw you into triangle, but you pirouetted very nicely. No
damaged the car.
That's what I said at the time. I said, Alex would be relieved. But anyway, well done, Kelvin, and great combination. We're gonna wander on now and see who else we can find. Thanks very much indeed. Okay,
So who have we got? Young Graham Wynn. He's over there. We're going to grab people we can see. So we're going to try young Graham and see what we can do. It's always exciting. And sometimes in the paddock, people are chilling out. They've just, in fact, he's in there with Scotty Moran. He's watching the playback there on the screen there. So we'll see if we can grab a word. Hello, guys. Are you watching the playback, are you? Oh, some old bloke chopsing away in the commentary box. Well, who we got here? We got Graham Wynn, right, and we got Scotty Moran. So Scotty Moran, 6 times champion. He's helping Graham now. He's having a season out as who. See what happens there. Obviously having a breather, but he's still involved with the hill climbing. But they're just watching on the laptop there. This has all been live streamed by Rich. And on the right, of course, is Graham Wynn, OBE, of course. And he does share that unique distinction of his wife Jenny has an OBE too. So there's not many 2 OBEs. A brace in the family. I think that's pretty impressive. Graham, well done, mate. Still shining, mate.
Well, I think that that's probably where I should have been starting today, given the capability of the car. But no, I mean, you've got to pull it all together, and we're just looking at the data, and I mean, there's more to come. It's just stringing all the good bits together to make a good run. So I'm pleased I'm in the mid 46s, sorry. But 45s will be my target this afternoon.
So you're going to do it all again this afternoon. So when you're sort of sat, you've done this many times and obviously won an awful lot of things, but when you're sat on that line in a runoff, tell me what your thoughts are.
Fear.
Fear.
I think it's a healthy respect of what's going to happen, because these cars these days, they're so fast, and it's just keeping up with everything, and I mean, it's one hell of a buzz. You know, there's nothing quite like driving one of these cars with the acceleration that they've got and the amount of grip that they've got, the aero that they generate, and the way that they can stop. I just wish I was brave enough to be able to utilise all of that properly, particularly the stopping. You're arriving at a corner so fast that the temptation in terms of preservation is to lift. And then the moment you lift, you think, oh, I could have held on to it a bit longer. Why have I done that? And it's just self-preservation, really.
Yeah, it is. But having said that, these are expensive bits of kit. This is the car you bought for yourself for your retirement. You know, we don't want to be here, tuck it into the boondocks, which is, never desirable. You'll be here again this afternoon for another go and trying to do it all again. But were you pleased for young Alex?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's his first runoff victory, and delighted for him. I mean, he's just come on leaps and bounds this last 2 seasons, and especially this year. So he's very capable, and watching him at the top of the hill, it wasn't straightforward for him going into museum. The back was trying to overtake the front, but he held it well, and he did the job and got it over the line. So to finish first you've got to finish.
And that is so valuable. And what I felt when I saw him win, and then you were all out of your cars, you all went to congratulate him, which is the spirit of hill climbing, which I think is fantastic. This is no bitchiness here. This is everyone wants to do well, but may the best man win on the day. And on this occasion, young Alex took his first runoff win, which we're all pleased about. So, but good luck this afternoon. And of course, you've got somebody here that's won a few times in the past. Scott Moran has won 6 times, Scott. So you've got a good man in your corner here, Graham, haven't you, eh?
Yeah. Hundreds of wins.
6 championships. That is incredible, isn't it? But now you're currently retired. You're enjoying life in the paddock.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm still involved, and I'm sure you know Ollie, my son. He was 15 last week, and he's helped. He's not here this weekend, but he quite often helps Rich in the live stream. But he's desperate to get behind the wheel, so I thought I need to take a bit of a back seat for a year or two and just look to the future, really.
You took him to Kerbera, didn't you, recently? He had a little play there, didn't he? What car was he driving there?
We got a little Skoda Fabia, little 400 quid off eBay sort of job, and it was did a couple of auto solos. And then we did a day with their sprint school. They ran a day for the youngsters, sort of 14, 16-year-olds, to get them involved. And it's fantastic. It was 10 youngsters and all different sorts of cars, but all your basic 100 horsepower sort of, shopping cars, and it's great to get them, and like the auto solos he did. Like he couldn't drive, he's driven on the sim and that sort of stuff. But I took him up and just gave him a bit of a, this is a bit of clutch control and all that sort of stuff. And he soon got the grips with it. And then we did a day that was a couple of days after Christmas, and then we went back in February, and he was loads better. And it's time in the car. But I think the youngsters, obviously they're the future, and you see, Alex is he, he's 18 or whatever, and it's
20 now.
It's 20.
He's not a teenager anymore.
Oh, he's past it.
An old man.
Yeah. So, but you've got to get the youngsters into it, and things like the auto solos. Like I've got a 400 quid Skoda. Auto solo is a 40 quid, and you've got you might have to join the club at Chenston or wherever, and it's really cheap to get involved, and that's sort of a starting point, and then you can come into the hills, and I think that's where we're sort of heading. Do a few. I think you've got to do 3 sprints, get signatures there, and then you can do some of the hills, the club events, and so we're just sort of looking at.
How old they got to be to start on the hills?
I think 14. Certain as long as they've got the right permits. I think 14, but that's after they've got the signature of the sprints. So it's something that he knows all about it. He's been looking at the regs, and oh yeah, Dad, I can do this. And I think we've got to put a harness in the car and that sort of stuff. But it's nothing too drastic. But it'll probably cost us more to modify than the car cost, I expect. But it's a way in, and hopefully a few years down the line he'll be getting into something a bit quicker, and an MX-5 or an Elise or something, or I'd like maybe go back to my Caterham days and have a go at that again. So it's. Just
so you might get your Caterham out. Have you still got the car?
No, I'd like it back, but no, I haven't got the car. No, but no, I think that's like you look. We were talking about it earlier. There was myself and Will Hall, Dave Uren, Trevor Wallace. We all started in Caterhams, Westfields, that sort of stuff. And I think
Graham drove one, didn't he? I think did Graham drive one.
No,
he's
not brave enough.
Oh, okay, right.
So.
Oh wow.
So. And I think that's a really good basis to get. You can learn the hills, learn some really good car control, and I think it's a really good fun way. And they're all, say the Caterhams and Westfields, that sort of stuff. They're all quite equal, so you can have a really good bit of banter. And there's a lot of the guys who are still running that class. They were in it when myself and Will were together, and Trev, and so it's a really good fun, fun stuff. So.
Well, thank you, Scott. Lovely to see you both, and good luck this afternoon. We'll wander on. Bernie, how are you, sir?
Very well.
Did you enjoy that bit of a play in the runoff?
Yes.
It's good, isn't it? Where's your Oppo Simon today?
Oh no, he's here. He's here. Yeah. Just over there.
Was he driving earlier?
Yeah. He just missed out. Just missed out on getting into the runoff.
Yeah,
so
I thought it was close.
Yeah, we're always pretty close. Quite often he's ahead of me, so it was nice to have one this today.
That's what I thought. I mean, it's always nip and tuck between you two, isn't it, really? And so in a runoff situation, as opposed to qualifying or any of that stuff, so when you're on the line, tell me about what you're feeling. Are you nervous? How's it feel?
I'd say it's all personal, isn't it? And for me, it's the anticipation, it's the waiting around. But when you go to the line and the light goes green, you just get on with it, really. You've got no choice. You're not going back, so that's it.
So I've spoke to Sean Gould about this before now, when he set hill records and the like, and I said, when you set these hill records, how's it different to, say, a normal run? And he said you're sort of almost getting a bit of a zone. Can you feel like that?
I'm an amateur driver, but you do get into that. I felt very calm through the run, and it is something that's very satisfying. It's one of the reasons we do it. I don't think you need to be in a runoff to get that feeling. Everybody here is playing to get personal bests and just enjoying that purity of driving, up a hill. And it's an opportunity. For Simon and I now, we've been doing this. We've been sharing a car for 20 years. This will be our 20th year, and at our age, we're both, late 60s, whatever. To be driving a beast like this is it's a privilege, and it gets the adrenaline going.
I think so. Yeah, I know, and I can't imagine what it's like to drive a beast like this. I've only had road cars and whatever. So these are single seater projectiles, aren't they? You know, sort of when you put that right foot down and you're going up that cedar straight, things are happening quick.
Yeah, they're happening very quick. And I mean, Scott has said to us before, you know, it's when you feel you're in front of the car and the car's not driving you, then that tends to be when you get the better times and you start settling into it. And the sport's difficult because it's not like circuit where you can just go round and round and round and build up that confidence. You know, every time it's ludicrous in terms of when you think of how much seat time we have in a weekend, and it's the intensity of that. You know, come Monday, mentally I'm exhausted, you know, really am. So, well, my wife tells me I am anyway.
That's really interesting, because Trevor Willis told me exactly the same when I was interviewing. I said, how long is it before that adrenaline dumps on you and suddenly you think, oh.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. You know, I'm probably good for cleaning tyres on a Monday, and that's about it. I mean, lucky, I'm retired, so, you know, it helps. And that's it.
We all come out to play at weekends, don't we? So, Bernie, thanks very much, mate, and taking the time to chat to us. And good luck this afternoon to you and Simon, and see how you get on, eh? Okie dokies. Well, we're just going to have a look. I think Ed Burgess is not here at the moment. There's Simon Jenks there. Hiya, Simon. How are you today? How's it going, buddy? Are you having a bit more luck today? I think you're getting there, aren't you? Simon Jenks in this lovely new Force with this 2.5 litre V6. Previously used to drive a Caterham, so you've gone back into you've gone into single seaters. This is kind of a new thing for you, isn't it?
You can say that again. Yeah, it's quite a step up after the Caterham, and I think after going up and down these hills for 15 years in a Caterham, it need to reset my mind really. The car's got a lot more capability than I have to drive it at the minute, but.
You are a very capable driver, I know that, but it is a projectile, isn't it? This is a seriously beautiful car, all carbon, lovely sounding engine. It goes like stink, doesn't it? Lovely wheels. I just think the car looks great, and your confidence is growing, because you've had a few gremlins to deal with, haven't you?
There have been a few teething troubles, but nothing unexpected really, because the car is basically one of a kind from the back of the tub backwards. So the engine hasn't been in a Force TA before. I don't think the engine's been run on methanol before either. So wasn't expecting it to work straight out of the box. You know, it's all part of the development really, is, you know, getting it to work reliably and then learning to drive it without putting it off into the grass too often. That's the plan.
You're going to be all right. You're fine. He's a great driver. You'll get the hang of this thing for sure. The confidence will naturally grow. The car looks great, and you're going quicker and quicker. So keep it up, and we'll catch you soon. Okay, thanks again. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to try my luck. Young Jonathan Varley's over here, and he's cleaning his tyres. This is something they do. They're actually, what they're doing, they're using a heat gun on this. And the idea of the heat gun is this: what they're actually taking off is not the actual tyre. This is the rubber they've picked up off the tyre during the run that's left on the track. So as you can see, he's working hard here, and he's making this tyre all beautiful for this afternoon. Jonathan, how are you, buddy? I know you're deeply involved doing your tyres there. Don't break that, that's it. So we're just explaining about what you're up to, just getting the rubber off that's deposited itself on there. As you can see here, folks, it's all quite obvious here, and there's, you know, it's all ripply there, and it feels really hard there. But when he's cleaned it, you can feel it's so different. It's like softer altogether. But this is all hard and grippy. So you're basically cleaning it up. You had a good run off.
Yeah, I think that was as much as the tyres would give me, to be honest. They're my oldest set, and yeah, they're starting to struggle. But I don't think there's much left in them. But I'm trying to keep tyres for the British round next weekend.
Oh, how interesting. I hadn't really considered that. Yes, because tyres is a bit more of an issue at the moment. And we're still waiting for these new tyres from, well, not Avon, the Nova tyres, isn't it? And there's talk that might be around in July, possibly, but who knows? Have you heard any?
Well, I think it's going to be August Shelsley. I think they're hoping to bring some. So fingers crossed that they've got some tyres, because, yeah, it's getting desperate now.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because your next British round is due next weekend, isn't it? So are you travelling up there?
Yeah, we're going to travel up there. I like Doon, love it, favourite hill.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's Monaco of hill climbing. definitely.
It's an amazing place if you've not been, folks. It's and that section as you leave the line, you got through the tins, as I would call it. That looks pretty scary to me.
Yeah, it's got a nice flow to it. So even though it's really scary, everything's blind. You're inside, so the Armco and the wall are above you, right at the edge of the track, and you're still doing 120 plus mile an hour through it all.
Wow.
So.
Wow, because Jonathan Varley, of course, is our reigning Midland Hillclimb champion, twice times over now. So battling hard to retain your title.
Yeah, I don't think I'll keep it this year. I reckon Richard Snow's going to get that.
Do you in
yeah.
the Porsche, yeah?
He was under the record today as well, wasn't he?
Was, yeah, he did.
So I think that's 3 or 4 he's had this year.
Yeah, that car's really quick. It's a new car, isn't it, from this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a new car to him this year, I think.
Yeah, it's got all the right toys on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely car, though, isn't it?
It is a lovely car. In that, we don't forget a chance to see the Porsche boys up there. Sometimes the Porsche boys will be drinking their champagne up there, but anyway, we might have a wander up and.
I reckon you should go and interview.
I think we should give them. We should give them a word actually, and go and see the Porsche Brigade. And of course, they've got that interloper of that little Mazda. The little John is very quick, isn't he, Dr. John? Thank you, Jonathan. That's very kind of you. Okay, right. We're just going to wander up the hill here, as you can see. Obviously, we've got all our single seaters here as well. And you can see them all lining up, and unusually actually a lot of the drivers are still sort of hanging around this area here. They haven't all disappeared. So but I think it might be quite interesting to have a chat to some of the Porsche boys, because they're always entertaining actually. So we're going to wander up the hill here now, and if Richard Snow's there, and I think he is, they've made serious investment into these cars. As you can see, we've got the 4-wheel drive category here. There's one of the Porsches there, but Porsches lined up along there. These are all these very rapid little Yaris's, these little 3-cylinder turbocharged pocket rockets with 4-wheel drive. Very desirable little cars. We've got the homage to the Brawn racing car here. Very nice indeed. This must be Jensen Button's runabout, I fancy. And we're just going to wander up and see if we can chat to some of our Porsche owners. Here's young Stephen Moore. He hates being interviewed on camera. How are you, Stephen?
Very well.
All right, nice to see you. I see you were quickest in your class.
I was quickest in my class, but I've been a lot quicker. I'm not very used to the car at the moment.
This is your production one, isn't it?
So that's my production one. I drove it at Harewood, which was okay, but the problem is jumping from sequential to a stick shift, I literally forget to push the clutch down. So it's quite difficult, but I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It's good fun. It's good to be in a class with others. Otherwise, I would have been on my own.
Yes, I think that's a valid point, because you've got 3 Evos, but you've got the really, really quick sort of mod sports, prod sports car, but this one is the production one. But this one, I think you told me that all your cars had over 600 brake, is that right?
Yeah, this one's about 620 now with the regulation changes with the fuel. So we were allowed to use 102. We've now had it put back to 100 octane, so the car's producing 40 horsepower less. And of course the driver's not getting any younger, and potentially there's a lot more in the car, as is there in my mod prod car. But
you always tell me that. You're very modest. Just for those that don't know Stephen, he's a very successful farmer, an arable farmer from near Shrewsbury, and we always have a little chat about the farming, don't we? So at the moment you must be quite happy with the weather. It must be good for farming.
Complete opposite from last spring, where we were struggling to get the crops in. This year was we finished planting a month earlier than last year. We've had a very serious deficit with water. We've had probably a couple of inches of rain in 3.5 months. The crops actually look very well, and we just hope it's going to stay reasonably settled for harvest, which is not that far away, about a month.
Well, listen, lovely to talk to you, Stephen. Don't often get a chance to have a chat. Lovely to see you again. And really good luck this afternoon. Not that you need it, you're a star. So you'll be fine. All right, we're just going to chat to the Champagne boys now, the Porsche boys, hey? Goodness me, where's Richard York? Where's young Richard? Hello, young man.
Hello, friend.
Yeah, I know. I had a special shave because I knew I'd be doing this morning.
Very good.
All right, but this is Richard Snow. Where's my man? Where's my man? Here he is. Look, there he is, Richard Snow. You've got bought yourself a nice plaything here, haven't you? What's this car?
I have. Well, the one behind me, it's a Porsche Cayman. It's a GT4 RS. Their RS stands for Rennsport version.
Does it? I didn't know that. Yeah. Rennsport. Oh, I thought it might
Means circuit racing, circuit sport.
Okay.
It's a track day version, really, for people who want to buy a Porsche, drive to and from a track, and have a great time at a track.
I mean, this is pretty top of the tree sort of Porsche, really, isn't it? GT4 RS. That itself tells me it's pretty good. I love. I mean, this is inside.
I mean,
oh, what a piece of kit, isn't it? I mean,
the kind of thing a 58-year-old man with a stomach of a certain side would be expected to drive, right?
Oh, you've got a few pounds. We've all got a few pounds, but you've got a bit of horsepower in there, haven't you?
Yes,
and a bit of talent. I'll give you
well,
that.
Maybe it's got 500 horsepower. My old one had 410,
yeah.
And it makes a real difference. Yeah.
And the thing is that you broke your own. You broke class.
My own record by 0.6 of a second. I'm quicker now than the four-wheel drive production record in this car. Wow. It is awesome. It's all about the car. I kind of point it and ask it where to go, and it's currently following me.
I think it's absolutely great. And just looking at that, looking at those discs on the back there, they're
Yeah.
serious bits. Are they ventilated four-pot?
No, they are steel discs.
Steel discs?
Yeah, these are steels with Carbotech brake pads. With Carbotech's a specialist, supply a lot of the hill climb community because your brake pads have to work when they're cold. And standard OEM discs and the ceramic discs, which probably a load of people have here that are super light, they don't work immediately. And when you come into Hall here at 60, 70 miles an hour, you just want the brakes to work. So Carbotech, thank you very much. Advert for Carbotech. But yeah, it's a great thing. Semi-automatic gearbox, unlike Roberts, you spoke to the other day. I think he'll be on one of your videos.
Yep.
I used to drive a manual gearbox, GT4, much less power, very similar suspension, manual, delightful car. But I mean, this is, second a bit quicker. I'm very lucky.
Well, I think it's great to see. And what I think is amazing is you guys bring these cars, you drive yours here, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so
camping up the hill.
Camping up the hill.
They have no shower facilities at Loton Park. Message to Loton Park. Everywhere else you can get a shower and a shave and be happy. But no, camp up the hill with a couple of friends.
You're going the rugged look today, aren't you? Yeah. But you're doing all right. Listen, you're here to race. You're here to race.
I love this circuit. It is the best hill climb I do. Now, I haven't been to Harewood yet, so to the people from Yorkshire, I do maybe need to go to the best.
Are you coming to see us at Harewood? Because I go there.
It's for the British HillClimb Championship round there. It's my first trip to Harewood, but here is probably the most technical, flowing, complex place. It's excellent.
Of course, here you've got trees. You've got a lot of trees, actually. You've got deers, hares, rabbits.
Yes, exactly. But you've also got the view. If you camp at the top of the hill, the Shrewsbury Plain is beautiful.
Wow. It is actually. It is a beautiful place. And this paddock's lovely, isn't it? Because you just look around the paddock, it's all grass and, the single-seaters down the bottom there. But all you guys are all sort of having a little play together. That's marvellous. And, well done to you, Richard.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go.
Thank you for doorstepping me.
Ah, well, there you go. You go and you'll break another record this afternoon, eh? Well, we're with the Champagne boys here now, the Porsche boys. Here they are. They always say they're very poor and all that, but there you go. This is Robert Lancaster Gay. And how did you get on this morning, young sir?
I'm okay, thank you. Yes, had a lot of fun.
Yes, I think you did. I think you boys really entertain us.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and ending up at the top of the hill, obviously the objective.
It's actually all that matters. It's all that matters. Actually, getting to the top is a good thing.
And driving the car home.
And driving the car home, which we both have to do, of course. Well, we all have to do.
Well, yes. You built cars a little bit more valuable than the one I brought today. And I know you told me yesterday, this is the one. I got to tell you, folks, this is the one that Robert Lancaster Gay, he went into the Porsche dealership down his local way, and he went in for a cup of coffee. And he ended up buying one of these because a smooth salesman said, Robert, I've got something you might like.
And I believe everybody all the time, you see. And he said, this is perfect. And I thought, well, he's a car salesman. He isn't lying. It must be perfect. So I said, okay, forget the coffee. I'll have the car. And he did. It's marvellous.
I love it. Have you still got your old one?
No.
Part of the deal?
Went part of the deal. Yes, people actually think that if you've got a Porsche, then you must be fabulously rich. But the truth is, if you've got a Porsche, you actually have no money left, and that is the truth. But you've got the car, and that is actually all that matters.
It's a valid point, because I'd imagine having one of these services isn't the cheapest thing in the world. Porsche dealerships, what do they charge? 200 quid an hour?
Yes, they start at about 200, yeah.
They start at 200.
But the good thing is every 24,000 miles is when you have it serviced. And so that makes up for a lot. So it's every 2 years before you need a service. Don't need plugs, don't need oil, but we change the oil every year. But that's 24,000 miles between services. So that actually is not too bad.
Sounds like a bargain to me.
Yeah, and you can use it any day of the week, not just on.
You can, but I know Robert doesn't take his to the supermarket. He takes his golf, and he's very sensible. So what do you have when you're not driving your Porsche? You don't take yours to the supermarket?
No, I take a Range Rover to the supermarket.
Correct. That's what I thought you'd like to say. And that's right. You know, I'm the same. Look, I don't have a Porsche, but I take an old banger to the supermarket, because I watched somebody get crunched the other day, and there was all people were watching around, and they jumped on the guy, you know, because he literally was trying to drive off, you know. Yeah, it's really disappointing, isn't it? But and you know yourself, dents, you don't want dents in your car, do you?
Preferably not.
No, definitely not. Even Porsche owners do not want dents. In fact, I bet you get just as psycho as I would. Especially not.
You're speaking to somebody who has had a dent removed recently.
Oh, at the side of my head.
Oh, okay. Well, that's certainly different. Yes. Well, we hope you're on the mend from that.
Yes.
And
as much as I'm likely to be.
Well, fantastic. Well, thanks, guys. We're gonna wander on now, but keep us entertained this afternoon. Give it a go. You always do, don't you? And watch that pesky Mazda as well. He's trouble, isn't he?
The pesky Mazda is trouble, because this is the most spectacularly clever car of the lot, of all of them. If you think about it, it's a Mazda, and you can pick up a Mazda very, very, very cheaply. You can do a lot of work on it for the price of a couple of wheels on a Porsche, but you need to know how to drive it. So that is one very, very well sorted Mazda. Everything from the engine to the turbo, the suspension, it's beautifully, beautifully done. But the guy who drives it knows how to drive it. So if you watch the screens this afternoon and just watch how loose this car is, it is never heading in a straight line. It is always just loose, front, back, whatever. And John is a stunning driver, and it is very, very clever. And the only car beating him is, of course, a Cayman GT4 RS, which is over here. And that's a record breaker there in that car, which is a stunning car in itself. But for value for money, bangs for your buck, that car is the car in this whole paddock. It's outrageous. Really, really, genuinely good.
John Maycock, yes, Dr. John, yes, that is outrageous. And of course, he, like yourself, has driven the car here from, is it Hampshire way? He's lived down that way. And and you look at that car and you think, well, it's just another Mazda MX-5, isn't it? But actually, we know how capable it is, and John's hands as well. And it's quite interesting, because genuinely, you could probably buy a car like that, I don't know, 5-10 grand. I don't.
Absolutely. I have no idea what he spent on it, and whatever happens, when you don't add up all the nuts and bolts, every last little bit you've ever spent on it to get it to where it is, who knows what it is? But I'd put that I'd guess at 20. Maybe it's more because of the turbo. I just don't know. But that's the sort of level you're looking at. But when you look at a car like that, it just looks right. And with race cars, if they look right, they tend to be right. You can see the rake on it slightly different. It's down at the front, slightly more at the back. I know it's on a slope, but the way it's positioned is right. It just fits. It's in nice condition. The paint's good. You know he looks after it. It's just a really, really nice race car. But you've got to drive it. And John is very, very good at it.
He had class records, didn't he? Before he's had a couple of years out, hasn't he? And he's come back to it, and he's lost none of his fire or skill, has he?
It's really depressing, actually. He goes away and comes back. You think, well, he's going to take a year to get his feet under the table again. But no, sadly, he just gets on with it, which is really depressing. He's actually, I think he's been below his own last record in it now. So even though he's had time out, he's come back. And he's still quicker, but sadly he's actually, for him, not for our friend in the GT4 RS, he isn't quite as quick as the GT4 RS. But you're talking about that Mazda isn't quite as quick as a GT4 RS, which is a 150 grand car of anyone's money. So, you know, it's amazing. But when you're doing his sort of speeds, anything which starts with a 56 here is going very, very quickly indeed in a road car. And both these guys are in a road car. That's I don't know how much that weighs. Say it's 1,000 kilos, something like that. That's going to be about 1,400, something 1,500 kilos. Both with their power to weight ratio differences, both hitting a 56. 56 is very, very quick. The scenery comes at you very quickly. The braking comes at you very quickly. You got to be good at it to do those times. You really do.
He is good. He's only like less than 10 seconds, or about 10 seconds slower than Alex Coles went up the hill this morning in his full-blown single-seater, which is amazing. You're quite right, Robert. And, well, we'll see what happens this afternoon. Yep. I'm sure we're going to have another bit of fun. It looks
like it's going to stay dry.
Yes.
That's a good thing. And it's vaguely warm, but it's a slight cool breeze, which is more horsepower, which is what you need. So actually, conditions right now are spot on.
Oh, yes.
Denser air, more power, that's what you want. You don't want it steaming heat.
Well, even better for a little Mazda MX-5.
Well, actually, unfortunately,
unfortunately so.
All we want is hot air going.
Hot air, right. Well, between us, we can talk lots of hot air, can't we? We're good at that.
Heading out of our mouths, but yes, that thing needs hot air to slow it down. But yeah, no, it's good.
Brilliant. Thanks again, guys. Fantastic. Good entertainment as ever, and we'll catch up with you later on. Brilliant. Thanks again. Right, we're gonna wander up to areas we don't normally wander to. We're going to go up to the top paddock there. Hiya, Nigel. How are you, sir? With Claire. How are you doing, Nigel Pitt? Come over here, Claire. How are you, my darling? Hey, go, let's not go. Hey, come on, I know, and all that. So, well, what are you doing here this weekend? We haven't seen you.
We've come to watch. We've come to watch. Yes. We've had to come over because Max has kindly done some repairs to Dallara parts for us. Done some carbon fibre work, so we're going to pick those up today, and watch a competition.
Did you see the first runoff?
Yes, very good. Alex was going like, we were up on Fallow, and yes, he was coming in there a fair lick.
Fair lick. Because you've got your Dallara and you've got your OMS.
Yep.
And they're both in good order at the moment.
Yes, we just we've got a gear change parts to come for the OMS, so we're going to go down to Gurston then. At that little club you meet, and next meeting for us is the Channel Islands in the Dallara.
Oh, you're off to the Channel
Islands?
Yeah. My goodness, you're on the big boat to Jersey and Guernsey. Both meets you're going to do?
Yeah, we missed last year, but sadly my auntie died last year, and we had to come back from Jersey to sort things out. So we've got to go and do it. Back to Jersey and over to Guernsey then.
Brilliant.
We missed Guernsey last year.
So it's nice, isn't it, being a spectator? I'm a spectator too. Just get to chat about it, and I think lunchtime in the paddock here at Loton's lovely, actually, on a nice day like this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're trying to make notes as well as we go along, see what the competition's doing, and see when we're going wrong, because we're not fast enough at times. But yeah, it is. It's good. It's enjoyable.
Well, you've been mostly driving the Dallara this year, which is a new car to you, and that Tim Elmer's old car, and lovely thing, isn't it? But the little OMS is still quite lively.
Yeah, we done a lot of work over the winter. We had it here early in the season, and we haven't been out. Prescott was the last time. Yeah, we're quite pleased with what we've done, and it's work in progress. More to come. Well, hopefully, but we've got to speed up because I'm getting older and older and older, and everything slows down. Yeah.
We're all getting older. We don't talk about that, do we? That's boring stuff, that is, isn't it? Eh? Oh, well, I'm going to wander on, but have a lovely day. All right, see you later. Right, we're going to try our luck and see. Let's wander up to the top paddock, see what's happening up here. As you can see on the left-hand side here, we've got all mixture of cars. We've got the Imps there. We've got some of the Radicals. We've got some Caterhams. And we've got a bit of all sorts, really. And we've got a mixed paddock up here. It's quite interesting, actually. We've got Clive Austin. Here he is, and Clive Austin in a single-seater here. But then there's a whole variety of cars up here. We've got Andy Fagan's Porsche there. There's a rather lovely Mark I Escort. I know that one is being recently built, and if you look at the bodywork on it, it really is outstanding, isn't it? And next to it, of course, is a lovely old Healey, which is a great sight. It's got the patina of that lovely polished aluminium there. And in fact, here's the owner, but he's running away. Come away. You come back, you. Well, I saw you at Prescott recently, didn't I?
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
Tell me about your car.
Yeah, it's just a nice old Healey. It's 106. I've repanelled it. It was steel. It's now all aluminium panels. It's not going terribly well, but it's great fun.
But it does look great as well, doesn't it? And let's be fair, these old Healeys, these are very valuable old cars now. But particularly with the polished aluminium that you've got on this one, A lot of them started life as sort of, well, red and sort of cream, didn't they?
Yeah, cream or yellow and blue, blue or yellow, or yellow and white, blue and white.
Yeah.
This was white when I bought it, all white.
You told me earlier, because I remember seeing you at Prescott earlier this year, you had a lot of Heelys there, and then you told me you come from Western Supermare, and I think you quietly said you had an Allard as well.
Yeah, I have a couple of Allards. Yeah, 2 Heelys and 2 Allards, I'm afraid. Wow. Yeah.
Isn't that lovely? This is what you get in hill climbing. People rarely have one car.
Yeah.
And but
I viewed both my Allards and both my Heelys on hill climbs.
Wow.
Yeah, both Allards this year, and just this Heeley so far this year.
And you've done an awful lot of work on this car, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty well all of it. Yeah, right the way through, and on the Allards as well. Yeah.
How did you learn skills like that? Did you have a garage business?
No, just been spannering all my life.
Have you really been spannering all your life?
Well, off and on, yeah.
Have you? Have you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well done.
You just get to learn it, don't you?
Well, you've learnt it very well indeed. Yes, indeed. Well done to you, and enjoy your afternoon. And where's the owner of this little Escort? He's gone off for a minute, hasn't he? Yeah, he's just recently rebuilt this car, hasn't he? Yeah, done a fine job on it, and he has done a wonderful job. It's in lovely yellow. I know it's running a Pinto engine in the front of it on twin 48 Webers, but unusually this sort of elderly Escort is probably 60 years old, and it's been beautifully put back together. The paintwork's immaculate. The body panels are straight. Everything looks good on the car, doesn't it, really? And we watched him driving it up very Escort-like this morning up the hill. Sideways to victory, as Roger Clark used to say. And, well, isn't that a lovely sight? Unfortunately, he's having a bit of lunch now, so that's fine. Everyone's got to have a break. And then we see this lovely old Heeley. Doesn't that look splendid? A Heeley and a Mark 1 Escort side by side here. Absolutely amazing. We've got a Ferrari up the top corner. If I remember rightly, that's John Kennedy. John Kennedy comes from America, but he comes over in the summer and he races during the summer, and then he goes back, earns a few quid, and then he comes back and plays racing cars up the hills. Hello, John. Sorry to interrupt your well-earned break. Look, this is the back of a Ferrari, folks. I love this. I reckon I could just about get some of my fishing tackle in there, John. Yeah, I reckon so. I think it's not that bad, is it, eh?
No, not at all.
You could lay your lunchbox out there. What have you had some lunch today?
I did. Wonderful day today on the hill.
John Kennedy, folks, comes all the way from America. He also races a Fiesta Ford Focus RS, a white one, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And we first saw you at Harewood, or at least I did.
Yeah.
And David Snelson, of course, told me the big porcupine story about you were a stuntman for the James Bond films, didn't he? Eh?
Yes, he did.
He's a wicked man, isn't he?
That's one of his jokes. It's Father's Day, so happy birthday to Dave Snelson.
Yes, happy birthday to David Snelson, another Ferrari owner. And you guys do get together, and you often bring your Ferraris all out to play in a great bundle of you. And I love that. That's great, because there's some terrific cars. They all seem to be different too. There's the odd 308 GTV, there's a few of them, but a lot of them are both different. You've got a front engine Ferrari here, haven't you?
Yes, I'm one of the only people that race a front engine in the Ferrari series.
What model's this?
California Turbo.
Well, it's a bit special, isn't it? Yeah. And in black, of course, another unusual colour. Oh, what does it say on the inside of the boot here? It says...
That's all the features the car has. So
the personal specifications of the car. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, I think all cars should have that. I should have that on the side of my car, shouldn't I, really? But my spec wouldn't be very good. but it's great to see, isn't it? But are you enjoying your day?
Very much so. Beautiful day on the hill.
Yeah.
Beat my PB, no complaints.
Well, you can't do more than that, can you?
No.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Happy Father's Day to everyone today.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to everyone. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm one of them as well. Are you one of them? No. Well, there you go. Well, great to see you, John.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Okay, sir.
Have a great day.
And you, sir. And you. Well, look at this. As you look down the paddock here, we've got such a lovely mixture. We got the Philip Steele's Porsche there. He won that in a raffle. Phil, tell me, you won this in a raffle, didn't you? Come on, tell me that's true. It is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, not quite.
Hi, Chris.
Philip Steele, folks.
What actually happened was I entered Dream Car giveaways and I won a Range Rover. Now, not being a fan of the Range Rover, I took the money, which was a considerable sum. And I bought a cheap old Porsche.
Cheap old Porsche. Well, I do love it. It's a 996, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
996, first of the water-cooled ones, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a C4, four-wheel drive.
Four-wheel drive. That's even better, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, up against Andrew in the TT. I'm considerably slower than he is, but we're whittling away at the times now.
You still got your other Porsche?
I've still got the Boxster, yeah.
Yeah, the Boxster. That was the one I saw most of you. And back before you were hill climbing, you used to muck about with drag bikes, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I started drag racing in 1974.
So last year, was it your
50th anniversary?
50th anniversary of motorsport.
Yeah, of motorsport. Because I drag raced, went to America to try and race at Bonneville, land speed racing. I've been an official. I've been a clerk of the course, a scrutineer. I used to hill climb bikes here back in the 90s as well. I used to run the Ducati with the NHCA.
That's amazing because, yeah, I mean, the history of guys that sort of come up the hills isn't always as clear-cut as you might think, folks, and Phil's a classic example, and I've seen some of the photographs of your drag bikes. They were pretty impressive. Tell me what was the best one you had?
Well, I've still got the two best ones. I've got a bike called the Parney Express, which used to belong to my friend Keith Parnell, who was the first 8-second European bike rider. And I've also got Rouge Noir 2, which was the evolution of the bike he ran the first 8-second quarter on. And hopefully that will be back out at Dragstalgia in 2026, but probably with not me riding it, because I don't bounce very well at my age now.
Not a bad move not to bounce at our age, is it? Let's be fair. But Phil, lovely to see you, and and good luck this afternoon, and we'll see what occurs, eh?
I'll try.
You're going to try and beat these pesky people in these Audis.
We're trying to get near to them, but I don't know. But I've got to keep away from the tyre wall at Triangle.
We know about that one. We won't talk about that one. Yeah, you were quite spectacular there, weren't you, yesterday?
Yeah.
But there we go. Well, enjoy yourself. The car's looking pristine. Keep it that way.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. How are we doing? Yeah, so we've got some interesting cars. I don't know how we're doing for time now. We still got 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll wander on. What do we got here? We got one of these Audi drivers here. This young man here. Tell us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stu. So this is Andrew Coleman, and you've got yourself is it a TT4RS or something?
It's a TTRS, but it is four-wheel drive.
This is, well, we had Rick Leddy here yesterday, didn't we?
We did. He was spectating, supporting us along.
So how's Rick influenced you in this car?
He's very encouraging with comments. he does he does like to encourage and guide, tell you what you're doing wrong, but in a positive way.
Well, Rick drove one of these similar, a black example, very, very quickly indeed. So what sort of horsepower would we have on something like this?
Standard horsepower, it's about 350. It has been modified a little bit. It's around about 420 at the moment.
420 horsepower and a little Audi that probably weighs, well, I don't know, 1,100 kilos?
About 1,200 kilos, yeah.
About 1,200. Have you driven the car here?
I have. Drive it here, drive it home.
Remind me not to have a burn up with you on the way home then, because I'll definitely lose that one. But no, these are very quick, aren't they? And I know when, it'd be nice to see Rick back out. That'd give you a good battle, wouldn't it?
He is a lot quicker than me. He's a very talented driver, and he's a quick car as well.
No, you're both very talented, and these are, at the end of the day, these are road cars, very quick road cars. But you're basically you're bringing them here. You want to take them home. You don't want to have to take them home on a trailer or the AA, do you?
Have to. I've done it before on previous cars. It's not a nice feeling.
Yeah, I think you had an Audi before this, didn't you?
Oh, it was a Subaru, sorry.
Subaru.
Yeah, the
Subaru.
Subaru.
You had the Subaru, right?
Had that brake a few times on me.
Was that the grey one?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
the grey
yes.
one. Yeah, that's right. Well, these folk, they do change their cars quite regularly, and but I think you've got a very competitive car here now, haven't you, to be fair?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's very competitive.
Well, listen, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, see you later, Andrew. Take care. Well, we just wander on here. We've got an old school Mini here. We've got a little raw, what they call a raw striker. I think this one runs a little 1 litre Fireblade motorbike engine in that, makes it go extremely rapid indeed. In the corner here, we've got Mark Honey here in his little, they've got Harriman boys. These are very quick little hot hatchbacks here. Here's the Harriman cars. Hello, Michael. Are you getting ready to go again, are you? You're about to go. Well, listen, folks, we won't deter you for long. But look, he's lighting the doors on this car. And he told me this was over 30 kilos each door. And they got these fiberglass ones now. And they're about 5 kilos each. So there's a massive 50-odd kilo weight saving there, which is significant, isn't it, really? Fantastic. As you can see, it's a proper little Renault Clio, 200 brake horsepower. See, it's all stripped out there. It just looks like it's built for the kill, doesn't it, really? Fantastic little thing. And he's sharing this with his brother Tim, and Dad, of course, is one of the clerks of the course as well, isn't he? And also chairman, isn't he? Chairman of the Hagley Motor Club as well. So you Harrimans are very influential people, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got ourselves in under the carpet, haven't we?
Well, listen, I'll let you get ready to prepare for your sort of little bit of a trip up this little country lane to see the deer. See what you can do. Fantastic. Good luck, Michael. All right, have a nice time now. Fantastic. So we're just going to wander back here now and see what's happening. We're going to be starting again very soon. As you can see, the drivers are all having a bit of a chill out. We're on batch 6 and we're just going to go down here and see what we can see. Clive Austin's little single-seater here, this lovely little Empire Evo. Fantastic, isn't it? We're just very quickly going to go into this paddock over here, and we've got a bunch here of Radicals, which are properly designed little race cars with Suzuki Hayabusa engines in them, so they're bike engines. And there's Alan McDonald's example here. This is a Hayabusa with a supercharger. Alan comes all the way from Scotland. I can see him chilling out with young David Brickley over there. And as you can see, this is this ex-Rob Stevens car. This was a class record holder, and this car has been in the 25s at Shelsley, which is outstandingly quick, really. Alongside it, we've got the lovely little Malak Robin and Sam Nicholson here. Again, little clubman's cars here. And Alan, how are you, boy? Don't think you're going to get away that lightly. He's come all the way from Scotland, so you might as well get pestered by me for a few seconds. How are you, mate? All right. Hey, tell us, how's your weekend going?
Quite badly.
Quite badly?
I never got to the top.
Ah, but maybe next time.
I got halfway.
Yes, you had a spin. You did
Yeah.
well to control that.
Yeah.
You were on just coming onto the Cedar straight on that keepers.
Good thing it didn't cost any money.
Yeah, that's good. That's good coming from a Scotsman, isn't it, eh? So tell me, when that spin happened, you managed to very skillfully park it without incurring damage then?
I knew exactly what I was doing. That's a combination of skill and more luck, I think. Anyway, it worked out. So
it worked out well, but you were trying, weren't you? You were giving it a go, and
I found watching the video. I touched the grass a little bit.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, wasn't it?
No, left.
Oh, on the left-hand side,
yeah.
coming out of keepers.
I just hugged it a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just that enough, just to pitch you off. But fair play. That was very skillful.
Was this on my phone?
Very, very skillful.
Yeah.
No, skillful to no damage, because that's the name of the game. You're back out this afternoon, going to have another go, and then you're going to drive all the way home to Scotland.
Yeah, well, we're racing next weekend.
Doon. He's off to Doon next weekend. Yes, that's your local track. You know that like the back of your hand, don't you? Really? Hey? Well, and you're based up there, and you've got a motorcycle business, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's his main game. And of course, I will mention it quickly, XTT racer as well on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, making up the numbers.
Making up the numbers. Brave driver, great rider. So that's fantastic to see. Thanks very much, Alan. Good luck this afternoon, and hope you get up to the top this time. We'll see what happens, eh? Yes, and look at that little Maguire imp there. What a beautiful sight that is, actually. We did interview Grant yesterday, and you can see, look, the little imp engine at the back here. It's about 1175cc. It's got a space frame body on it. In fact, there is Grant there. We interviewed him yesterday. But Grant, how's your day going, mate?
Pretty well.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Improved my time in both runs, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you've got to be pleased, haven't you?
Yeah.
And thank you so much for bringing this down, actually. It's great to see. It's a proper little race car, isn't it? Silhouette saloon.
Yep, it's full space frame, full fiberglass body with a Hillman imp engine and a Hewland gearbox. So
fantastic. Listen,
just the job for this hill.
Are you at Doon next weekend?
No.
No. No, not next weekend. No. Well, listen, we'll leave you to get on this afternoon. We had a chat yesterday. Good to see you again. And, well, we're nearly done. We're going to be starting back racing very shortly here. We've got a Mark II Escort here. This one's interesting. It's a 2-litre Mark II Escort, but it's actually I think it's got a Cosworth with a turbo on it from memory. Yeah, a fantastic bit of kit, isn't it, really? We do like to see Mark II Escorts. Lovely cars, aren't they? Look at this. Graham, how are you? You and Becky were having a bit of a dice this morning, weren't you, Becky? You had the bragging rights this morning. Drives this. Where's your car parked now? Down round here, isn't it? Yeah, look. Yeah, look. Here, see. Is that your good ladies there as well? Yes. Yeah. Becky, well done. You showed him the way up the hill this morning, didn't you? Eh? Yeah. Eh? Yeah. Is he going to be gunning for revenge?
I think he is. Yeah. I'm not sure where my time came from. So.
You were trying really hard, weren't you?
It was quite a lock-up, yeah.
No, you were really going for it, but no, you won't never win anything by not trying, and you certainly did. And this lovely little car, isn't it? It's great. Father and daughter combination here, fantastic. And in fact, the good ladies come down as well, I think, to watch the proceedings this afternoon. Yep. But yeah, proper little race car. And of course, you work at ProDrive, don't you?
I do, yes.
And what do you do there?
I'm a mechanical project engineer there, so do a lot of work on transmissions and drivelines.
And if you don't know ProDrive, they're rather posh, aren't they? They're based in Banbury and they build World Rally cars. And what else they build there?
We do a lot of work with Aston Martin at the moment in WEC, so yeah.
Well, you see, there's a talent there, isn't there? There's a talent for engineering and also talent for driving. So, listen, well done to you both. And we'll watch your progress this afternoon. Right. Come on, you've got to take a few more go-go pills, eh?
Yeah, I'll try harder.
Good man. Fantastic. This is an interesting little. This is Chris McDade's car. This runs a little Rover K Series engine in the back. That's really unusual. An 1800 Rover K Series instead of the 1100cc or 1050 engine that it normally runs. It's got a Rover K Series, which you can just about see there through there, which gives it probably about 175 brake horsepower. And I noticed this morning, very sideways out of triangle, having a right go. How you doing, Chris? You watching yourself back there on the live stream, are you?
It was very entertaining, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
It felt worse than it looked. But she's going well, apart from a wee bit of problems with the gear linkage. Yeah. One of the nylon cups keeps disconnecting, so that'll be my next job. It seems to be every time she needs a wee bit of loving, but that's what it's for.
Well, I'll tell you what, thank you for bringing this car down. It's great. Are you at Doon next weekend?
No, unfortunately it's a bit too close because we've been away from home for about 11 days now, so we need to get back to civilization.
You did, you camped down here this week. Well, I say camped, probably a bit better than camped.
Several days in various beer gardens and a lot of eating out at expensive restaurants, so it's been
You've got to go back and earn a few quid.
Oh, definitely. Spent my budget.
Spent the budget. Fantastic. Well, I'm hearing engines starting up in the paddock now. Cars are getting ready to go to the start line. So I'm thinking we're probably about nearly ready to go. And we'll have a wander down that way and be finishing up soon. Hi, Joy. How are you going today? Raising money for the air ambulance, aren't you?
Let you know that I've raised in cash about £1,120 so far, and I haven't finished. Plus the QR code on Graham Wynn's car, which has been amazing. We won't know till next week how much we've raised on that, but I'm hoping to raise a bit more this afternoon in cash. But at the moment it's over 1,120, which is amazing.
Over £1,120 for the air ambulance, which is a charitable thing, and we need the air ambulance. They've been to our assistance in the past, and Joy has just been raising that money for them. I mean, that's amazing.
I'm staggered. The generosity has been amazing. I'm really humbled. I'm really chuffed.
Well, we're very humbled that you took the trouble to do it, and they will be very, very pleased that your efforts are paying off so well.
I haven't finished yet. I'm raising my target a bit more.
And then this afternoon, you're going to have a play in the little... another Caterham in... Is it Caterham or Westfield? I couldn't remember which. Caterham. So this is... Hello, Professor Ray. How are you? Ray Lower, eh? Right.
250 horsepower, not 270.
Oh, well, I like to big you up a bit, you know. Big you up. 250 horsepower. Well, that's still plenty of horsepower in a little car like this, isn't it?
A car that weighs under 500 kilos.
Yeah, under 500 kilos.
Yeah, about 490. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've had this car a while. You go very quick in it too.
But she went quicker today.
Well, maybe she's a very talented driver, isn't she? You know. Hey, she's an instructor. Anyway, look, we're going to wrap this up now, folks, because we're going to get back onto the main job of doing some more hill climbing. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
Right, well, we're already back underway. Mick Harriman on track at the moment with the Renault Clio 197. He's up towards the top part of the hill, and he's through the finish, 64.47. And we've got a red flag on the start line, so looks like we've got a batch of one having gone up the hill. So Mr. Harriman returning to the paddock. And it looks like we've got the batch 6 on the hill, because we've now got 215 Nick Wilson in the Alfa Romeo Mito on the start line. And Nick Wilson off and running. Did a 70.47 on his first run to be in third place in Class 1B in the Interclub meeting. Through Loggerheads, through Fletcher's Dello, dropping down into Triangle as the warning lights flashing away as he brakes heavily for the corner. Now up into Keepers, and away from the start line, Ian Graham in the Saab. So Nick Wilson heading up Cedar Straight. It's a little bit tail happy as he goes into fallow, but nicely under control, and heading up into Museum. And as he rounds Museum, Ian Graham is through Triangle. Nick Wilson up through the finish, improves to 69.65, but doesn't improve his position in the class. On the online feed, we pick up Ian Graham heading up towards Fallow, as through the bottom part of the hill goes David Feekins in the Clio 182. So Ian Graham in the Saab. Oh, picks up the inside rear wheel as he goes into Museum. And he's heading for the finish through it in an improved time, 70.45 for Ian Graham. David Feekins, meanwhile, already into Museum with a little Renault Clio. He heads for the finish. Cat Taylor hits one of the posts at Triangle, but it doesn't come out of the ground. David Feakin's time, 64.27, so he closes the gap to Kat Taylor but doesn't catch her. So Kat is heading to the top of the hill and already has the Class 1 with a 63.19. Now up into Museum, and Kat Taylor through the finish improves to 62.06. On the start line, Jeremy Wright in the Mini Cooper SR53. So that's the 1.6 supercharged version of the Mini Cooper. Jeremy Wright on the start line. And Jeremy off and running with the Mini Cooper up into Hall Corner. Did a 68.28 on the first run. Now dropping down into Triangle. Jeremy Wright into Keepers, threads his way through Keepers, now onto the Serpentine Cedar Straight. Jeremy heading for Fallow, dropping down into the Triangle area. Simon Warburton in the Austin Healey 106. Jeremy Wright through Museum. Just the run to the finish. And he's through the finish in 69.4, a little bit slower than he was earlier. Simon Warburton, meanwhile, on the online feed, heading up towards Fallow. We have Simon Howarth through Triangle. Simon Warburton, meanwhile, heading up to Museum with the big Healy. And as he heads towards the line, stops the clocks at 74.85. Healthy improvement there for Simon Warburton. Simon Howarth, meanwhile, also through Museum and heading up towards the finish. And he is through the finish in 62.3. Down into Triangle, John Kennedy in the Ferrari California T. 4.3 litre turbocharged engine. John regularly seen in the Ferrari Owners Club Championship. So John Kennedy charging up into Fallow and dropping down into Triangle. Paul Bealey in the Audi. John Kennedy now powering his way over the finishing line, improves to 61.02. Paul Bealey in the Audi A1 S1 heads towards the top of the hill and Fallow Corner. Meanwhile, Philip Steele in the Porsche 911 into Triangle. Paul Bealey rounding Museum and powering his way towards the finish. Over the finishing line in 67.74. Massive improvement over his first run time. Philip Steele, meanwhile, picked up heading towards Fallow. Down into Triangle, Andrew Coleman in the TTRS Audi. So Philip Steele into and out of Fallow, rounding Museum. Just the run to the finish, and he's through the finish in 67.01. Goes into the lead. Down into Triangle, Mark Tudor in the Raw Striker. Andrew Coleman, meanwhile, heading towards the finish. And Andrew, 57.41. As Mark Tudor goes round Fallow, we've got David Johnson in the Little Mini into Triangle. Mark Tudor, meanwhile, over the finish, 62.17. David Johnson in the Austin Mini heads towards the top of the hill. Down into Triangle, we have the MG3 of Paul Chandler. David Johnson heading to the finish with the Little Mini. Through the finish, 70.96. As Paul Chandler heads towards the top of the hill, we have Mark Honey into Triangle with the Peugeot 205 GTI. Paul Chandler with the MG3 already into Museum. Car looks very flat as he goes through the corner. And Paul over the finish, 69.23. Down into Triangle, Tim Harriman in the Renault Clio 197. Mark Honey, meanwhile, up into Museum Bend. Looking to get in the low 60 seconds. And it's a 64.06 for Mark Honey. Tim Harriman, meanwhile, heading towards Fallow, where he has a huge lock-up. Roy Holder, meanwhile, into and out of Triangle. Tim Harriman ploughing on through Museum. Just the run to the finish. And he's through there in 64.24, which I think is currently third in the class. Roy Holder heading towards the top of the hill. Down into Triangle, Chris Scrivens in the Renault Clio 200. Roy Holder already through Museum. Just the run to the finish. And he's through the finish, 63.3, goes into the lead of Class 3B. Down into Triangle, Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster. Meanwhile, Chris Scrivens locks up at Fallow, goes onto the dirt on the exit, and continues on his merry way into Museum. And he's through the finish, 60.89. Andy Fagan, meanwhile, in the Boxster 986, already up into Museum. Little bobble as he goes round the apex of the corner. Car settles down through the finish, 55.36. Into Triangle, Peter Baker in the Ginetta G15 Imp. 998cc. These little Ginettas handle absolutely immaculately. Super little cars. Dropping down into Triangle at the moment, Ben Ennis in the Escort. Peter Baker, meanwhile, at the top part of the hill, heading into Museum. Ben Ennis three-wheels his way through keepers. And it's a 71.99 for Peter Baker in the G15. Ben Innes in the Escort. Up into Museum already. Again, front right wheel going light as he goes around the corner. And Ben through the finish, 65.69. Away from the start line, Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith. Clive from Worcester. Because the Empire Wraiths designed by ex-Sauber aeronautical engineer. Clive through triangle. So Willem Turret designed these cars some years back. There have been slight modifications done. I'm not quite sure up to what spec Clive's car is, but it's looking very quick as he heads into and out of fallow. Clips the grass between fallow and museum. Through museum and over the finish, 50.70. Colin Mee in the little Austin Healey Sprite Mark IV. Already through triangle. And sweeping his way through keepers. On keepers, on Cedar Straight, should I say. Richard Jones in the Austin Mini down into triangle. He's got further on this run than he did on his last. Colin Mee, meanwhile, heading up towards museum with the Austin Healey Sprite. And Colin Mee over the finish, 75.82. Richard Jones, meanwhile, has already got round fallow on 3 wheels. We have Dave Newell in the A40 Farina Austin into and out of triangle. Richard Jones, meanwhile, over the finish, 65.02. So Dave Newell making his way up Cedar Straight. And as Dave heads towards fallow, coming into view shortly, here he comes dropping down towards triangle, Nigel White in the Brabham BT21B. Dave Newell in the A40 heading for the finish, and over the finishing line in a 79.59. Pick up Nigel White as he heads towards fallow in the Brabham BT21B. The Ford twin cam engine sounding a little bit on the rough side as he heads up towards the top part of the hill. And we have through triangle Maggie Richards in the Renault Clio's RS200. Nigel White through the finish, 71.66. Down into the S's, Dave Wilson in the Lotus Elise Series 1. Meanwhile, Maggie Richards is up into museum. We pick up on the live feed Dave Wilson heading up Cedar Straight. Maggie Richards over the finish, exactly the same time as on run number 1, 71.19. Very consistent there from Maggie. Dave Wilson heads up to the top of the hill. We have Ray Law in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint round triangle. Dave Wilson, 57.71. 57.71 is, as it flashed up on the screen, a new class record for David Wilson. So that's the gauntlet thrown down for Rob. Meanwhile, Ray Law, the professor, heading towards the top of the hill with the Vauxhall powered Caterham, He's through the finish in 58 seconds dead. And on the online, oh, right. We suddenly had an image of Ray on the start line on the live feed, but that's reverted to pictures of the cars heading back down the hill after that batch of runners, mainly in the Interclub Championship. On the live feed, we're getting a super shot of the BT21B heading down out of the holding paddock at the top of the hill. And we seem to have a bit of a roadblock at the top part of the hill as they come back down. Somebody going a little bit on the slow side. And the Brabham BT21B back into the paddock, followed by the dual-driven cars in the Midland Hillclimb Championship meeting. So the red flag's in at the start line. We should be back underway shortly. Right, Graham Manton having a very exciting run through Hall Corner, locking up and clipping the posts on the inside, but I don't think he dragged any out of the ground. He's now down into Triangle. And Graham heading towards Keepers with the Westfield FW. And as he heads on to Cedar Straight, away from the start line, Robin Nicholson in the McLaren, the Mallock U2 Mark 20. So Graham Manton heading for the finish. Robin Nicholson into Keepers. Graham Manton 58.03. It is an improvement, but it doesn't move him up the order. Robin Nicholson, meanwhile, in the Mallock Mark 20, called the U2 because U2 could own one. Robin, very quick turn in there at Museum, heading for the finish, and over the finish improves to 55.70. Sounds like an 1100. It is indeed. That'll be 785 Steve Morgan in the Empire Evo 2. Son Tom got into the first of our Midland Hillclimb Championship runoffs before lunch. Steve Morgan on the start. He did a 51.19 on his first run today. Charging up into Hall Corner. Through loggerheads. Whoa, back end got a bit loose as he came round Fletcher's Dello, down into Triangle. And Steve Morgan threading his way through the posts in Keepers. And up into Fallow. No problems through Fallow, using all the track on the exit. And Steve Morgan, just the run to the finish. And he's through the finish in 50.99. Richard Weaver down into Triangle with the Empire Evo 2. His first run was a 50.95. So Richard already powering his way up towards Fallow. Now into the blind right-hander at Museum. And now a huge run to the finish. And it's a 50.05 for Richard Weaver. Nicola Dearden into Triangle with the Van Diemen RF 91. Nicola's first run time, a 67.17. Nicola on to Cedar Straight. And as Nicola heads up towards Museum, Robin Holden in the Mazda MX-5 is into Triangle. Nicola Dearden over the finish, slightly slower than earlier, 68.35. Robin Holden, meanwhile, already heading up towards the top part of the hill with the Mazda MX-5. As Robin Holden, as Richard Pates comes into view in the ZR 180 at Triangle. Robin Holden then round Museum. Little puff of smoke as he upchanged going towards the finish. 62.5, handy improvement there of over 0.3 of a second for Robin Holden. Richard Pates in the ZR 180. Did a 71.65 on his first run. as he heads up towards Museum. David Garnett in the Fiat Abarth is through Triangle. Richard Pates on the run to the finish, and it's a 71.45, 2/10 quicker than he was this morning. David Garnett now on Cedar Straight with the Fiat Abarth 595. Did a 67.47 before lunch. And he's followed on the hill by Ian Richards in the Renault Clio 200. David Garnett already out of Museum. And over the finish improves to 67.11. Ian Richards now threading his way up Cedar Straight. He's being pursued by Rob Wilson. And Rob into Triangle. His target has been reset. Needs to beat 57.71 to go back into the lead of the class. Ian Richards, meanwhile, heading to the finish. And through the finish in 67.91. Healthy improvement. Rob Wilson then charging to the top of the hill. He's showing purple sections all the way to the top. What's he going to be at Museum? Still purple. Jonathan Langmead on his tail. Jonathan had that big half spin lock up, but a new class record of 57.31 has been posted by Rob Wilson. So Dave Wilson's class record has just been blitzed by half a second. What can Jonathan Langmead do? He's up to Fallow. No problems this time getting it through Fallow. Heading up into Museum. He's not going purple, but he's gone wide and off the track at Museum and come to a halt. He's put it into reverse and he's backing out. But the red flags are already out down here at the bottom of the hill. So Jonathan Langmead proceeding slowly to the top of the hill. And over the finish in 75.72. And I think that's a little bit over enthusiasm from Jonathan, unfortunately. He did have the potential to take the class win, but maybe the pressure came from Dave Wilson's new class record. Then Rob broke it. Jonathan wouldn't have known about that, of course, down in the on the start line. But he had it all to do. So that brings to an end Class A1 and their activities on the hill for the day. Well, the red flag is still out on the start line. There may have to be a little bit of sweeping at the top of the hill as Jonathan went off on the left-hand side of the track going into Museum, then drove back onto the circuit, so he may have dragged some stones and debris on, so that might be the reason for the delay. But with the red flags out, Tony Adams, who's sitting on the line, will have to wait patiently. We're getting a replay on the live feed, so no problems for the Elise driver, Jonathan Langmead, but the lock-up happened just as he went over the brow, and you saw the front left locked up and dragged him into the undergrowth, as it were. Right, the red flag is in on the start line. Tony Adams sitting there patiently. and he's away. Tony did a 58.7 on his first run. Getting more and more used to the Porsche Cayman as the season wears on. Tony down into triangle. Through keepers. And as he heads up Cedar Straight, Tim Elmer in the Alpine A110 on the hill. So Tony Adams into and out of fallow. Tim Elmer dropping down into triangle. Tony Adams powering his way towards the finish, and through the finish 57.65 for Tony Adams, and that keeps him in third place. Tim Elmer meanwhile charging up to the top of the hill in this new Alpine A110, and as he heads towards Museum, Simon Tarling is already on the hill with the Porsche 996. Tim Elmer charging over the finish, 59.69. Good run for Tim. Simon Tarling through triangle with the Porsche 996 GT3. Posted a 61.44 on his first run, and that has him way down in 7th place. So Simon through fallow. As he heads towards the finish, Richard York into and out of triangle. Simon Tarling 61.18 does improve, but I think it leaves him, yes, in 7th place. Richard York now 61.16 on his first run in the 718 GT4 Club Sport. That's, I think, is a Cayman. And Richard York rounding Museum, powering his way towards the finish, and over the finishing line 59.76. That takes him up to third. No, sorry, 59.76 taking him up to 6th. Robert Lancaster Gate already through triangle, heading through keepers. This is the 997 GT3. And as Robert Lancaster Gay heads up to Museum, John Maycock in the MX-5 Roadster through triangle, slithering his way out of the corner. Car scrambling for grip. 60.17 for Robert Lancaster Gay, no improvement. John Maycock now charging up towards the top of the hill. We have a red flag down at the bottom. John's continuing, so he may have clipped a post. We'll have to wait and see, but he's not getting purple sectors at the moment. And John Maycock over the finish. Oh, now we're getting a replay. Oh, and he's taken a post out at keepers. So that's the reason for the red flag. And John Maycock 56.85, but I'm not sure whether he gets, whether that includes a penalty for knocking the post out. So red flag is still flying at the start line. Right, we're off and running again with Richard Snow in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, and by the time I've said that, he's already through Hall and into loggerheads. Dropping down towards Triangle, set a new class record, 56.03 on his first run. That will still win in the class, but he wants the points in this second run for the Midland Championship. And the time to beat at the moment is a 56.85 from John Maycock. Although I'm not sure whether that includes the 1 second penalty for a post. We'll have to wait and see. Richard Snow, meanwhile, heading up into Museum. A little bit of a bobble as he goes round the apex of Museum from the front end, and 56.42 for Richard Snow. Tim Goodwin in the Audi TTS on the hill, heading through keepers. 65.36 on his first run. This is a 2-litre turbocharged 4-wheel drive Audi TT. And Tim heading towards Museum as Alan Mansfield in the Yaris GR heads into Triangle. Tim Goodwin over the finish, 63.72. That's a cracking improvement, but doesn't move him up the order. Alan Mansfield, meanwhile, heading on to Cedar Straight. And as he heads up Cedar Straight, Ian Fido in a similar Yaris is already on the hill. So Alan Mansfield 63.01 on his first run for 5th place in the class. And Alan over the finish, slower than before, 64.06. We pick up Ian Fido in the Keepers Complex. Ian on to Cedar Straight, and his first run was a 63.41. I was very impressed with the guy in a Yaris yesterday at Barben. The straight line speed out of the hairpin was incredible. These cars really shift when they get coming out of a slow corner, in particular. 63.32 for Ian Fido. Nice improvement, but doesn't move him up the order. Tony Hawkins on the hill now with yet another Yaris GR. And Tony nice and steady through the Fallow corner and Museum. Just the run to the finish, and over the finish, 59.37. A little bit quicker than he was earlier. Roger Stocks in the homage to Braun Toyota GR Yaris. Yes, Chris Ponsford is giggling in the commentary box. Roger heading towards Fallow. Did a 60.69 on his first run. So he'll be looking to get into the 59s at least, I would have thought. And as he heads towards the top of the hill, Peter Richards in the Golf is into and out of Triangle. Roger Stocks, 61.36, slower than earlier. Peter Richards with the Golf R, 2-litre turbocharged 4-wheel drive. 59.71 on his first run to be in 3rd place. And Peter heading to Museum. Stephen Moore comes into view in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Peter Richins through the finish, 61.01, no improvement over that first run time. Stephen Moore leading the class with a 58.52. And he's got some purple sectors coming up down into Triangle at the moment. and spinning to a halt, sort of, is number 44, Stuart Hook in the Westfield. Stephen Moore, 58.11. And we're getting a replay of Stephen Moore at the top of the hill. Just sweeping through those final corners. Stuart Hook, meanwhile, progressing to the top after that little half slide here at Triangle. And Stuart over the finish, 63.03. No improvement. Malcolm Hickey dropping down into Triangle with the Rover-powered Caterham 7. Did a 58.84 on his first run. Malcolm, no problems at all at Fallow, already up into Museum. Excellent line through Museum, now just the run to the finish. And it's 58.75 for Malcolm Hickey. Rob Lloyd in the MK Cup 200 with the Hayabusa engine. 60.22 on his first run. Kicking up a little bit of dust as he goes out of the complex at Keepers. Heading up Cedar Straight. Round Fallow. And as he heads out of Museum, Joy Hoyle comes into Triangle. Rob Lloyd over the finish, 59.26. Joy Hoyle heading towards the top of the hill, lying in second place in the class on 57.67. This is the car that she shares with Ray Law. Joy out of Museum, just the run to the finish, and slightly slower than, oh no, slightly quicker, 57.45. But it doesn't move her up the order. Richard Price into Triangle with the class leading Caterham 7. Also Rover K powered. And he's exited stage left at the middle part of Keepers. So where Keepers in the middle section goes left, he went right. And he's now coming back onto the track, and he's decided that he's going to go back down to the paddock because I think he was the last car in the batch. I'm not sure. So he's heading back to the paddock. And coming back online, we have the paddock walking Christopher Ponsford.
Hello, Steve. Well, you very kindly let me have a bit of time out wherever I've eaten my rather fabulous lunch that my missus prepared for me.
Don't tell me.
I know. I don't want to make anyone jealous, but it was fabulous. She always looks after me. I did a lovely little paddock walk. Really enjoyed it. Actually, we got to speak to loads of people. Went up to the top paddock, saw
including Graham Manton, who we've just seen.
We did see. Oh, you've seen it, did you?
I could see it.
Oh, I see.
It's one of the problems that we have in the commentary box. You can see the live feed, but you can't get the audio.
Oh, really?
So I could see you wandering around and holding the microphone out to people.
Well, I hope it all came out. Otherwise, it was a bit of a waste of time. But I had a wonderful time. And chatting, of course, to Alex Coles, which was absolutely terrific. And obviously his dad and Kelvin Broad were all there. And then wandered across to see Graham Wynne, and Scotty Moran, of course, was over there.
He's the trolley dolly, isn't he, for Graham Wynne this
Well, he's
season?
probably a bit better than that, I think. And he was telling me about young Ollie's exploits. He wants to be the next generation of the Moran driving school.
Excellent.
And so that was great. And then we had a quick chat with Bernie Kevill, wandered across to see Jonathan Varley. Then we wandered up to see the Champagne Charlies, the Porsche boys. Had a lovely chat up there with Richard Snow and Robert Lancaster Gay.
Did you get a chat with John Maycock?
No, his car was there. We featured the car. We had a chat about it, but John unfortunately was elsewhere. And then we went up to the top paddock and had a little wander around there, chatted to many folk, including John Kennedy.
Yes, I saw the California Tea being displayed.
Yes.
What was that plaque in the boot?
It's got all the statistics in the boot. It's got all the statistics of the car and the detail of the car. It's rather nice, really.
Yeah,
rather nice. Well, I don't have it in my car.
Yeah, I can remember looking at a vintage Alfa Romeo. In the Paddock at Loton Park at a vintage meeting. And on the bulkhead, in 4 different languages, were all the details of how to put the oil in, how to change the spark plugs, and do this, that, and the other.
Yes.
And it was a great big huge brass plaque, engraved in 4 different languages.
You wouldn't get that now about changing your spark plugs and all that on your modern cars, would you?
No.
Well, that would be, you'd have to take the engine out to be able to get at them. That would be the first job. So 8 hours to get the engine out. Change the spark plugs.
A friend of mine had a Citroën Ami.
Citroën Ami,
Yeah, and to actually do anything electrical on the car, you had to take the radiator out to get to the electrics. Because they were low down behind the radiator.
Yeah, very awkward. In your headphones, are you hearing anything, or are you just literally hearing it because we're talking? I don't know what's happening here.
Well, I think we have a volume level.
Oh, do we?
On here.
Oh, yeah.
So that's turning your volume up. Now you say something.
Hello, hello, hello. Good work. Yeah, hello,
no,
Steve.
That's not making any difference.
No, I didn't think it would. No, I better keep them as they are then.
Yeah, I think we're happy as we are.
We'll go as we are. Yeah, I just find with these headphones on, I can't. Like, I'm blanked out of the world because they're so big, aren't they?
Yeah.
And well, that's
I've taken the right-hand one off my ear.
Yes. That's probably. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. I'll try that then. Yeah. Marvellous. So it was nice, and so yes, I came and ate my lovely dinner. Then I've just made a nice cup of tea here, which I've been sampling while you've been doing all the hard work again, as usual. Hey?
No, it's not hard work. Don't tell people it's hard work.
No.
This is wonderful. I love sitting in the commentary box talking about racing cars.
Well, yeah, they're very good at it too.
It's not hard. It's a
this is what we do though, because you see, I generally do a little walk around at lunchtime, and then I have a little chill out, have a cup of tea, and you pick up the slack, and
absolutely
off you go. And that was a great runoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've got a disco parked on.
Oh, we have. Yeah, what's he doing here then? Is he? Where's he parked then?
I'm trying to work out. I think that's after Hall.
Is it?
Before
is it?
Fletcher's Dello.
Okay.
So it's that section of the track.
Okay.
Where
he's having
parked.
a little lucky, is he?
Well, he could be.
Or is that the track?
That's the track.
That is the track, isn't it?
Oh, we suddenly disappeared.
They're showing the Vista now. The Vista.
Is that what it is?
It's the Vista heading towards Wales.
I thought it was the View.
Well, no, I'm going to go to the Vista. Yes. Professor Ray, of course. Very quickly spoke to Professor Ray. So, 2 things. A, the Regalia shop is open, doing a fantastic trade in there today. Special deal on ladies' T-shirts today.
Oh.
Only a tenner. And apparently there's some new ones designed by Graham Lokes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
Graham is a very, very good graphic artist.
Well, I have now renamed him the Gok-Wan of Loton Park.
No. He should be the Gok-2.
The Gok-2.
Not
Gok-1. Gok-2. So, yeah, go and see the Regalia shop. We've got Linda in there and Joe, of course.
And at the moment on the live feed,
you can
those
see
of
them.
you at home,
yes.
It's the little hut in the
It is the hut, that's right. Yeah, some lovely. They've got all those lovely hoodies in there.
The disco, the mobile disco is going back.
Oh, it's going that way. We've got bright orange hoodies that Michael Harriman was wearing earlier.
Oh, right.
So they would double as Marshall's hoodies, wouldn't they?
Well, they would.
So I think that'd be quite a useful thing to buy.
They would if they were fireproof.
And if you wanted to become a Marshall, how would you become a Marshall, Steve?
Join your local club.
Yeah, what about that?
Join Hagley and District Light
Hagley
Car
and
Club.
District, yeah.
They'll tell you all about how you become a marshal.
Yeah.
You can look it up on the website, the British Motor Racing Marshals Club. Get all the details. There are usually in the Midlands in round about, I think it's sort of February, March time, there's an introductory day for marshals. So it varies on which hill it takes place at. I think Loton, Prescott and Shelsley switch it round each year. So it goes to one of those three. You can go along, have a day at the venue, be taught all about how to be a marshal, get signed up and get involved. And here at Loton you've got loads and loads of marshal posts, which are nowhere near where the spectators can go. So as a marshal you get a totally different view of the venue.
The whole section away from the start line there up to Hall, there's a marshal post up there. There's one at Loggerheads, there's one at Fletcher's Down.
And then you've got them on the exit of Keepers, up at Fallow, and on the inside of Museum. And you can't get those sorts of views as an ordinary spectator because you're on the wrong side of the track.
Yeah,
so on the line at the moment, it's 8:05.
Young Jonathan Evans, this is the ex-Bill Morris car, this Pilbeam. And this one, well, it's a 2-litre car, 2-litre Millington engine in the back, but shares the car with Kevin Creven from Northern Ireland. And the Creven family is a hill climbing family. His wife and daughters both done. Here he comes in this historic car. It would be lovely to see a category of these cars in the historics, really, because it's probably a bit unfair to pitch them in against the modern 2 litres.
I think a lot of the Pilbeams that we do see on the hill are too young to go into historics.
Yeah.
You're looking at MP50s or similar. Jonathan Evans, meanwhile, he's already up at Fallow. And it does look a very nice car, the MP88. It's a continuation model from the MP62 through the MP82 to the MP88. Meanwhile, Tricia Davis in the Force TA is through Triangle, 54.84 for Jonathan Evans. Is 1/100th slower than he was this morning. Tricia Davis charging up towards the top of the hill. This is the Force TA with the TKD YV8.
Yeah, very potent combination. The engine built by her husband, Terry, who'll be driving the car later. She screams off towards the finish, does an excellent 49.99. That is an improvement on her time this morning.
But it doesn't move her up the order, it keeps her in third place. On the start line, we've moved into Class K2, Jamie Chalmers. Jamie, of course, grandson of Roy Lane. Jamie in the Ralph F302, so a Formula 3 car from 2002, which I don't believe actually ran in Formula 3. It never got on track.
No, I think Chris Dirk was saying that the Rolt effectively got taken over by Delara.
Ah, right.
Yeah, and that's probably why it didn't. There was a bit of a, a bit of a thing. So, but anyway, it's a lovely looking thing. Yeah, it would have been, I'm sure, very successful, but Delara took it over. And you can see the kind of Delara sort of look about it, can't you?
Yes, it's got that high nose look. So Jamie Chalmers already out of Museum and over the finishing line. 50.56, slightly slower than he was this morning. We're looking out now for Kelvin Broad in the Force TA through Triangle. Got into the first runoff. Had a little whoopsie at Triangle, if my memory serves.
He did, but he held it well. Yes, he didn't do any damage on the car. He got the car back into the paddock so that Alex Coles could then go and win the runoff in this car for his first ever runoff win.
Well, Kelvin already up into Museum, into and out of Triangle. Bernie Kevill.
Yeah, Bernie's sharing with Simon Andrews. Bernie got into the runoff this morning, which I had a chat with Bernie on the paddock walk, He was very pleased to get into the runoff, and well, it's great to see them. They're enjoying themselves. At the end of the day, we all do it for enjoyment, and they're no different to us. There's no money in this game, only expense probably, expense and heartache. But Bernie heads off up towards the finish as we get a little look at Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19.
Yeah, and Martin in that lovely little Fiat in what were the Fiat Works colours at the time, dark blue and yellow. From the last couple of cars up the hill, Kelvin Broad 49.55, no improvement I'm afraid to say, and Bernie Kevill likewise, he did a 53.99.
Massive lock-up for Becky Manton coming into Triangle. She was really trying earlier as well. She beat Dad by about a second this morning, and she's certainly on a little mission at the moment. So at the moment, Becky Manton, is she going to beat Dad? And they'll swap over later on, unless Dad's already been up.
Martin Rutter 64.34, no improvements. Becky Manton being chased up the hill by Phil Goff, who's through Triangle. Becky needs to beat 58.03, and she's not going to do that. 58.96 for Becky Manton, so maybe a little bit too enthusiastic at the lower part of the hill. Phil Goff in the Caterham 7th, complete with booster. Oh, big lock up there down at Triangle for Steve Garner in the Vauxhall powered Westfield. Phil Goff, meanwhile, charging over the finish line, 55.93, again slower than he was this morning.
Steve Garner, so he's heading up the hill. They're really trying this afternoon. They sometimes get a bit raggedy, don't they? But Steve Garner's in purple sector. Seems to be looking to take this class win. At the moment, he is leading the pack with a 54.80. He's looking to beat that as we get a quick look at Chris McDade in that lovely little limp. He always slides it out of Triangle, doesn't he? 55.19, so that's actually slower than he did this morning. Is the track getting slower, Steve?
I think it's getting colder, because if you notice the sun's gone in, and that the temperature drop might be it. Chris McDade, who we pick up in the Hillman Inn. Oh, and a big lock up there for number 70 George Harding, and a backfire there. That's shot a couple of pheasants.
They've really taken some go-go pills, haven't they, at lunchtime? Look at them go this afternoon.
Chris McDade was bunny hopping round Triangle, and he eventually gets over the finish in 68.38, again slower than he was earlier. George Harding pressing on. He's having a hugely entertaining drive up the hill, kicking up the dust coming out of Vallow, down into Triangle. Grant Sinclair in the Maguire Imp.
Yeah, I love this Maguire, but that Escort has just gone up in a 59.88. That was some entertaining drive to watch. He was really giving it a go. So Grant Sinclair in the Maguire Imp. This is a beautiful little car, prepared for circuits. So low to the ground, isn't it? Runs a little imp engine in the back of that one. He comes all the way from Scotland, actually, and in the week he drove home, and then he's come back down here because he was at Shelsley last weekend. But great to see him out, and what can he do?
Well, as he heads round Museum, Dave Bickley in the Radical SR1 is through Triangle, and we pick him up on the live feed. Grant Sinclair, meanwhile, heading for the finish, 65.71, and again slower than he was earlier.
Yeah, so he's heading up the Cedar Straight. We've got Sam Nicholson's on his way. David Bickley was in 4th place in the class earlier. Here comes Sam Nicholson in this well-developed, well-campaigned car. Bit of a history car, this one. Looks immaculate too. Runs a little cross-flow engine in the front of it. It's a proper, what they call a clubman's car. So there would be a class dedicated to this type of car.
55.85 for David Bickley, which is a good improvement. 0.3 of a second. And Sam Nelson, as you say, in this lovely U2 Mark 20, heading up towards Museum. Round Museum. Very flat, doesn't sort of angle the front end at all, and he's over the finish, improves to a 54.56.
Now, on the line, we've got Alan McDonald. I also had a chat with Alan at lunchtime. He had the rotational thing just coming out of keepers there at the bottom of Cedar Straight. So he'll be looking to get up the hill again. He's travelled all the way down from Scotland. He's finished in the top 10 in the Isle of Man TT races when he was a bike rider. Still got a bike business. Here he comes now. He's round Triangle. So far, so good. Do you think he'll get to the top, Steve?
I've got my fingers crossed that he gets to the top. He's a determined Scot, and they usually do. So Alan MacDonald was the winner of the Manx Grand Prix as opposed to the TT, different meetings, but I think they take place on the same course. So that's the full TT course. So a win around there, Alan MacDonald charging towards the finish, and a 52.32
goes second in his class. As we look at the class leader at the moment, this is Matthew Price in his second season of hill climbing, in this very, very quick Radical. This young driver driving it, he's certainly got a taste for it. He didn't quite beat his PB earlier, but nevertheless he posted a 50.87, and at the moment he's on about even keel on that one, isn't he, Steve? So what do you think?
Yeah, I think this might be about a 51, 52. Oh, and it's not going to be either of those, because he decided to do a rotivator trick at Fallow and go straight on.
No need to cut the grass. Matthew's already done that.
Yeah, and there's going to be a red flag for the NGTD, who's decided at the instructions of the marshals to return to the paddock.
Well done to
That's
him.
Nigel Hinton.
He picked up on the red flag.
Now the Radical has got a reverse gear, as we can see.
Wow. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, they're super little cars. Well, Matthew's always a trier. No damage done to the car, bit of damage done to his pride.
He did a bit of rotivating or fly-mo action.
Cut the daisies for us up there, hasn't he? Perhaps we should send him on a course up there to cut the daisies.
I think he should have a little thing on the front, sponsored by APCO.
I reckon we should put a little blade on the front of that.
Or Flymo.
Flymo. Here he comes, just replaying it.
Oh, and yes, you can see what happened. As he turned in, the car didn't want to.
It didn't want to go. It
didn't want to go where he wanted it to go.
It just, but he managed to stop it hitting any banks and causing damage. So that's fair enough. So he's now proceeding to the top of the hill to, he'll complete the run, but nevertheless he's not going to improve on his effort from this morning. So it's looking like he won that class.
Well, in my little on my little score sheet, I've just put fail.
Yes.
Against Matthew Price, because what is it? 124.82. That's not right. I don't put times like that in.
No,
that's definitely a fail for me.
Yeah. Well, it's yes, you're right. Graham Lokes is waiting on the line patiently in the lovely little Lola.
Yes, this is a super little car. Started life as a Sports 2000 with a 2-litre Pinto engine in the back. It was sold as a rolling chassis with gearbox. I think at that point it had a highly tuned 1300 BDA put in it and a Carman Gear special saloon body put on top of it. It ran in special saloons in that format, and when Graham bought it, I think it still had the Carman Gear bodywork as well as the Lola bodywork, and he's put the Porsche engine in the back. But these cars were very, very successful in Sports 2000 with those 2-litre Pintos, and it was a very, very good formula that John Webb came up with. Space frame chassis. Oh, we're off and running. So Graham Lokes off the line, heading up towards Hall. Cars always go quicker with a martini stripe on them. Graham heading into Fletcher's Dello, dropping down towards Triangle. 56.01 on his first run.
Yeah, great to see Graham out in this beautiful car. He actually rebuilt this Porsche engine as well, so he's a very clever chap. It's one of our favourite cars in the paddock. It just looks so good. But it was so interesting hearing about the history of this car and the fact that it had been a silhouette car back in the day. Yeah. So, he even had a 1300 BDA. My goodness me! But now, of course, it's got a lot bigger. Here we got someone on single seaters. This is young Tom Morgan.
Yeah, Tom in the Empire Evo. Graham Loakes 56.4, slightly slower. So Tom Morgan in the Evo did a 48.73 on his first run. Already into and out of fallow, heading up towards Museum. And as he rounds Museum, Nigel Hinton in the NGTD rumbles his way into Triangle.
What an unusual car that MGTD is, isn't it? That big rumbling V8 in there. It must be loads of fun. I know he had some brake issues with that car earlier this season. And I think he was at Chelsea Walsh and he ran out of brakes, but he managed to get the thing up the hill. So scary, no brakes in a big heavy car like that. But we've got some interesting stuff now. So Nigel's on the hill, but Stuart Bickley has just left the line in the fluorescent 4. Stuart Bickley was a runoff in the runoff this morning. I think he was third or fourth fastest, wasn't he, Steve?
Yeah, and he's down into Triangle. Tom Morgan 49.25, so about half a second slower than he was earlier. It'll be interesting to see what Stuart does now. He qualified for the runoff on a 46.82, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Yes, well, it's good to see these little 1100s buzzing, these great big engine Goulds and the like, and obviously there's been fantastic development in the 1100s now. The bike engines are getting quicker and quicker. The cars are light, very controllable. 47.82, good time. As Tom Weaver goes by us, again qualified for the runoff earlier, be looking to do the same now.
Yeah, Stuart Bickley's time was a full second slower than his first run, so I think that's all down to the cooler track temperatures. Tom Weaver, meanwhile, heads up towards the top of the hill, into fallow, up into Museum, round Museum. Ooh, back end steps out, but he catches it beautifully, and over the finish, 48.27. Lizzie Weaver into and out of Triangle.
First of our little Formula Ford runners, be followed by Max Hawkes. Lizzie, first season in single-seaters. This is a brilliant way of learning this. Tom, of course, brother, who's driving the Empire, started off, well, I don't know if he started in this, but certainly this was his first single-seater.
I think, like Lizzie, he started with the Saxo.
The Saxo, yeah, sure. Which they still own.
Yeah, got his signatures in the Saxo and then moved on to the Formula Ford.
Well, very successfully. So Lizzie's thoroughly enjoying herself, isn't she? And she'll learn a lot in this class, because there's some excellent Formula Ford drivers and cars in this class.
Well, you need a good competitive class, and Formula Ford certainly is that. 66.53 for Lizzie, not as quick as she was earlier. Max Hawkes into Triangle with the 1984 Van Diemen that was known in period as the Pterodactyl. Don't ask me why.
Interesting that. I was chatting to Max earlier. They had all the bodywork off this morning, and Max has got big feet, size 12s, and when he puts his feet down there, the pedal box area is very, very cramped.
Yes.
And I think he does well to get his feet down there, let alone work the pedals.
Yeah, well, as Max heads towards the top of the hill, David Owen in the 1968 Merlin Mark 11 rounds Triangle. We pick him up on the live feed as he heads towards Keepers. And Max through the finish, 59.34, a couple of tenths slower than he was earlier. Everybody seems to be at the moment. David Owen heading to the top of the hill. Coming into our view at Triangle, Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral from 1969.
Yeah, lovely car this, isn't it? The Owen Merlin and Les Pringett. Fabulous little things. They always have a good battle and a dice between them, don't they? Both been doing it for absolutely years. Still loving their hill climbing. Coming out most weekends with these little cars. Great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, 61.65 for David. Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral, which I always think looks like a mini Eagle Formula One car. Caroline Ryder round Triangle in the 1986 Van Diemen. Les Buck heading towards the finish, and he's through the finish in 60.42, an improvement on his time, the first driver in the Formula Ford class to do so. Caroline Ryder now heading up towards Fallow, bit of a lock-up going into the corner, but carries sufficient speed through the corner, up into Museum. Meanwhile, Andrew Henson down at Triangle.
So we've got Carolyn Riders just heading off out to the finish with a 57.93. That doesn't improve on her time of a 57.33 this morning, but close to. Andrew Henson, of course, was second in the class this morning with a 58.13, and at the moment he's about even Stevens on what he was doing this morning. So as he heads into Fallow now, looking good, very experienced racing driver, of course, and daughter Nicola Dearden is also driving this car today. Heading up towards the finish, what's Andrew going to do? He does a 57.88, that keeps him second, and that is an improvement on what he did this morning. So unusually,
only 2 drivers to improve.
Yes, that's unusual, isn't it? So
yes,
good on him.
odd. I think, but the sun's now come out.
Yes.
So I think that might be good for us, because I think we might see some improvements now as track temperatures begin to rise. And it's odd, really, with Formula Ford. You've got a space frame chassis, a Kent engine, Hewland gearbox, but also you have these prescribed road tyres that you use. And they used to be Dunlops, and then they moved on to these Avons, which are like a semi-slick.
The Kent engine, then?
Yes, the Kent.
That's different to the Crossflow, is it?
Yes. The Kent engine is the 1.6 that came out. It's almost like...
is that a Cortina engine?
Yes, out of the Cortina.
Right.
Yeah, and that was the engine that was chosen.
So what would the Crossflow have been fitted to then?
The Crossflows were a lot earlier cars. They were in the Mark 1 Cortinas and the Anglias.
Okay, well that's useful to know, isn't it? Because the variety of Ford engines that have been used in competition is massive, isn't it?
And of the current batch at the moment, the two that you see most of are the Zetec and the Duratec out of the production cars. The Zetec is an iron block. The Duratec isn't. It's an alloy.
All alloy, yeah.
And they are a lot lighter. But there are fewer people using the Duratex because I think the problem is they're very expensive to tune.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're very expensive to buy, because I was talking to Michael Tregoning this morning, and I did ask him that exact question, because he's got a Duratec in the back of his, in the pill beam, and I said, what will one of these engines cost then, Michael? And he said about 30k. Ah, yes. Not cheap. No. Not cheap, because I mean, you're talking Millington country there, aren't you?
Well, you're probably talking more than a Millington, I would say.
Wow.
In fact, I think you could probably get...
I thought the Millingtons were more 35 plus.
Well, what's the other make? What's the other tuner that Connaught engines do? Who do... they do Ford BDGs and they do Zetecs.
Right.
And I can't think of the name off the top of my head. But they do one, and I'm sure it's nowhere near that expensive. And it's going to be giving you about the same sort of power, maybe not the same sort of torque, but you'll get the same BHP out of a Zetec. It's just that the torque's not there.
Well, Michael was saying that a decent Duratec will give you 300 brake, which is pretty good for a 2 litre. But then a good Zetec I thought would be more like about 230, 240.
I think you could take those up to about 260, 270.
Can you?
But then you're about the top end, I would have thought, at that point.
Yeah.
But the ones you do see mostly, you see a lot of them are out. We've had a few today. The 1.8 Zetec, because they're used in a race series. So there are a lot of cars coming out of those race series with that engine fitted.
Gotcha.
And once they become uncompetitive in a race series, the price dips and people can buy them relatively cheaply to bring them onto the hills. So you do see Zetec powered, particularly the locator field type cars coming onto the hills.
No, the Zetecs are a good engine. They are a good engine. I have a Zetec in the mighty Mondeo.
Oh, right.
And that's done 160,000 and going nicely.
I drove one in Northern Ireland a few years back.
Yeah.
I can't remember what speed we were doing, but it was certainly slightly over 70 miles an hour, 5 up, down straight on the Dundrod TT circuit.
Very nice, very nice. So the cars have been coming back down the hill. They've been waving to the marshals because a lot of them will have finished their runs for the day. That's the tradition in hill climbing, that when you've finished your runs for the day, unless you qualified for a runoff or something, you wave to the marshals and thank them for their efforts.
Well, that's right. Without the marshals, we wouldn't be here today.
So did I say about Joy Hoyle raising the money for the air ambulance?
Yes, you've mentioned that.
I've mentioned that. Okay,
Yep.
brilliant. And I've mentioned about our regalia shop.
That's right. And
Joe and Linda doing a fantastic job in there. Lots of bargains, lots of lovely things to buy in there.
And if for those of you on the live feed, top right hand corner, Midland Air Ambulance Charity, and if you look through the comments, you'll see HillClimb UK have given you a link to that charity, so please make your donations.
Or if you're here, you can wander down into the paddock down to see Graham win, and it's got
has it got a bucket?
It's got, I think there's a bucket, and there's also the QR code we couldn't remember the name of.
QR codes.
Which you can put off the front of his bonnet of his car and use it that way.
Right, so John Stockley off and running in the Force PC, was in the first runoff, qualified on a 49.85. The sun's gone back in now, so is he going to make an improvement on that time? I do like this car, this style of Force. I always thought this was the nicest looking one. I'm not that big a fan of the TA. I think this is a nicer looking car, but that's just me.
Well, that's fair enough. It is a fine looking thing, isn't it? It reminds me Will Hall's old car used to look like that, didn't it?
Yep.
But Will's gone. But John Stockley heads up towards the lines. Alan Warburton in the Gould. Well, yes, the big Gould. The 1600cc Gould is on the hill. He'll be heading down to us now. Here he comes into triangle. Well, do you think Alan's going to... He's good, isn't he? Qualify for the runoff, won't he?
He should do. 47.7 he did earlier. John Stockley, by the way, 49.49, so he was quicker. So that would probably get him into the runoff.
Well, John qualified last time, didn't he? Just.
Yeah. So Alan Warburton already up into fallow with the X-Works Gould GR59. Rounding Museum and on the run to the finish, 48.13. We now pick up Tony Cotton in the Dallara F300, dropping down into triangle. I love the two-tone bodywork on the car.
Yes.
It was all green until he had a exhaust pipe come loose and it melted part of the bodywork, so he's got spare bodywork on.
Oh, and that's the reason for it, is it? Okay.
And he's also got stainless steel nuts.
Well, he was telling me, I think he's been using it in monoposto racing.
That's right.
Hasn't he?
It is monoposto spec.
What does monoposto mean, Steve?
Single seater.
Just that's all it means.
The Monoposto Club have been running championships for years. 49.99 for Tony. Good run that. Car 104 past the commentary box. Mike Tregoning all the way from Cornwall in the Duratec powered MP88. 54.42 on his first run.
Potent combination, actually, that Mike's such a lovely chap too. Very experienced rally driver, experienced single-seater driver, been hill climbing years, and of course he's been a motor engineer all his life. So he, I think he had dealerships as well. So he's probably a bit more than that.
And he's up and through the finish in 53.97. Another one to make an improvement. We're looking out for Kevin Creven in the other MP88 into and out of triangle. 53.27 on his first run. So can Kevin improve on that? Needs to be closer to 50 seconds. So Kevin already up into fallow. Into Museum. Just the run to the line, and it's a 53.78, slower than before.
Here comes Terry Davis. Terry Davis, oh, he had a moment there at triangle. He had to come out of that one a bit smartish. But anyway, that would have slowed his time. He'd be looking to qualify for the runoff, but maybe that little moment at triangle will have slowed him down too much. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, Terry Davis, he's vying with his wife Tricia to see who gets the bragging rights. And Terry earlier was the second fastest in the 2 litre class, heading up towards the line. He's going to do a time of 50.09, no better than he did before, but just a fraction slower.
Now on the hill, Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator, heading down into Triangle. And he is the class record holder with a 45-second dead, and was the fastest 2 litre to qualify for the runoff with a 46.39 earlier today. Can he make inroads into that time? He's going very quick, although it's grey section, so that means he's not as quick as he was earlier. So that could be a long... Oh, it's a 46.45, not that much slower. So that should see him into the runoff.
Interesting, because I spoke to him about tyres, and he said that he wants to keep his best tyres for next weekend to do, which he absolutely loves going to. So John Chalmers has just left the line in the little Rolt, the very quick turbocharged bike engine Rolt he's sharing with his son. But here he is, his dad driving it now, and already we're getting a look at him coming into Triangle. He'll get it round here, and then it'll pop and bang, and gets that power down, and sounds impressive, doesn't it?
Well, what I used to say when he went up the hill, I'm not allowed to say anymore.
Okay.
I've been told it's not politically correct.
PC.
So, John Chalmers charging through Fallow up into Museum. Keeps him remarkably flat as he goes through Museum, and over the finishing line, 49.24. Another one to fail to improve. Alex Coles on the track.
Oh, and the deer runs across behind him.
I was going to say that was a close encounter of the deer kind.
Alex trying to qualify for the next runoff, to win the next runoff. That's what he's aiming to do. Alex Coles sensationally wins his first runoff earlier today, and he's sparking his way up the hill. He's certainly not going slowly, is he, Steve?
He's not hanging about, and he's up into Fallow already. 44.93 was his first qualifying time. Gosh, that turns well at Museum, and he's over the finish 45.27, which I reckon is probably the fastest qualifier so far.
I don't think you'd be wrong on that one, Steve. And the main thing is, I think that's, well, going to qualify for the runoff, which is fantastic. Look, there's some times on the side there.
Oh, that's the that was the runoff round.
No, is it the runoff result, or is it what we got so far?
No, Alex Cole's time is
44,
what he
93.
qualified for the first runoff.
So it's the first runoff, yeah,
so
that's
I'm not quite sure what that is.
Okay, well...
that might be qualifying for the first runoff.
Yeah, maybe. Have you liked and subscribed to HillClimb.TV?
Not today.
Well, I think
I always do when I'm watching.
You need to, don't you, folks? So if you're watching, like and subscribe. We're up to well over 20,000, and I think we're up to 20,124, which is nearly about 100 up on yesterday. So we had, I think we finished on about 34 or something like that, 20,034. So we're doing very nicely, folks. Keep like and subscribe. I think the plan, the hope is to get to 25,000 for the season. That would be amazing. There's another one coming. Thank you very much. Mr. Anonymous, don't know who it was, but fantastic, fantastic. So the way it's going at the moment, we're heading towards the end of qualification for the single-seaters and the Midland runoff. So we'll have a bit more idea of that soon. And then when we've done the single-seaters, is there going to be another batch of cars of other stuff?
I think we're going to see the interclub runners again.
Oh,
so
yes.
There'll be a batch
of the... Oh, that's right.
Batch
That's right. Because I snuck out of the box, didn't I, at that stage? I'm leaving you to do all the work today.
You bailed.
Here comes Mr. Harriman now. He's going to tell us stuff because he knows things, you know.
Does he?
He does know stuff, this man. Stephen Harriman comes into the box. Thank you. Hello, Stephen. Good afternoon to you. Oh, what's this? Oh, that is a bit one of that, actually. Oh my goodness me! I better put my other glasses on while Steve does his thing. Oh, I can read it.
Right. Simon Jenks on the hill, charging through the early part. We've not quite picked him up on the live feed. He's dropping down to Triangle at the moment, and through Triangle, and the live feed's now picked him up, heading towards Keepers.
I've got it.
Keepers, and heading up towards the top part of the hill, up Cedar Straight, which is more of a serpentine than a straight. And Simon through Fallow, up to Museum. Bit of a lock on brakes as he went into Museum, and charging towards the finish line. Over the finish, 50.08.
Right, Steve, I'm just going to tell you quickly as Ed Burgess comes into sight in the Gaul GR55. So as I read it, we've got batch 4 and 5 inter-club competition, Midland competition, yeah, inter-club competition. Yeah, you do that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
50.37 for Ed Burgess. And Graham Wynn into Triangle. And Graham Wynn heading up Cedar Straight in the GWR 59. Bit of lock up going into Fallow. And a 46.92 for Graham Wynn. Dropping down towards Triangle at the moment, we have Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X with the Buick V8 engine. This car made its debut here on the 5th of April 1969, being driven by Bob Jennings. Back then it had a Climax V8 2-litre engine in it, now running the Buick 3.5. Has lots of history in the British Hillclimb Championship, and then finally ended up, I believe, tucked away in somebody's garage where Andy found it. So Andy Tippett over the finish, 56.56. Simon Braithwaite past the commentary box already in the BMW M3. And he's heading towards Cedar Straight. Did a 65.32 on his first run. Simon Braithwaite heading to the finish, down into Triangle, the first of our inter-club runners, rounding the corner, and that's Mr. Harriman in the Renault Clio. 66.40 for Simon Braithwaite as Mr. Ponsford tries to tries to get out the commentary box. So Mick Harriman heading up towards the top of the hill. So Mick Harriman through the finish, 65.32. So that concludes the batch. Those cars will come down, and we'll now get the rest of the interclub competitors on the hill in batch number 6, during which hopefully we'll get the running order for the top 12, and then we'll have the top 12 run off to end the meeting. Right, well, we're back underway, and it's Nick Wilson and the Alfa Romeo Mito leading off. His best time in the competition run, 69.65. And Nick comes into view at Fletcher's Dello, dropping down into triangle. And heading towards keepers. Sweeping through keepers. Onto Cedar Straight. And away from the line goes Ian Graham. Ian in the Saab 96 V4. Nick Wilson, meanwhile, already up into Museum. And Ian Graham dropping down into Triangle with the Saab 96 V4. 70.14 for Nick Wilson, no improvement. So Ian Graham on Cedar Straight, away from the start line. David Feekins in the Renault Clio 182. Currently lying in second place in Class 1B with a 64.27. Ian Graham, big lock-up going into Fallow, but got it round the corner. Three wheels his way through Museum. David Feekins round Triangle. Ian Graham over the finish, 70.96, no improvement. So David Feekins' first run was a 64.26. Sorry, 64.27. Can he improve? He's going to have to find a big chunk of time to beat Cat Taylor, who's dropping down into Triangle at the moment with the Mazda MX-5. Oh, gets on the grass on the... has a slalom coming out of Triangle. David Feekins, meanwhile, 64.61, so no improvement for David. So Cat Taylor heading to the top of the hill. That little moment, I think, may well have... scuppered her chances of improving. So Cat already up into Museum. Just the run to the finish. And over the finish, slightly slower, 63.5, but I reckon all that time evaporated here at Triangle. On the start line, Jeremy Wright with the Mini Cooper SR53, 1.6 supercharged. And still got the car held and he's away. 69.4 on his first run. Jeremy heading towards Fletcher's Dello, dropping down to the Triangle. Winding his way through keepers onto Cedar Straight. Got a couple of yellow sectors coming up on the screen. So can he better 69.4? Simon Warburton now in the big Healy, heading down to Triangle. Jeremy White right up into Museum. So Simon Warburton in the big Healy heads towards keepers. 68.09 for Jeremy Wright, great improvement there. Simon Warburton heading up towards Fallow. We've got Simon Howarth rounding keepers, Triangle. into keepers. And Simon Warburton up at the top part of the hill, just the run to the finish. And over the finish, 75.09, no improvement. Simon Howarth from Stafford. Sorry, from Clitheroe. He's been a regular at Harewood in the past. We've had John Kennedy in the Ferrari California T past Triangle. Simon Howarth over the finish, 62.5, no improvement. And John Kennedy, who's actually running in Class 1C on his own. And he's heading for the finish. 63.24, no improvement. Paul Bealey in the Audi, already heading up towards the top part of the hill. The 67.74 on his first run. Down into Triangle, Philip Steele with the Porsche 911 C4. Paul Bealey over the finish improves to 66.98. That takes him up into second place. Philip Steele now relegated to third in the class, heading up to Fallow. Away from the start line already, Andrew Coleman in the Audi TT RS. He's diving down towards Triangle. Philip Steele heading towards Museum. And Andrew Coleman out of Triangle heading towards Keepers. Philip Steele over the finish. 69.06, a lot slower than he was earlier. So Andrew Coleman on the hill. 57.41 on his first run. Mark Tudor coming into view now, dropping down towards Triangle in the Raw Striker. Andrew Coleman again, no improvement, 57.97. So Mark Tudor threading his way through the maze of flapper posts in Keepers onto Cedar Straight. Mark hitting purple sectors all the way, so it looks like he's going to better that 62.17. Round Museum as David Johnson comes into Triangle, heading towards Keepers. 61.91 for Mark Tudor, so a handy improvement for the Raw Striker driver. David Johnson heading up Cedar Straight, 70.96 on his first run. He's got a couple of purple sectors already coming up. Meanwhile, down into Triangle, Paul Chandler in the MG3. So David Johnson up towards Museum. And now we switch to Paul Chandler on the live feed in the MG3, heading up towards Fallow. 70.69 for David Johnson, roughly 0.3 of a second quicker. Dropping down into Triangle at the moment, Mark Honey, as Paul Chandler heads up into Museum in the MG3. Paul Chandler over the line, 69.58, no improvement. Mark Honey on his way to the top part of the hill in the 205. Meanwhile, down towards Triangle, Tim Harriman in the Clio 197. Mark Honey, meanwhile, through Museum, just the run to the finish. He stops the clocks at 64.91. Again, no improvement. So Tim Harriman heading towards Fallow as Roy Holder in his Renault drops down into Triangle. So Tim Harriman up towards Museum as we pick up Roy Holder into Keepers. Tim Harriman over the finish, 64.52, no improvement over his first run time. Roy Holder still leading the class with a 63.3 in his Renault Clio. Down into Triangle, Chris Scrivens in the Clio 200. This is turbocharged, hence the change of class. 63.28 for Roy Holder, so 200s quicker than he was earlier. Chris Scrivens heading towards the top of the hill. Meanwhile, down into Triangle, Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster. Chris Scrivens, 60.89, so can he get into the 59s? No, he can't. He's a bit slower, 61.36 for Chris Scrivens. Andy Fagan winding his way up Cedar Straight. Through Fallow, up to Museum. Runs quite deep into Museum, but nevertheless gets the power back down and over the finishing line. 55.95 for Andy Fagan, no improvement. Peter Baker in the G15 Ginetta with the 1 litre imp engine heading towards Keepers. 71.99 on his first run. He's being chased on the hill by Ben Innes in the Escort. Peter Baker up to Museum, now on the run to the finish. Peter Baker over the finishing line, 72.14, no improvement. Ben Innes already at Fallow. And he's being chased on the hill by Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith, who's diving down into Triangle. Ben Innes, 66.1, no improvement over his first run time. Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith, sweeping up Cedar Straight into and out of Fallow, getting purple and pink sector time, so this is going to be quicker than I think quicker than the 50-second mark before. It is 50.17, which is half a second quicker. Colin Mee in the Austin Healey Mark IV. This is the Austin Healey Sprite. Down into Triangle. 75.82 on his first run. To lie in second place in the class. So Colin heading up Cedar Straight. Up into Fallow. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the hill, Triangle, Richard Jones in the Mini bobbles through on 3 wheels. Colin Mee, meanwhile, already out of Museum on the run to the finish and improves to 73.51. 73.51, good improvement there for Colin. Richard Jones in the Mini on Cedar Straight. Through Fallow. And as he heads up to Museum, David Newell in the Austin A40 is into Triangle. Richard Jones powering his way towards the finish, leading the class with a 65.02, 64.07, which is a superb improvement of nearly a full second for Richard Jones. Dave Newell, meanwhile, in the A40, heading up towards the top of the hill. And And I think we've just got one more runner to see in the interclub class. And that's Nigel White in the Brabham BT21B into an out of triangle. Dave Newell, meanwhile, up at Museum. And as he heads to the finish, we pick up on the live feed Nigel White in the Brabham, heading up Cedar Straight. Davy Newell over the finish, 79.49, a tenth of a second quicker than earlier. On to Cedar Straight, and at Fallow we pick up Nigel White in the Brabham BT21B. His first run was a 71.66. He's showing purple all the way up the hill. The car sounded great as he went past the commentary box, and a 67.40 is a massive improvement for Nigel White. So that concludes our class runs for the day as far as I'm aware, and we're going to do the top 12 runoff. Right, so I've got the running order for the second Midland Top 12 runoff. So if you want to jot these down in your programme, I'll run through them. First qualifier, number 787, Richard Weaver. And he qualified on a 50.05. Then it's 812, Kelvin Broad, and Kelvin qualified on a 49.55. Then we have 806, Tricia Davis, and Tricia's qualifying 49.99. Then number 98, John Stockley. And John qualified on a 49.49. Then 85, Tom Morgan. And Tom qualified on a 49.25. Then 111, John Chalmers. And John qualified on a 49.24. Then 87, Tom Weaver. And Tom qualified on a 48.27. He'll be followed by 101, Alan Warburton. And he qualified on a 48.13. Next, 86, Stuart Bickley, and Stuart qualified on a 47.82. 122, Graham Wynn. Graham qualifying on a 46.92. Then it's 107, Jonathan Varley. And Jonathan qualified on a 46.45, and the final runner, 112, Alex Coles, and Alex qualified on a 45.27. So we'll see two cars take to the hill initially, Richard Weaver and Kelvin Broad. And once they've got to the top, they will be returned to the paddock, as they're the two shared drives in the runoff. And once they're back into the paddock, we'll finish off the runoff with the remaining 10 competitors. Currently in the championship, after the first of our rounds today, Matthew Ryder still leads on 57. Alex Coles is now second on 53. Alex Summers third on 52. And Jonathan Varley fourth on 47. So those are the current positions going into this final runoff of the day.
There you go.
Onto the start line. The first of our runners in the second top 12 runoff of the day, Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo 2, qualified on a 50.05. So, waiting for the green light. Revs rise and we're off and running. 2.16 for the first 64 foot. Heading up into Hall. Now over towards Loggerheads. Down into Triangle. And away from Triangle.
Yeah, so Richard, he's into this runoff. He's going to be really enjoying himself. He's had a difficult weekend. His son Tom was also in the runoff as well, so the two Weavers have qualified. Fantastic to see. So Richard is the first runner and rider up the hill. What can he do? So at the moment, he's 35. He's made it nicely so far up to Museum now. Turns into Museum, so he'll be the marker time. He'll set the pace, and he's heading up towards the finish, and he sets a time of 50.59, and of course leading the runoff.
Yeah, just over half a second slower than he qualified. So next to the line should be Kelvin Broad. And Kelvin up onto the start line. He didn't trouble the scorers in the first runoff, having a little problem here at Triangle, where he ended up on the grass on the inside of the course. No damage to the car, just Kelvin missing out on the points. So it's all to do this time. So Revs ticking over. Building up, and away we go. 2 seconds dead for the launch. Heading up into Hall Corner. Across towards Loggerheads. Now on the swoop down into Triangle.
And here he comes now. He's qualified for his second runner. This time he gets it round Triangle. That's altogether better. Heading in towards Keepers now. So at the moment he's showing green sectors, which means he is quicker than Richard, which you kind of expected anyway out of this super quick car that actually won the first runoff with Alex Coles. So Kelvin's about a second up at this stage. So he will probably, if he can get round Museum, he'll comfortably be leading our first runoff with lots of runner riders to come. So anyway, heads up towards the finish. Does a 48.81. Well done, Kelvin Broad. He is our new leader.
And that's a very good run there. 7/10 quicker, more or less, than he qualified. And those two cars will now have to come back to the paddock so the second drivers can take over. And there'll be a short break while that happens. But that was very interesting, that. Kelvin was on it from the word go. Fastest 64 foot, and kept well ahead of Richard Weaver all the way up, as you would expect from the power that this car has.
Yes, that supercharger and that 1300 engine, that probably gives him another 150 horsepower, perhaps over the Weaver car at a guess. I don't know. I'm going to say the Weaver car is over 200 brake, though. I do know that for a fact. I think they were telling me.
Yeah, some of those superbike engines are giving out 210, 220. So
yeah,
I would have thought it's going to be around the 200 mark at least.
So I reckon Kelvin's car is 350 to. But I was going to say 350 when I've spoken to him about it in the past. Still, a rapid car and combination. Both of those drivers are great. The cars are superb as well, aren't they? These modern bike engine cars are an absolute revelation to watch, aren't they? They're fabulous, aren't they?
I was chatting once to Scott Moran, and he referred to the 600cc class as having moped engines and the 1100 class having scooter engines. but so I can... If anybody wants to argue with him, he's down in the paddock at the moment.
Well, I won't be arguing with our 6-time champion, who gave me a lovely interview at lunchtime. He was telling me about Ollie Moran, his son, of course, who's 15. And he's going to be the next generation of racer.
Are they going to drag that pink Caterham 7 out again?
They don't own it anymore.
Oh, right.
No, they don't own that one anymore. So that's gone. I think he'll start off. In fact, he bought a Skoda Fabia for about 400-500 quid from the auction.
Oh, right.
And that was the car that Ollie drove at Kerbera recently on a bit of a
test day.
Test day.
Yeah.
So great to see, and he's obviously keen to have a go.
I'm just trying to think. I think one of the earliest cars that I ever drove was a Willys Knight Jeep.
Really?
And I drove that on the beach at Southport.
Did you really?
It was an incredible thing. It had 3 gear levers.
Wow.
You had the 3-speed gearbox, but you also had gear levers to select which wheels you wanted it to drive. So you could select the front or the rear, or you could select on another lever the left-hand pair or the right-hand pair.
Good gracious.
Incredible thing.
That is pretty unusual, isn't it, really? And the original Willis Jeep, were they like 4-wheel drive? Or
Yes,
yeah,
4-wheel drive.
Yeah. So we've got Steve. Is that Trisha Davis we're going to see next?
Well, it should be Trish next in the Force TA with the TKD YV8 engine. Trisha got into the runoff with a 49.99. Not the slowest qualifier, that was Richard Weaver on a 50.05.
And Trish, of course, beat Terry, her husband, didn't she? So she got the bragging rights.
We don't mention those sort of things.
Do we not mention
No, we don't mention
that. Trish has got beaten Terry this weekend. Well, there you go.
Yes. So Terry will be doing the washing up all week.
Wow. He'll be driving home, I expect. Trish will have a...
Trish onto the start line with the Force TA. I think she's been in runoffs before in the Midland. So we're just waiting for the revs to build. And away we go. And it's 2.15 for the launch, fractionally quicker than Richard Weaver. Through Hall, heading through loggerheads. Through Fletcher's Dello and down into Triangle.
Here comes Trish. Yeah, well done to her qualifying for the runoff. Really revving that little Force up, that home-built engine by her husband. And I tell you what, she's already heading up the Cedar Straight very rapidly indeed, our fastest lady driver here today. And look, there she goes. She's 96 miles an hour over the speed trap. Makes a beautiful line through fallow with no fuss, no dramas. Already heading up towards Museum. Round she goes, this long right-hand bend, puts the power down to the finish. Going to finish just over 50 seconds, 50.76, takes her third at the moment.
And by my calculations, that means at the moment Kelvin Broad is guaranteed at least 1 point, because there are 2 slower drivers in the runoff. So John Stockley on the start line, he qualified on a 49.49 with the Force PC. Revs rising and away we go. 1.9 for the launch, that's the quickest so far by quite a bit. And now John through loggerheads. out of Fletcher's Dello and down into Triangle.
Here he comes now. This beautifully turned out horse in black comes from Cardiff. Keen campaigning this car for a while. As Steve said, this is one of the prettiest of the 4 cars built. At the moment, he's showing a green sector, so I suspect he could be taking the lead. Can he, John? Come on now, this is good stuff. He's in, and now he's about level pegging at the moment. Already now he's heading up towards Museum. Got to get it round there, and I think he's just a fraction behind Kelvin now as he heads towards the finish. So he finishes with a time of 49.06, which takes him second so far.
Yes, that was a good run. At one stage he was just at 1/100th of a second behind Kelvin, but as soon as the power kicked in, Kelvin officially overtook him. Tom Morgan already off and running. Heading towards Triangle. And down into the corner.
Here comes young Tom, that fluorescent helmet, a lovely colour scheme on the car. It was new last year. Oh, he nearly spins it into keepers there, but he does get it round. My goodness me, he's on a mission, isn't he? Comes locally from Ellesmere, just up the road. Yeah, it did cost him a fair bit of time, unfortunately, his little moment. So, but he looks like he's caught it back up, doesn't he? He's had a very good run up the Cedar Straight. Okay, into Museum now. Get round there, Tom. That's it. Blasted up towards the finish. This time is going to be very close. And he goes into the lead with a 48.79. Well done, Tom Morgan, with 5 runners gone.
2/100ths of a second quicker than Kelvin Broad. We're getting a replay on the live feed as he comes out of Triangle. Oh, yes, that was a big twitch going through keepers.
Did he bang the bank there, actually?
No, I don't think so. I think he caught it very quickly.
Literally caught it.
So on the start line, John Chalmers in the RAL, qualified on a 49.24. Revs rising, and John away from the line. 2 seconds exactly, so a little bit slower than John Stockley. John through Hall. Now coming into Fletcher's Dello and dropping down towards Triangle.
Yes, now what can John do? The car's certainly capable of it, so is John. At the moment, he is slightly up, actually. He's got immense power in this car. He's gone round keepers cleanly. He's onto the Cedar Straight. He'll be heading up towards the speed trap. I think he'll be doing at least 100 through there. 107 through there. Excellent. Heading up round now towards Museum. Currently, he's going to be our leader. If he can get it round there, as I hear a whistle being blown, he takes it up towards the finish now, and he spins it right at the top there, just before the finish. Oh, that's such a shame.
I think what's happened as he's come out of Museum, the car's run wide, and I think the left rear has just clipped the grass, which has a slight bank on it, and that's what's thrown him off.
He was at that stage half a second up,
yes.
But nevertheless I did hear the whistle through my headphones, and then but he did spin it just before the finish. He's looking around. He looks absolutely fine. There doesn't look to be much damage on the car, if any. He just more or less spun it across the track. The marshals are walking up towards him at the moment, but no great dramas. Than the marshal coming from the finish post as well.
Getting a replay online, so no problems at all through Fallow. Up into Museum, everything looks fine. Comes through the corner, doesn't appear to drift wide, and then suddenly he appears on the rear-facing camera to be on the grass on the outside. So I think he's just slid wide as he put the power down, and that left rear wheel has clipped the grass, and that's spat him off.
Maybe that turbo wound in a bit smartish, and so the marshals are with him. John's out of the car.
What that's going to mean, by my calculations, is that Richard Weaver will get at least 1 point.
And Tom Morgan, with 6 runners gone, is well in the points.
Yes, he's leading at the moment.
He certainly is leading, and that, interesting, would have been looked at least half a second quicker, but you got to finish to get those points, and he didn't quite make that.
Well, he was well up actually on the clock, and through the speed trap, 6 miles an hour quicker than Kelvin Broad.
So John is pushing the car with the marshals, but he's now facing back down towards Museum Corner.
Well, it'll be quicker for them to push him down.
Push him down.
And then when he gets down to Fallow, he can turn left and go in that way.
Yeah, that's right.
And that'll be the quickest way to get him into a
might
safe
start
place.
it before then.
If you wanted to tow him back to the paddock, you'd have to get a car up there because it's all uphill from where he spun.
Right, John's going to get back into the car now to steer it down the hill. We'll be back in action very, very shortly indeed in this exciting runoff, our second of the day. The sun's out, the track's in great condition. We still got the big guns to come, haven't we? We've got Alex Coles, Jonathan Varley, Graham Wynne, Stuart Bickley,
Alan
Warburton and Tom Weaver.
Tom Weaver will be the next one we see.
So, who's your fancy, Steve?
I've got to say, without any doubt, Alex Coles, because he was over a second quicker than the next fastest qualifier. So he's got...
It'll be a heck of a weekend if he can pull off 2 runoff wins.
To do it,
We live for runoffs, don't we? Fantastic to see.
This is this is the climax of the day, without a doubt. This is the best bit.
This is the pinnacle. This is probably the last competitive cars on the hill. There was talk of another Loton runoff. What we see, we haven't been told that officially. So we're hoping. Well, I think secretly, me and I think we're hoping this is the pinnacle of the afternoon.
Yes, this will be. These are the fastest cars here today, doing battle for the points.
Oh, he's actually coming all the way back down the hill.
Right.
So he's saving fuel. He'll be switched off.
Saving fuel.
Well, yeah, why not? Why not? Some of these cars are running. I can't see if John's running on methanol or not in this car. I can't see the orange sticker at the moment on the back wing. Maybe he isn't. But that's expensive stuff, isn't it?
Well, it's expensive stuff in so many ways. When you're running that fuel, it acts as a coolant in your engine.
Okay.
So if you run out of fuel, the temperature incline is vertical. And I was competing in an OMS 600, and I was 2/3 the way round the lap at Anglesey when it suddenly coughed and I ran out of fuel. And I instantly dipped the clutch, and when I got back to the paddock, the engine was seized.
Wow.
So fortunately, the owner of the car realised that it was his own fault that I'd run out of fuel. So thankfully, all I had to do was help with installing the new engine.
Wow.
But yes, it was...
so you were pretty handy on the spanners too then?
Well, all I did was lift it up and put it in, and he did all the spanner work.
He did all the spannering?
Yeah. I did a few jobs on my Elan, but I got people in who knew what they were doing. And all I did was do the bruise, get the tools, and any lifting, I did it.
Well.
Right, so we've got a car coming to the line. It is the aforementioned Tom Weaver, qualified on a 48.27 with the Empire Evo 2. His dad's time in the runoff 50.59. So what can Tom do this time? Can he get to the top quicker than a 48.27? He's away from the start. 2.26 for the launch. So not the quickest. Heading through Loggerheads into Fletcher's Dello, down towards Triangle.
On a mission is Tom Weaver from Ludlow. He gets it round Triangle, but he's trying really hard. He's not going to be hanging around, screaming this little 1 litre bike engine, and he's really rocketing up the straight there. He's going to be over 100 plus through the speed trap, 109 miles an hour to the speed trap. Gets it round Fallow. That's always tricky. Heading up towards Museum. 1 corner to go. He's in the green sectors. It's about 0.60 up at the moment. Heads to the line, and Tom Weaver goes first with a 47.54.
Absolutely super run there from Tom, and takes him well into the lead.
How's that compared with his qualifying?
His qualifying was a 48.27.
Wow.
So it's 0.7 quicker, roughly. Alan Warburton on the line, the Gould GR59, qualified on a 48.13. So Tom Weaver's time is the one he has to beat. Revs rise and away we go. 1.96 for the launch, that's second quickest. Through loggerheads, heading towards Fletcher's Dello. He's through Fletcher's Dello, down into Triangle.
Here comes Alan Warburton. He was quick in the first run-off. He drives his car with his son David, who's on holiday this week. Anyway, at the moment he's 0.25 up, so he's on a mission. This is a very, very quick car. He's running on methanol as well. He's got a 1600cc Hayabusa in the back of it. Wily campaigner, been doing this job for years and years and years. At the moment he takes a bit of a wide line out of fallow there, goes onto the grass, but so far that's cost him a bit of time. But now the power of that engine will take him over the line, and he is slower than Tom Weaver, goes second with 47.78.
Yeah, I think all the time went as he ran onto the grass on the exit of fallow. He was well up on time at that point, and he was 3 miles an hour quicker through the speed trap. We're getting a replay of it. So as he comes into the corner, the car drifts wide, clips the grass, and that's where all the time evaporated. On the start line, Stuart Bickley. Stuart qualified the Force TA on a 47.82. So he's now settled on the line, waiting for the revs to pick up. Here we go, and we're off and running. 1.95 for the launch, second quickest. And Stuart charging up into loggerheads. Now approaching Fletcher's Dello, through Fletcher's Dello and down into Triangle.
That bike engine is absolutely screaming, and the line looks immaculate so far. He is actually fractionally up at the moment, and I think I fancy him to do this job. At the moment, he's actually gone down. What's happened there?
There's a fault on that clock.
Okay, never mind that. So at the moment, it's neck and neck between him and Tom Weaver in this little yellow Force. He's up to museum now. There's nothing in it, and he's now showing slightly up. He gets out quite wide out of there, but he's heading up towards the line, and he goes into the lead with a 47.19. Well done, Stuart Bickley. Tom Weaver currently second.
Yes, that was a super run there, and 47.19 is 6/10 quicker than he qualified. So very nice too. Yeah, we seem to be having a little bit of a problem with the keeper's clock. The clock stops, and that time is right, but it gives us a negative on that section for some reason. So I'm just going off the stop, the time it stops on the screen. He was well up at that point with a 26.3, which was at that stage way quicker than anybody. Nobody had been in the 26s. So after Stuart Bickley has gone into the lead, we now have Graham Wynne onto the line with the Gould GR59B, the Judd V8, 4-litre power, and Mr. Moran having to come to the assistance with some additional power. So Graham ticking over, just waiting while he goes through his launch procedure. Visor closed. Revs rising, and away we go. 2.06 for the launch. Not as quick as John Chalmers at that point. Heading through loggerheads. Into Fletcher's Dello, and dropping down towards Triangle.
Yeah, the power of the big gold and Graham's skills. This is the car, really, the finest car you can get on the hill climb thing. He is comfortably up at the moment now with the power on the Cedar Straight. He should be going through that speed trap at way over 100 miles an hour, braking hard into fallow. He's 113, and at the moment he's a second up, folks. He's absolutely, as you expect from this car. He'll blast it to the finish now. He's going to be well comfortably ahead. He goes into the lead comfortably with a 45.56. That's a second and a half quicker, I'd say, than the next car, but they were 1100s, and that's a 4-litre Judd V8.
Yeah, at Museum his split time was a 38.96, and the next quickest at that point was 40.2, so well up at that point. Jonathan Varley now on the start line with the GWR Predator, qualified with a 46.45. So now lined up. Jonathan checks the visor, make sure it's closed. Revs rising, and away we go. 1.92 for the launch, quicker than Stuart Buckley at that time. Into loggerheads, handing over to Fletcher's Dello, through Fletcher's Dello, and down to Triangle.
Two runners and riders to go. Jonathan Farley fights it round Triangle in the lovely little Predator. Now, he was telling me his tyres are becoming an issue, but at the moment, he's actually, well, we can't quite tell where he is at the moment. He's just slightly ahead, we think. Yes, he's 0.3 up as he comes into there. Come on, now he's heading up towards Museum. Round Museum he's got to do, and he could well take the lead if he can get the power down now. Come on then. Over the line goes first, 45.37 for Jonathan Varley, with one runner and rider to come, Alex Coles.
Amazingly, Jonathan Varley was 10 miles an hour quicker than Graham Wynne through the speed trap.
Wow, wow, he was absolutely flying, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was up all the way to the finish. So Alex Coles onto the start line, qualified with a 45.27. If he can repeat that time, he'll take the win. So what can he do? The Force TA sat there. He's going through these launch procedures. Closes the visor. Revs rise, and away we go. 2.05 for the launch. Slightly quicker than Graham Wynne at that point. Through loggerheads, heading into Fletcher's Dello, dropping down into Triangle.
Nothing in it at this stage. Alex looking to get a double shot this weekend, which will be amazing. At the moment, he's holding it on the track. He's going round keepers. He is fractionally up. We'll have to wait and see through the speed trap. He's heading up towards that now. Here he comes now. He's 122 through the speed trap. Absolutely on a mission. Slightly up. It's nothing in it really, folks. Heading round Museum. Come on, up towards the finish, Alex. He's looking good so far. Go boy, go boy, go. See what he can do. And he takes the win. 45.08.
Absolutely superb there. 1 mile an hour slower through the speed trap than Jonathan Varley. But at Museum, he was already 2/10 up. So he pulled back whatever he lost on the straight. So
Brilliant
superb
weekend
run there from Alex Coles.
Brilliant weekend for Alex. A double shot, his first maiden 2 runoff wins. Incredible stuff. And the drivers, as they do, are walking over to Alex to shake his hand.
Absolutely. Great drive from a very young but highly talented driver. And I'm pretty certain we'll see more of that young man over the years.
Yes, I'm absolutely certain we will. Yeah, what a fabulous runoff that was. And it was exciting right to the end, wasn't it? Well, well, well. And now I don't know if there's going to be any more motorsport, but I'm assuming there's not. I haven't heard otherwise. Well, that was great to see. And that young man will be going back to Plymouth. in the motorhome tonight with Dad Neil, and he always watches all the live stream on his way back to Plymouth, and he can nearly see most of it because it's...
So we should now say something rude about him, should we?
Well, I'm not going to say anything rude about Alex. I love it when a young driver comes to the fore like this.
Well, we've got quite a handful of them in that top 12 runoff.
Look at that. I mean, Jonathan Varley, Graham Wynne, Stuart Bickley, what a fabulous drive. Tom Weaver.
So there's some great...
Tom Morgan.
Some great young talent at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and Richard Weaver gets in the points.
Yes, he
well
does.
done to Richard.
Yeah,
so the Weavers, that's great. I'm thinking next stream is next weekend from Doon in Scotland. Thanks to Richard for running another fabulous show today. We've been raising money for the air ambulance. Alex Coles takes the 1-2. Fantastic stuff. Thank you again to all our marshals. It's been absolutely incredible.
And just as a matter of fact, not only does he take 2 wins, he goes into the lead of the Midland Hillclimb Championship.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Because he's got 63 points to Matt Ryder's 57.
Well, give them all a clap, folks, as they come back down. What a fabulous motorsport we've had this weekend, haven't we? Not without our difficulties, but we got through it all. And today they're still shaking his hand up there in the top paddock there. And I think he's probably standing there. He's standing there. You can see him there, looking a bit glazed at the minute, thinking, what have I just managed to do this weekend? Isn't that fantastic? So he'll be. There will be a presentation afterwards up behind here. And the bar will be open as well. Lots of silverware and glasses will be getting dished out. I think I've got to go and help up there. Steve, thank you very much for coming all the way down from Southport to help us out this weekend.
It's been great fun.
Amazing job.
I'm just trying to do a quick calculation, and I now have Alex Coles in first place. Sorry, second place, not first place. No, first place on 63. Matthew Ryder second, 57. Jonathan Varley third, 56. And Alex Summers fourth on 52. So that's our top 4 in the Midland Championship.
Fabulous, fabulous.
So a great end to a fantastic day's motorsport. It's been great to be back here at Loton Park. It looks like we're not going to have another runoff because the marshals are clearing up.
Everything's coming in.
So
we'll pack it in, folks.
Yeah, I'm going to sign off. Thank everybody for attending today. All the marshals, big thank you for keeping us all safe. And I look forward to commentating with you again, Chris, sometime in the future.
Another superstar weekend. Thanks for coming, mate. Really appreciate it. Been great. And we're going to sign off now, folks. Have a safe journey home. And it's goodbye for us both. Goodbye.